Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
1. New beginnings. Son, it's already your last year in Mustafa Private Middle School. What's your plan after this? Ryaman Sukuna stared up at his father, Jean, as he and his family ate breakfast at the dining table. This was a regular question his father always asked, and it seemed to turn into a daily occurrence as he reached his last year of middle school. Sukuna remained silent, chowing down his rice, not because he didn't want to entertain his father, but it was more like he didn't have a single answer at all. His mother, Kaori, sighed at her husband's antics. Dear, let's give him a break, shall we? He has midterms coming up, we wouldn't want to stress him out with existential questions. Kaori advised. Jean crossed his arms. Well, I say he needs to think about it now. High school, one of the most important parts of your life, it would literally decide what you want to be and where you want to go in the future. Jean grumbled. Kaori sighed, shaking her head at her husband's stubbornness. Sometimes, Jean can be too pushy. She understood his reasons, but that doesn't mean one should rush in life. She looked at her son, silently eating with a contemplative look in his eyes. How about heroics, son? The entire room went dead silent at Jin's suggestion. Kaori looked between him and Sukuna with a grimace. Sukuna just raised an eyebrow. Dad, I know you're already 40, but your memory couldn't possibly be this bad. Have you already forgotten what my quirk entails? Jean laughed at his son. Relax, I haven't forgotten one bit. Your quirk is one of a kind, it's impossible to forget it. Sukuna sighed, rubbing his neck at the mention of his quirk. Demon King was the name of his quirk. When his parents had brought him to the doctor's office, they had presented him with this information. Demon King was a quirk that, funnily enough, was considered an anomaly in the world of anomalies. Sukuna was expected to inherit a quirk that was similar to his parents, but the results was completely different than expected. And what's worse is that they had no idea how the quirk worked at all. His parents had begged the doctor to keep it a secret, only registering it as a simple power-up quirk. They wanted a normal life for Sukuna, not wanting him to be in a lab for the rest of his life. Thankfully the doctor obliged. Sukuna himself had a good idea on how the quirk worked. From age 4, severed mummified fingers would appear mysteriously. At first, he didn't know what to do with them, but after a dreamlike vision, he found out he was supposed to eat them. It was disgusting to say the least. The fingers smelled like death, and had a taste similar to soap since they were covered in grave wax. So far, Sukuna has consumed 3 fingers. He found that his physical abilities outside of the activation of his quirk improved tremendously. It was a good disguise to say the least. Up until now he had never activated his quirk in public or during quirk assessments at school. Though, his immense strength at such an age, added with his cold personality, caused Sukuna to be avoided by most of the people. He didn't care that much, but being lonely wasn't a good feeling either. But that's exactly why you need to try, Sukuna. He looked back at his father, smiling at him. Who knows, maybe you could create a legacy. Sukuna only remained silent, not knowing what to say. A guy like him becoming a hero with a quirk like that, wouldn't that just make people scared of him? And the hero society is flawed in the first place. I'm bound to do something that's against my moral code, and the hero association would definitely keep an eye on me due to my quirk. So what's the point? Sukuna mused. If you do, never become someone you know you aren't. I've seen many people lose themselves and their morals chasing fame and fortune, instead of focusing on the real reason why they should be heroes. Jean spoke from experience. He was an ex-hero after all. He wasn't famous for his work per se, but what's important is that he got the job done. I see, Dad. I'm heading to school now. See ya. He muttered as he got up, grabbing his bag while heading to the shoe rack. Sukuna, you forgot something. He looked back at his mother, who was grinning at him, holding out her arms. He sighed, placing down the bag while going in for a hug. I love you, okay? Do your best. His mother whispered before kissing his cheek. Sukuna nodded before he went and hugged his father. Listen to your mother, all right? Jean grinned at him, patting his son's back. Sukuna nodded silently before he went back to the shoe rack. As their son headed out, Kaori sighed as she was now alone with her husband. I can't tell what our son is thinking sometimes. She mumbled. Jean chuckled. Yes, our son is different from his peers, but what's important is that he knows what's best for himself, so we should trust his judgment and see where it takes him. I just don't want our son to think we don't care for him. He doesn't have many friends. I don't want him to think we're distancing from him because we keep pushing him to think for his future. Kaori whispered as she gathered the empty plates, her insecurities showing. Jean shook his head, gently dragging his wife to sit on his lap. Honey, whatever you're thinking in that head of yours, get rid of it. Sukuna isn't like that at all, I'm sure of it. He's just at a stage of his life where he's confused about what he wants. I'm sure he'll reach for a decision very soon. You have to trust him. Kaori nodded silently at her husband's reassurance. Jean kissed her cheek affectionately. Let's go clean these plates, shall we? Sukuna silently sat in his seat near the window, taking out his textbook for the first period of class. He remained silent, staring pensively at the scenery outside, while his classmates all chatted away with each other. No one approached him. Though he liked the peace it brought, the loneliness wasn't a good trade-off. Though he partially blamed himself and his poor socializing skills for not having the courage to socialize with others, but it was already the final year, it would be weird if he tried to join a friend group or make a friend. Well, he says that, but... Sukuna. Sukuna snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the person who called him. He blinked, as a pink-skinned girl with thin yellow horns protruding from her head, dashed towards him with a panicked expression all over her. You gotta help me, she demanded, slamming a couple of books on her desk. Sukuna stared at the workbooks before looking at her. This was Mina Ashido, a pink-skinned girl sitting at the table to his right, and the only person in this school aside from another that voluntarily tried to have a conversation with him. Is this yesterday's homework? He asked. Mina nodded, a large smile on her face. So I kinda forgot to complete them. So I was wondering. She grinned at him, intertwining her hands. Can I copy your homework? He. She laughed nervously, noticing Sukuna's deadpan. No. Sukuna shut her down. Mina pouted. Please Sukuna widened his eyes as she gave him the puppy doll eyes. No. He resisted. He was familiar with her tactics, and this time, he won't falter for soft trickery. Please with a cherry on top. Her square-shaped eyes with black sclerae and yellow irises seemingly became more sparkly as her whole face became cuter. Sukuna clenched his fists, still fighting. No, Ashido. You do this every day. Go find someone else. Nuua. I want your homework. Help me. Please Sukuna. Sukuna gritted his teeth, her voice becoming softer, more cuter. Alright fine. He exhaled, secretly frustrated that he fell for it again. Mina cheered AMD gave him a peace sign. Thanks. You're the best. She took his workbooks before sitting on her seat next to him. The class, witnessing this, sweat dropped at the scene. It was a daily occurrence, though still funny nonetheless. Although, you should seriously call me Mina. Calling me Ashido sounds way too formal. We're friends, right? We should be more casual with each other. Mina requested, smiling at him. Sukuna glanced at her, before looking down at his desk again. Sure, whatever you say. Mina. Hi. To be continued. 2. Aspirations. You and I are polar opposites. So why do you keep hanging out with me? Sukuna whispered to himself. Mina hummed, looking at him. You say something, Sukuna. She questioned. Sukuna glanced at her. Nothing. He muttered back. Mina smiled and pointed at her workbook. Hey, teach me how to answer this. Mina requested. Sukuna glanced at her. Why? You can just ask the teacher, it's recess, and they'll probably explain it way better than me. Sukuna deflected. Mina shook her head. Don't wanna. I'm more comfortable with you. Mina smiled at him. Sukuna looked at her, confusion in his eyes. You're comfortable with me. What did that mean? That she'd rather be with his silent self than her friends? Yeah. She nodded before pointing at the space beside her. Come on, teach me already. Sukuna silently nodded, pulling his chair and sitting beside her. Mina was all smiles as she listened to Sukuna explain to her the solution to a certain math problem. She stared into his piercing crimson eyes. Usually, people who talk to him never look at him in the eyes. Sukuna always had that natural glare to him after all. But Mina was never scared of him. From the first day she crossed paths with Sukuna, she could tell that he was a kind soul at heart, and his intentions were never misleading. Do you understand? Mina widened her eyes, realizing that she got lost in his eyes to the point where she had blocked out his entire explanation. She cleared her throat, looking away. Sukuna raised an eyebrow, noticing that her cheeks were a darker shade of pink for a moment. I think I need a repeat. Alright. But listen carefully this time, alright? Okay, sensei. Hi. Never call me that. Yes, teacher. You wanted to see me. Sukuna sat before the guidance counselor, a middle-aged man who had a gentle aura around him. He'd been lost in teaching Mina before he was suddenly called to meet him. The teacher nodded, smiling a little at Sukuna. Don't worry, you're not in trouble. I just wanted to know why you didn't fill in the career aspirations form. The teacher slid a piece of paper towards Sukuna. It was a career aspirations form, mandatory for all students to fill in, but Sukuna had left it empty, only writing his name. I will take a big guess here, and say that you don't know which high school you want to pick, and you have no idea what you want to be in the future. The teacher stated. Sukuna's silence was all he needed as an answer. That's fine, I was in your position once, all of the adults around you were. I want to tell you something, I actually wanted to become a pro hero when I was younger, we all did, but look at me now, I'm just a humble teacher. Sukuna listened intently as the teacher continued. My point is, it's okay to be clueless sometimes. Maybe you just need to go out once in a while, to find inspiration so to speak. Who knows, maybe you'll find your calling then. The teacher tapped the paper. I'd like you to take this paper back and fill in the what is required. You and I both know that a piece of paper doesn't define our future, but what I want from you is effort. I see, I will do my best. Sukuna nodded, standing up and grabbing the piece of paper. You're our school's most talented student, Ryaman-san. I have high hopes for you. Sorry for adding pressure onto you, but I'm not sorry at the same time. The teacher grinned a little. Sukuna stared, before nodding. Well, looks like he has to walk around town now. Hey, you going to the gym sometime soon? I haven't worked out with you in a while. Sukuna, on his way back to class, glanced at Eijiro Kirishima, a black-haired boy with shark-like teeth. Maybe this weekend. I'm going to be busy for a while after school. The pink-haired boy replied. Kirishima nodded, giving him a thumbs up. I wish you luck on whatever you're going through. Sukuna glanced again, before nodding silently, a grateful look in his eyes. Aside from Mina, Kirishima was an unexpected friend he made this year. The man had recently taken an interest in working out, and had coincidentally went to the same gym Sukuna frequents. They became workout buddies then and there, always pushing each other to lift more and run further on the treadmill. So, how's things with Mina? Sukuna blinked at the question. Kirishima talks as if Mina is his girlfriend, but maybe he misinterpreted. She's as loud as ever. Sukuna replied, an amused smirk finding its way on his lips. Kirishima laughed. Well, I expected that. It's actually weird if she's quiet. No, but seriously, how are things going between you two? Any developments? Kirishima smirked at Sukuna, who tilted his head. Developments? You talk as if we're dating. Well, you two give off that vibe, you know. Our whole batch thinks you and her have something going on. It even reached the teachers. Sukuna snorted at Kirishima's claim. Baseless rumors, Kirishima. They don't have a life of their own, so they take interest in other people's privacy. That's all there is to it. Ha, good one. Kirishima laughed as they walked up the stairs. The black-haired boy glanced at the piece of paper Sukuna was holding. Ain't that the career aspirations paper we filled the other day? Yes. I didn't fill it, well, more like I left it empty. Let me guess, you don't know what you want to become, huh? Kirishima mumbled. Correct. So do I get a prize for guessing correctly? Kirishima grinned at him. Sukuna palmed his face as Kirishima laughed at his reaction. Relax, man. I guess I have something to relate with you. It took me a while before I thought of what I wanted. Kirishima explained. Sukuna nodded, knowing that Kirishima wanted to become a pro hero. I'd say it's possible you can make it. Your quirk is versatile, Kirishima. You'd make a great fighter, also with disaster response and rescue. And you have a good mentality for heroics. Sukuna commented. Aw man Sukuna, you're making me blush. Kirishima laughed, rubbing the back of his head. Sukuna sighed at his antics. Speaking of heroics, I think you should give it a shot too. You have one hell of a quirk and work ethic. I think you'd easily make it to UA High. It's not that simple. Sukuna whispered. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm not naive at all to this world. I've seen my fair share of disturbing stuff online. I can add my own experiences to it too. But sometimes you just have to look forward and not give a shit of the things around you, you get me? If not for you and Mina dragging me out of my darkness, I'd still be insanely insecure of what people think of me and not make an effort to work on myself. Sukuna remained silent in deep thought, processing what Kirishima just said, before he opened his mouth a few moments later. I need to think this through. Hey, it's not a race. We still have half a year left, so you still have time. The black-haired boy replied before stopping. And this is it for now. He glanced at his class. Sukuna nodded, preparing to walk away. Hey Sukuna. Kirishima called out, forcing Sukuna to hit the brakes, glancing back at him. I don't know about you, but Mina's someone I'd like to keep around for sure. Who knows? Maybe you'll find happiness with her. Sukuna glanced at Kirishima for a while before smirking a little. You talk too much. To be continued. 3. Walk home. Sukuna walked out of the school gates by himself, hands in his pockets, an uninterested look on his face. He could hear Mina's voice from a distance, the girl conversing with her group of friends. I gotta go now. Mina waved hurriedly at them before rushing away, straight towards the direction where Sukuna was at. Go get your man's girl. She heard her friend shout, causing her to blush a little. Shaking her head, she stopped running as soon as she was right beside her pink-haired classmate. Heya. She grinned, waving at him energetically. He looked down at her and nodded a little. Mina. Same route home as always? He questioned. Mina nodded as they continued walking together. For a couple of months now, walking home together had become a sort of a routine for the two due to coincidentally having the same route home, and it was nicer walking with a friend rather than being alone. I'll drop you off first then. Sukuna muttered, as Mina glanced at him. Now that was a big surprise, her home was further than his after all. Oh, why? Mina asked with a smile, touched by the gesture. She had long promised herself that she would make an effort to get closer to the antisocial boy, and it looks like progress was being made. Do I really need a reason to walk you home? I just felt like it. Sukuna grumbled. Mina giggled at his tone, because settling down with a calm sigh. The pink-haired boy wondered why he would mutter such a thing that was out of character for him. As his mind went back to what Kirishima told him during recess, he guessed that was probably the reason why. Thanks for letting me copy your homework, by the way. The look on the teacher's face when she realized I completed it was priceless. Mina smirked proudly to herself. But do you actually understand what you're writing? Sukuna questioned. Mina hummed before shrugging. 50-50. She replied. Sukuna remained silent. Mina glanced at him. I get the feeling that you're not satisfied with my answer. She commented. Sukuna shook his head. No, I just thought back to what I said the other day, about you wanting to enter UA. Oh, you remembered? Ah, how sweet of you, Sukuna, she teased him, bumping into him playfully. Sukuna grunted, not knowing what to reply. Yeah, but what about it? Mina got back to the point. Well, I just think that you need to put more effort in your studies. UA is a prestigious school, you certainly can't copy your way into it. Sukuna answered bluntly. Mina looked back forward, silent for a while. Sukuna thought he might have said something wrong. He was about to say something before Mina looked back, with a warm smile on her. Yeah, you're right. I guess I need to do something about it instead of relying on luck. Mina nodded, giving him a thumbs up. Thanks for that, I really needed that wake-up call. Mina patted Sukuna's back in reassurance. She could tell that he was worried he might have hurt her feelings. He could have worded it better, but sometimes the direct way is the best way. She then stuck out her tongue at him. Don't expect me to do a complete 180 though. Sukuna stared before he did a mix of a scoff and a smile. I expected that. He paused, noticing that Mina was staring at him with her mouth open. What? Dude, did you just smile? She asked, pointing at him. Sukuna blinked, before he realized that his lips did indeed form a smile. He shrugged, not really seeing the point of getting defensive. I guess I did. You don't like it or something. And no. Mina shook her head. It's just. You should smile more. It suits you. She explained, a small blush on her face. He blinked at her, noticing the blush, before rubbing the back of his neck. So does it mean that she likes that I smile? There's no reason she would blush and suddenly suggest that. He wondered to himself. He glanced back at Mina, seeing that she was focused on walking, trying her best not to make it look awkward. Mina is weird, in a good way. That much he knew from how long he knew her. He put her reaction to the back of his mind, continuing to walk with her in silence. Speaking of UA. Mina restarted the conversation. Do you want to get in that school too? Become a hero? She asked. It seems that everyone was worried about his future today. He found the coincidences amusing. Not sure, Mina. I need to think carefully about it. Sukuna replied. Mina nodded in understanding. This isn't a decision one should rush making after all. You'd definitely make a great hero, Sukuna. She stated, as the boy looked at her with a curious glint in his eyes. How so? Sukuna asked, curious at why she came to that thought. Mina smiled at him. Think back to when we first met. Before that I saw you helping an old lady cross the street and carrying her groceries. Even though you had to go to school, you still took the time to help her. Mina recounted. Ah, that was when you came in and assisted her while I focused on carrying her stuff. We both ended up getting scolded by the disciplinary teacher for being late on our first day back to school. Sukuna mused, a small smirk on his face as he remembered what happened. Mina nodded, her smile bright. Though I don't think using that as an example isn't a good reason why I'd be a good hero. Being a hero is much more than that. He continued as she nodded in agreement. True, but I think you really have what it takes to make it. I know you do. I don't think you'll regret choosing this path. She stated confidently. Sukuna was touched that she had so much faith in him. Like I said, I need to think about it first. But thank you, for your words. Sukuna muttered. Mina smiled warmly at him. That's what friends are for. See you tomorrow at school then. Sukuna stated as they stood in front of Mina's home. Mina smiled brightly at him, hands behind her back. Thanks for walking me home. I really appreciate it. She replied. Sukuna shrugged. It was nothing. I'll do the same thing tomorrow, if you want me to, that is. Mina nodded at the offer. Of course, I don't mind. Sukuna nodded as he walked away. Mina watched as his outline dissolved, back shrinking with each step. Mina, that's your boyfriend, huh? Mina widened her eyes in horror, realizing exactly who that voice belonged to. She turned around, looking at a much older pink-skinned woman, who was Maya, her one and only mother. Mom. Mina shouted, her flustered expression caused her pink face to turn a darker shade. Her mom grinned down at her. Maya had square-shaped eyes with black sclerae, a trait Mina inherited, but Maya had red irises instead of Mina's yellow. Oh, don't act surprised. With the amount of times you keep talking to me about him, I was just waiting for this moment to happen. He. Mina laughed nervously. Maya patted her daughter's back. My daughter's growing up so fast, so when are you inviting him over for dinner? Mom, it's too early for that. Oh really? But I didn't hear a no from you though. To be continued. 4. Alleyway fight. Sukuna was walking home from a grocery run. The night sky was nice to look at, but the streets were silent, eerily so. Just then, he heard what sounded like a struggle coming from an alleyway. He rushed to check it out, stumbling upon an ongoing fight. A muscular man, standing in front of an injured old man, defending him from a couple of thugs. While he commended the muscular man, this could go a couple of ways. Either that man is a hero, or a zero. And Sukuna wasn't about to waste time to find out. Gently setting down the groceries, Sukuna cracked his knuckles before he rushed towards one of the thugs. Like a gust of wind, he was already there, punching one of them in the gut, knocking the wind out of the thug. What the kick to the face knocked the surprised thug out. The last thug had enough time to swing at Sukuna, at least, before Sukuna was suddenly switched with a trash can. The man yelled in pain as his fist met metal. Sukuna, now confused, found himself a fair ways away from the man. He glanced at the muscular man who grinned at him. A quirk that allows him to switch positions of anything? How interesting. Sukuna smirked as he rushed towards the man again. A reminder that Sukuna still hasn't activated his quirk. He isn't afraid of people finding out, not in the slightest, but because there was simply no need for him to bring a grenade launcher to a fist fight. When Sukuna's fist met the man's back, the pink-haired teen felt like he had just hit metal instead of skin. He saw the man smirk in arrogance. "Oh, you have a hardening quirk," Sukuna muttered. The man only smirked in response. Sukuna remained silent as he charged in yet again. Unbeknownst to the man, theirs was a rock above him, thrown by the muscular man. Suddenly, Sukuna disappeared, replaced by said rock. The man was confused before his head was suddenly slammed into the ground by a large hand, a crater created from the impact. Sukuna dusted his hands off, staring at the man unimpressed. Pathetic. I've seen stronger. He thought to himself, reminded of a certain black-haired friend with a hardening quirk. He glanced at the muscular man. Nice quirk you have there. Are you a pro hero? Sukuna questioned, taking a wild guess. The man laughed loudly, shaking his head. Me, a hero in a society that has a culture built around spectacle? You have the wrong idea. The man replied, slowly picking up the injured old man. Sukuna stared. It seems he has met a person wronged by society. I don't see why you couldn't be. Sukuna muttered, trying to make a conversation, approaching his groceries. If what I've observed for the past few minutes is correct, then your quirk should be very useful in combat and rescue operations. He commented bluntly. The muscular man sighed, carrying the old man in a piggyback. Those words of yours are similar to what I said a few years ago, when I tried to follow my dreams. Well, maybe it was too underwhelming for the evaluators. Surely UA's teachers aren't that brain dead. Sukuna raised an eyebrow. The man chuckled. I didn't get the chance to apply on time, and even if I did my grades were too shit for the teachers to consider me. Though I did try in a lot of places, but look at me now. The man replied before grinning. You don't need to pity me though, kid. I'm living the life right now. I didn't say I was. Sukuna sighed. The muscular man walked past him. Oi to do, what's your name kid? Ryaman Sukuna. Sukuna replied, wondering why the man was talking like they were in some drama. To-do grinned as he walked away without saying a word, but just as Sukuna was about to do the same, To-do called him again. What type of girls do you like? Sukuna paused, glancing back at him with a piercing gaze. What type of question? Answer it. To-do interrupted with absolute seriousness. Sukuna scratched his head. A part of him had regretted stepping in to help To-do. Well, he had to entertain him by showing that he was serious. Now that it was brought up, Sukuna had never thought of this topic before. His mind flashed to the only girl he knew. Without hesitation, he had found his answer. If you're talking about physical appearances, I like girls that have a unique appearance to them, skin tone-wise. And I like it when she has healthy thighs and an athletic body too. Ho, what an interesting answer. To-do grinned, giving him a thumbs up. Sukuna reacted with a grunt. Farewell, my brother. May we meet again. Sukuna stared as To-do's muscular appearance disappeared into the distance. He sighed to himself, rubbing his neck before placing a hand in his pocket. He felt something unusual in it, before recognizing it instantly. Taking it out, he found himself holding a rotten finger. That counts as a major event. He mumbled in confusion. Every time he received a finger, it always happens after a major event in his life. One time he had received one of these fingers from placing first in the quirk assessment test. It was a very confusing power-up process. I wonder why. Sukuna thought back to To-do, wondering what significance meeting him brought. He shook his head, deciding not to think about it for now. Here goes. He whispered as he opened his mouth, swallowing the finger. Sukuna brushed his teeth 3 times once he got home. Wait. Sukuna sighed as he sat on the steps, having just stepped out of an old folks' home. His father, a doctor, had been called to the old folks' home to perform a checkup on them, and having nothing to do he followed him. He felt like his world had just expanded in the few hours that he had been there, and he didn't know what to feel. He always knew this world was unfair, but to experience it firsthand was another thing in itself. The place was a quiet facility on the edge of a city, housing retired civilians, former office workers, and a few ex-support course engineers whose inventions kept heroes alive but never made headlines. And tucked among them are a handful of former heroes whose quirks aged badly. Super strength that now wrecked brittle bones, precision quirks ruined by shaking hands, and healing quirks that slowed just enough to become a liability. The funding was practically non-existent, that much he could tell. There was a plaque out front thanking the Hero Commission, tons of smiling All Might poster peeling at the corners, and staff stretched thin. After all, healing quirks are prioritized for emergencies and combat hospitals, not long-term elder care. Recovery girl-type quirks are rare, overworked, and triaged toward the dramatic. The staff were nice, Sukuna had deemed them so from the way they took care of the elderly. Their quirks, although unflashy in most people's eyes, became priceless in the old folks' home. One had a temperature regulation quirk that helped keep rooms comfortable for frail bodies, another had minor telekinesis that lifted people gently without jarring their joints, and the other had an emotion-soothing quirk that calmed panic attacks when memories turned cruel at night. Though their efforts saved lives, none of them made the news. Society is unfair like that. What Sukuna saw was the end state of hero society, elderly people who once relied on heroes now relying on volunteers, former pros who gave everything and now measure their days in pills and physical therapy, and civilians whose lives were saved but never repaired. Quirk or not, they really just discard people once their usefulness fades. Sukuna stared at the ground pensively. Behind him, Jean walked down the steps, noticing his son's empty gaze. "This is what I see every day," Jean stated, sitting with him. Sukuna glanced at his father who motioned a thumb at the door behind him. "They don't pay me to do this, just so you know. I just volunteered to help for a simple reason, because no one's stepping up to do something about it." Sukuna was silently thoughtful as Jean then glanced at his watch. "We're going to an orphanage next to perform some checkups. You want to come with me, or do you want me to drop you off at home first?" his father asked. Sukuna stood up, cracking his knuckles, already walking towards the car. "I'm coming with you." "No, I don't want to get injections," one child cried out. Jean chuckled a little to himself. Although the child in front of him has already received a lot of vaccine injections, it still wasn't a pleasant experience. The child stopped as Sukuna crouched in front of him, holding up a piece of candy. The child reached out but Sukuna pulled back. "Injection first, or there will be no candy for you," Sukuna stated. The child pouted before raising his right sleeve. "Fine, just get it over with already." Jim smiled as he gently injected the child with a vaccine. The kid flinched at first from the small sting, but then he realized that it wasn't as painful as he thought it was. "Good job," Sukuna muttered, gently placing the candy on the kid's hands as the child happily ran away, a small band-aid on his shoulder. This was the routine for the past hour or so for Jean and his son. Thankfully, most of the children here were obedient, knowing the importance of vaccines and that it doesn't hurt at all. Occasionally, there were some rowdy ones but a candy bribe was all it took to convince them. "You're good at this. Those kids weren't that compliant when I'm the only one here," Jean commented, packing up with his son after the last child was injected. Sukuna shrugged, not seeing how amazing it really was handling rowdy children like that. "It's a good thing we bought candy before coming here." He smirked a little, tearing open the wrapper, enjoying the sweetness of the candy. "Hey, we want more." He glanced at the kids, all looking up at him with puppy doll eyes. Sukuna sighed, crouching down again. "You can't eat too much, it's not good for your health," Sukuna stated, purposefully opening another wrapper and eating a second candy in front of them. "But you just ate another one," one child shouted, accusing him of his hypocrisy. "Yeah, if you can have two, we can have two as well," another declared. Sukuna rubbed his chin before sighing a little. "Fine, I guess one more for you all won't hurt." "Yee-eye. You look like you just saw something you shouldn't," Jean commented, smirking in amusement as he and Sukuna sat together at a ramen parlor, enjoying their ramen. "I saw a part of the world I was afraid to confront," his son corrected, sipping some of the soup. Jean nodded in understanding. "This world defines success by salary, prestige, no ranking boost, no brand deals. My quirk would make me be one of the best healers in the world, if not the best, but you know that I quit on my first year of being a pro hero." Sukuna nodded. His father had a quirk called Reverse, which basically allowed one to reverse the damage of oneself and others from basically any injury from gashes to burns. By this world's logic, it meant that I was wasting my own potential, but I know what suffering was like up close. The neglect is real, my work proves it, the system has decided it's acceptable to let it rot. He continued. "I chose a smaller, truer unit of meaning instead of fame. Yes, volunteering at these run-down places doesn't give me anything, but earns me something hero society pretends to value but rarely practices, something that most heroes don't have." Jean smiled at his son. "I have the trust of a whole town, son. The kind built slowly, person by person, the kind that makes people listen when I speak up, the kind that turns me into the moral reference point of a community." Sukuna nodded. What his father said was true. Due to Jin's community work, most people would rather go to his clinic than the ones ran by famous healer pro heroes. The point of this isn't that it pays off. The point is that someone has to be the adult in the room when the system refuses to be one. Isn't that a more important job than what the pros do? Jean questioned. Sukuna hummed. Current society has elevated impact that is loud, fast, and symbolic. But unfortunately systems don't survive on symbols. They survive on maintenance that's unglamorous, repetitive, and existentially essential, like oxygen or janitors or antibiotics. One only notices it when it's gone, and by then one is already in trouble. My job is more important precisely because it's irreplaceable in the moment it's needed. A dozen heroes can punch a villain, but do you think those heroes will sit with a confused elderly patient at 3 a.m. and calmly explain where they are? You have, quite the burden. Sukuna commented. Jean shook his head. It's a responsibility I chose to take, it was never a burden. Jean corrected. Silence returned as father and son continued eating. Jean looked at his son. His son wasn't the most expressive person out there, but one could tell how he felt just by looking at those crimson eyes of his. And currently, Jean saw a burning flame within. Once his son decides on something, there was no way to talk him out of it. You look like you want to do something about this cursed system of ours. Sukuna glanced at him. And what if I do? If you do, you have a bigger responsibility than all of us have, and as your father, I am worried about you more than others. Are you sure you want that for yourself, son? To be continued. 6. Stepping in. Sukuna was in a bookstore, browsing books in a section most wouldn't step in until they need some form of guidance or coping mechanism in life. The pink-haired boy was looking for books his father had recommended, making it a must for the boy to finish before he entered high school. From a couple of searches on the internet, he found that they were all from authors of the olden days, ones that didn't bother pretending the world was fair, having written instructions for surviving it. Philosophy books were also recommended by his father, but only the sharp kind. From some more quick searches, he found that most of the works his father suggested argued that humans are driven by appetite, dominance, and terror rather than virtue. All from thinkers who dismantle morality instead of polishing it, and treatises that say, good and evil are costumes power wears to look respectable. His father recommended a bunch. Sukuna even felt a little blank in the head from how much his father ranted a few hours before this. Marcus Aurelius, Machiavelli, political theory and law. Sukuna was initially confused on why he should read law. His father had advised him to read it like an enemy reading a rulebook, not for him to obey them blindly, but to know exactly where the moral and legal lines don't overlap. After all, most, if not all systems rely on people not reading the fine print. Reading it multiple times would be the best course of action. As he paid the cashier, deep down, he hoped that spending all this money would be worth it. It hadn't been long since he made his decision to do something about this accursed world. He just hoped that he doesn't quit, which he probably won't, but feeling hope is a nice thing to have once in a while. Arg. They've ran out of Takeda-chan's vinyl. It just came out yesterday and it's already gone. Sukuna glanced to his side, recognizing a familiar face. Aoi Tadu had tears down his eyes, saddened at the fact that he couldn't get the vinyls on time. I'm getting embarrassed just from watching this buffoon. Sukuna thought to himself, pretending not to mind him, clutching his plastic bag and walking away. Hey Sukuna, it isn't nice to ignore your brother, you know. The pink-haired man paused, before he glanced back at Tadu, who had regained all of his composure, pretending that nothing had happened. Sukuna didn't care about that. What he did care about was this. Since when were we brothers? What an interesting choice of books you bought. Tadu mumbled as he dug through the plastic bag. Sukuna remained silent, though a little annoyed that he was flipping through his stuff without permission. They were at a park, sitting on a bench together. Tadu had somehow managed to drag Sukuna with him, much to the teenager's annoyance. You're the son of Ryaman Jean, yeah. What of it? Sukuna glanced at Tadu, who grinned. I wasn't sure about it when you told me your name that day, but now that I look at your face closely, you and him look exactly alike, minus the glasses that Jean-san wears. Tadu replied, looking back at the books again. You sure your parents allowed you to read this? Once you do, you'll see this world in a different manner, and I don't mean the sunshine and rainbows type of way. I know what I'm doing. Sukuna stated. Tadu snorted. Just be careful with these, brother. When you really start seeing the world for what it is, the world just becomes a living nightmare. It's unavoidable, like it or not. The muscular man then held up a finger. But that's not the real danger. It's dangerous when you only believe the world can only ever be broken, which isn't true. What you need after this is counterweight, solid proof that things can be better. If all you consumes is critique, you will eventually mistake diagnosis for destiny. He continued. You need exposure. Now I'm not saying that these books are bad, they definitely do help you expand your worldview. But I think you should also be more exposed to the builders of society, people who repaired systems quietly, without becoming saints. From there you can learn that decay and repair coexist. I'll see what I can do. Sukuna whispered, taking back the plastic bag. He sees that Tadu was trying to stop him from mistaking darkness for the whole sky, which even though he knew that already, he was grateful for the reminder. Are you sure you're not a hero? Sukuna smirked at him. Tadu shook his head and snorted. Not even close. Vigilante then. Did you assume that because I stepped in to help that man the other day? Tadu raised an eyebrow at him. Why else? Most people are terrified of using their quirk in public, they're even terrified of stepping in due to the laws. What makes you think that's not just me wanting to do the right thing? Tadeu crossed his arms. Sukuna glanced at him. Who in this world does the right thing nowadays, even if they wanted to? If even stepping in to help can get you fined or arrested, why would people risk it? Tadeu went silent at Sukuna's questions. Yeah, I guess you're right. Tadeu muttered before standing up. What? You got mad 'cause I'm right or something? Sukuna wondered. Tadeu laughed, shaking his head. Nah, break time's over. The city needs me again. Tadeu did a small salute before he clapped his hands. One blink and he was gone, replaced by a small rock. Sukuna sighed, getting up from his seat. Time to go home. Sukuna was walking home on his own, the same unreasonable expression on him, his hands in the pockets of his black hoodie he wore due to the cold weather. A few minutes ago, he'd walked Mina home. He couldn't help but notice that he and the pink girl's relationship had changed, though a little subtly. He noticed Mina even more now, the small details of her figure, the way she smiled, and that vibrant pink hair of hers. He didn't want to come across as a pervert, trying his best to minimize stares, but apparently even Sukuna, who hasn't admired a girl since birth, still lost to the rampant hormones in his body. Mina definitely noticed. He wasn't sure, but Mina was more perceptive than people think. And what's worse is that he found himself smiling a little more when he was with her. Mina definitely liked this new change, obviously, with her making an effort to get him to crack a smile. He'll tolerate it for now, so long as he doesn't get soft he won't mind. Curse you Kirishima, if it wasn't for you saying that I should keep her closed the other day I wouldn't be like this. He scratched his neck. Somewhere, a black-haired boy with shark-like teeth sneezed like a bomb. Sukuna noticed a large crowd gathering in front of him, seemingly blocked by a bunch of metal gates. The way in front was his usual way home, he'd be taking an alternative route, but he noticed that there were pro-heroes gathering around. He couldn't help but walk forward, squeezing through the crowd, not caring that he pushed people aside. Once he got to the front, he got a good look at the scene. A large green slime, seemingly had taken over a boy with sandy blonde hair. Said boy was trying to fight back by throwing what looked like explosions from his hands, though it was doing more harm to his surroundings than helping him. What was worse was that the pro-heroes weren't stepping in. Powerful heroes like Kamui Woods and Death Arms was just standing there, not moving an inch as the slime villain slowly devoured the boy, who looked the same age as him. The people gasped in horror as a green-haired boy suddenly rushed towards the slime villain, dropping everything in his hands as he approached the villain, trying his best to scrape the slime off the trapped blonde. But still, the heroes did nothing to step in, still staring at the scene, albeit now more stressed out than before. Sukuna stared, eyebrows furrowed. The boy could die at any moment, and it seemed like the green-haired boy's moment of bravery was useless, as he didn't seem like he was using any sort of quirk, which could only mean one thing. No help was coming, as the civilians watching became more panicked and the heroes stood still like statues. Sukuna made a decision then and there. Black tattoo-like markings spread across his face, as a second smaller pair of crimson eyes opened under the original ones. His nails became black, long and sharp like knives. The slime villain moved in to attack the boy. In the blink of an eye, Sukuna disappeared, his bag dropping to the ground. Within a few seconds, he was already in front of the attacking slime villain. He threw an uppercut. That single attack sent a large pressure of air upwards, violently splitting the attacking slime into a bunch of large chunks which in turn released the blonde from its grasp. The pro-heroes flinched, skidding back from the shockwave from that uppercut, while the civilians screamed and shouted in mass confusion. The blonde and green-haired boy both fell on the ground. As they both groaned, they looked up at Sukuna, looking down at them with 4 of his crimson eyes. They both gulped, heartbeat speeding up as they felt a crushing aura from him, like his presence was suffocating them. Hey, stop right there. Sukuna lazily looked at Death Arms running towards him, a livid expression on him. What the hell were you thinking? That was reckless of the two of you. He shouted at them both. It was weird, since he probably should be worrying about the injured blonde's condition instead of scolding the ones who ran in. Sukuna, his unreadable expression never changing, glanced up at Death Arms, a mocking look in his eyes. Well, we wouldn't have to if you guys weren't standing there like you were civilians. Seriously, can you even call yourself a hero? The pink-haired boy snorted, as the cameras started panning to him. Maybe you should just hand your license in, since it's clear you don't understand what being a hero is. You Death Arms, enraged by the taunting, had deliberately raised his large arms. But as the audience gasped in horror, he found that he had a hand near his neck, the pure black fingernails poking at his skin like needles. The hero gulped, feeling an invisible pressure crushing him as the pink-haired teen before him smirked. Come on, you're really riled up 'cause of that. Take a joke, man. Sukuna chuckled, shaking his head as he lowered his hand. He looked at the audience before giving them the John Cena salute. Ciao. With that, he disappeared, leaving behind chaos and confusion. To be continued. 7. Scolding. Sukuna had expected his parents to say something about what he did a few moments ago. And he was correct. As soon as he announced his presence, his mother, Kaori, was the first to confront him. Kaori looked up at her son, her mouth and hands trembling. She opened her mouth, before immediately closing it. She huffed before stepping away, heading upstairs while Sukuna looked on in confusion. He'd expected a scolding, not whatever that was. The pink-haired boy scratched his head, entering the living room, noticing his father staring at the television. He then looked at what Jean was watching, news commentators arguing about legality, about him. "That's one hell of a debut, son." Sukuna glanced down at his father smiling at him. He didn't know what to reply to him. Staying silent was the best course of action. "Dad, save the apologies to Mom." Jean grumbled, waving him off before patting on the empty space beside him. Sukuna joined his father on the couch. "I've always discussed this with Kairi. I told her that when there's a fight happening, if you have the power to step in, you'd 100% do something about it. She doesn't believe me, of course." Jean chuckled, shaking his head. "Her intentions are well, of course. She doesn't accept passivity, never has, never will, but she hasn't yet accepted the fact that you're reckless too. She's worried about you, son." The pink-haired doctor patted his son's shoulder. "When you were out, we were watching the news. The live stream for the slime villain fight was showing. She had a panic attack when she saw you suddenly appearing on screen. At first she was in denial, but Kairi could recognize those eyes anywhere." Sukuna silently listened. "Then," Jean chuckled, "then your mother started cursing at the heroes because none of them stepped in. I think she almost fainted when Death Arms looked like he was about to hit you. Imagine her surprise when you fought back and taunted him on live TV. You have unbelievable speed, by the way. I see that the quirk is getting stronger." His father asked, getting a little off topic. Sukuna only nodded, wanting to hear more of the story. "Kairi's just worried, son. You know how she is, always cheerful, optimistic, full of brightness." Sukuna nodded in agreement at his father's words as Jean continued. "I'm going to tell you what's going on in her mind. She lost the assumption that the world would leave you alone if we raised you right. It's like a talisman. If you are kind, be careful, and do your best, the world will mostly behave. Watching you step in on live TV shattered that illusion cleanly. She knows why you did it, but she's sad for you, Sukuna. Her grief isn't, you shouldn't have done that, it's, I wish you didn't have to. Do you understand?" "Yes. I should probably go to her now," his son replied. Jean nodded, patting his son's back supportively. "Go, my boy." "Mom." Sukuna called after knocking the door, slowly opening it. He immediately rushed to her side, noticing that she was sniffing while holding tissues, her eye bags red and puffy. "I'm sorry," he whispered, kneeling beside her. Kairi shook her head. "Save it. Are you hurt anywhere? Did that villain do anything to you?" Kairi asked, her breath shaky. Sukuna shook his head, a small frown on him. Clearly she's sad about something, but she still worries about him instead of focusing on her own emotions. "No, he didn't. What about that Death Arms bastard? I swear if I see him he'll get a taste of what a domain expansion is." "It's all right, Mom. I'm fine." Sukuna interrupted, holding her hands gently. Kairi sighed, shaking her head. "I'm scared, you know. I swear my heart stopped when the camera panned to your face. I saw how the crowd reacted to you, especially when you put your hand near Death Arms. They were surprised that you have the guts to do that." She sighed again. "I don't know, I'm just scared. It's not like you did the wrong thing, you did what was right, but as your mother I can't help but be very worried. This wasn't what I imagined for your debut." "Heh." She did a mix of a laugh and a sob, before blowing her nose into the tissue. Sukuna couldn't help but smile a little in amusement. "Did you think my debut was going to be structured, sanitized? Was it a stage-managed moment where adults were in charge and I'm one of many, not the one the camera lingered on? Did you think I was in a costume, having a name chosen with care, a license somewhere in the background, getting applause instead of sirens?" Sukuna questioned, having an idea of what his mother expected. Kairi silently nodded. "That's exactly what I thought of. When you said you wanted to join UA last week I can't help it. Mothers want the best for their child," that Sukuna understood, so there was no blaming her fantasies. It wasn't just fear for his safety, it was the loss of narrative control. Parents tell themselves stories about how their children's lives will unfold because those stories make the future survivable. What I saw instead was raw exposure. You can't even call that a debut, it's just a decision made in real time. But, she looked at her son, patting his head. "I think I'd prefer this than the silly ones I had imagined, it's much more fitting for my son." Jean was right, yes. "What did Dad say?" Sukuna asked. "He said the other day, the world wouldn't bend to protect my child, Sukuna would be the one doing the bending." Kairi recounted. She looked down at him. "I don't know what's going to come next, Sukuna. But please be careful no matter what. And you're not alone in this." She hugged him. "Jean has told me about your big plans, and while I do have some objections to it, I also have no right to control my son's dreams. But know this." She looked at him seriously. "If you're going to shoulder responsibility, you don't get to do it alone, young man. Martyrdom is not allowed, not in this household, you hear?" "Yes, ma'am." Sukuna nodded. Kairi smiled, nodding at him. "Good." She heard a notification ringtone coming from somewhere, and looked to see her son taking out his phone. Kairi tilted her head, noticing that he had a grimace on his face. Sukuna read the message sent to him by none other than Mina. The message goes like this. My house. Now, we have talking to do. Mom. Sukuna called. Kaori nodded at him. Mina wants me to go to her home, and I don't think she's taking a no, or later, for an answer. Sukuna explained. Kaori giggled, patting her son's back while shaking her head. Well, if it isn't the consequences of your decisions. Mom, this isn't funny. Sukuna deadpanned at his mother, who cackled loudly. Oh, it's hilarious. It's like Mina caught you cheating on her or something. We're not dating. Sukuna grumbled, slowly getting up. Kaori sighed. But you totally should, just saying. Mina's a sweet girl, she'd do you a lot of good. Sukuna paused. Practically everyone he's met has told him that he and Mina would look good together, his parents included. Let me sort this out myself. He whispered, heading towards the door. Just don't let it be a sad ending, alright? Yeah, alright. He whispered before glancing back at his mother. He approached her before hugging her. Kaori had a surprised look on her face, her son rarely initiated hugs after all. Sukuna kissed his mother on the cheek before releasing the hug. Love you, Mom, I'll be back before dinner. That's if Mina lets me leave. He mumbled before leaving the room. Kaori stared at where her son was standing, before she broke out into a smile. You've changed. To be continued. Kaori's quirk, domain. Jin's quirk, regeneration. Sukuna's quirk, demon king. 8. Part of you. Mina didn't know what to feel. She'd come home to her parents watching the news, it was just like any other normal day, until she saw her friend decimate a villain on live television, before he proceeded to threaten a pro-hero and dipping afterwards. The Windows error sound was literally what her brain did the instant she recognized his face. Maya glanced at her daughter, as the television showed the news commentators discussing about Sukuna, in a way that made both mother and daughter uncomfortable. Her daughter had a blank stare, something she hadn't seen in ages. Mina, you alright? She called out, patting her pink daughter's shoulder. I'm peachy, Mom. Just, wow. Mina whispered. This was literally the universe just confirming what she always suspected, that he's built different, morally and metaphysically. She felt a little pride welling up in her chest, he did what everyone else froze up on. But now, he had turned into a controversy, a debate topic for adults who've never met him. She felt bad for him, he only did the right thing, why does it have to turn into a debate on law? But it wasn't that big of a problem, it'll die down like all cases do. He didn't tell me about this. She vividly remembered the black markings across his face and the second pair of eyes. He told her his quirk was just a simple power-boosting quirk, not whatever this was. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, startling both mother and daughter. Maya looked at Mina, raising an eyebrow, already having a guess on who the visitor was. Really, Mina? You told him to come here. Well, someone has to scold him for being reckless. Mina defended. Maya laughed, shaking her head as she went upstairs. I'll leave you two to it. Don't go too far now, lioness. Maya winked as Mina huffed, walking towards the door and opening it. And there he was, her best friend, with his signature unreadable expression and the hands in the pockets. She immediately grabbed his arm, dragging him in without saying a word. Someone's eager to talk. But Sukuna thought as he quickly took off his shoes, being dragged into the living room. It was a nice house, but there was just too much pink for his liking. Mina pressed on his shoulders, forcing him to sit on the couch before sitting with him, before she slapped his arm. What's that for? Sukuna raised an eyebrow at her. Mina crossed her arms, pouting at him. Wanna explain why you turned into a comic book vigilante on live TV? Just a spur-of-the-moment thing. Sukuna replied, rubbing the back of his neck. Mina pouted harder. This clearly wasn't the time for him to be nonchalant. And why didn't you tell me? About what? About your quirk. She pointed at him. Don't you think it'd be sus when you gave me a half-ass reply that day when I asked about it? It stings, you know, finding out through television. You trusted the world with this before you trusted me. She whispered, hurt in her voice. Sukuna's mouth was open, not knowing what to reply. Sukuna, ever the antisocial boy, did not understand why it was such a big deal. People do keep secrets sometimes. And you know how I am, you know that I won't freak out. I thought we were in this together. I know you didn't hide it to be edgy or distant or anything, it's just I want to tell you that I'd like to be in your life more, and that you're not alone. She stated seriously before cracking a smile. Now that I realize, you're kinda bad at this, you know, the whole letting people be close thing. She commented, as Sukuna tilted his head. Was he really? In his mind he is letting her be close. He talks to her, trusts her, and he doesn't lie. I don't mean secrets, but like when big stuff, like your quirk, happens. I don't want to find out from a TV commentator with bad hair. I want to be in your life more. Not just the normal and silly parts. She muttered, her hand found its way on his shoulder. Sukuna's eyes were wide. This confession, it sounded like Mina wanted something more with him. He closed his eyes, shutting the thought away. Mina definitely didn't mean it like that. She just doesn't want him to drift into solitude with people who see him as a tool, a symbol, or a threat. She wants to stay with him, through thick and thin. I see. I'm sorry for not considering your feelings before. I didn't think about how it would affect you. I'll try my best for you. Mina smiled, shaking her head as she patted his shoulder. It's alright, what's done is done. And I'm glad that you care. It's okay if you're bad at people stuff, I don't care. I accept this version of you, I'd accept any version of you, because no one is perfect. She smiled sweetly at him. Sukuna found himself staring at her smile. Just, tell me next time before the world does, okay? Sukuna nodded silently, as they stared at each other silently. It was then Mina broke out in a laugh, playfully slapping his arm. Wow, that was very heavy, wasn't it? I didn't know I could be serious like that. It's like we're in a K-drama. Mina laughed. Sukuna found himself smiling as he stared at her. Her laugh made him feel good inside. Hey, do I got something on my face or something? You've been staring for a while. Sukuna blinked, as he regained his senses, staring at an embarrassed Mina, shyly looking up at him. Sorry. Sukuna muttered as Mina smirked, regaining composure and not wanting him to feel bad. Were you mesmerized at the sight of me? Were you? Mina teased, her face getting a little closer to him. Sukuna glanced away, knowing full well she was smiling like a Cheshire cat. Something like that, I guess. He muttered back. Now Mina was surprised. Her pink cheeks having a small red tint to them at his compliment. Why, you're getting too good at this. She muttered, not matching his gaze. Sukuna raised an eyebrow. Too good at what? You told me to be truthful with you, so I'm doing just that. Well. Mina wanted to correct him, that what she meant a few minutes ago was supposed to be used in a different context, not the one he thought, but stopped herself. Why does she need to repair something that's already fixed? Ahem. Anyways, care to tell me what your quirk's all about? She requested. Sukuna hummed, thinking of a way to explain it in layman terms to her. Mina wasn't a fan of long explanations after all. For starters, my quirk's name is called Demon King. He began. Mina whistled at the name. She understood why he'd hide information containing his quirk. With a name like that, he's bound to attract the wrong kind of attention. If I were to simplify it, it would be quirks within a singular quirk. Hold up, what? Dude, that's so overpowered. Mina stared at him in disbelief, her mouth agape. She then questioned him. So I take it that super strength is one of them. Sukuna nodded before the intrigued Mina continued asking, her curiosity about her friend rising. What else is there? Currently I do have one more. And no, Mina, I won't be demonstrating it here. Sukuna immediately shut the pink girl down, knowing what she was going to ask. Mina huffed, pouting. Spoil sport. She grumbled. He only smirked in return. So how do you unlock more of them? You said you currently only have one when there's more. Mina continued. Sukuna sighed, patting his pockets before reaching in one of them. Mina immediately backed up as she saw him take out a disgusting rotting finger. What is that? Did you cut off someone's finger? Calm down, Mina. This is the catalyst that makes me able to unlock more of my powers. It appears randomly throughout my life, specifically after major events. This one appeared after I caused a scene with that slime villain. Oh, I see. Mina slowly returned to where she sat, eyeing the finger warily. Still disgusting though. Well, you're not the one eating it, so relax. Sukuna shook his head, placing the finger back into his pocket. He was definitely not trying to get kicked out of her house by eating it in front of her. Mina made a mock barfing expression. Yug, so glad I'm not you. She stared back at him before giggling a little. See, telling me about it wasn't that bad, right? Sukuna shrugged. I do feel a little lighter. He admitted. She smiled at him, reaching out to him and patting his shoulder. From now on, you can tell me anything, okay? I'm always here for you, even if you don't want me to. That's what friends are for. She vowed. Sukuna stared before he smiled softly, nodding in return. Thank you, Mina. I truly am glad I got to know you. So like, when's the wedding? Both teens looked at Maya, smirking at them with a knowing look. Sukuna glanced, noticed Mina's face becoming pure red. Mom, leave us alone. Hey. Yeah, Sukuna definitely doesn't regret anything. To be continued. 9. Entrance exams. After months of experiencing the reality of the world with his father, tons of books reread multiple times, and hundreds of reflections, Sukuna had locked in on what he wanted to become. Yes, he wanted to become a hero, though not the one people wanted him to be. He'd be the rule breaker, the black sheep, the one who'd challenge authority when no one else does. He was confident in his abilities and grades to do so. Plus, he has Mina with him, so it'll be alright. Today is the UA entrance exam, son. Jean began as he took a sip of coffee his wife made. Kaori smiled at her son, drinking her own cup of coffee. I'm sure you'll do well, just don't let the nerves get to you. We'll be praying for your success. Sukuna smiled a little and nodded, grateful for their support. Thank you, Mom, Dad. I won't let you down. He got up and hugged them both, kissing them on their cheek. Say hi to Mina-chan for me, okay? His mother reminded. Sukuna nodded as he turned around, giving a lazy wave at them without looking back. A few moments later, he was out of the house. Do you think he and Mina-chan are dating in secret? Kaori wondered as her husband chuckled. I wouldn't be surprised if they are. They remind me of us when we were younger. Jean commented. Kaori sighed at his words, raising her hair, running her hand across a long horizontal stitched scar across her forehead, a 2-decade-long scar that became an insecurity more than anything. Jean rolled his eyes, standing up before picking up his wife, who gasped. He made it so that Kairi wrapped her legs around his waist, carrying her as he stared in her eyes, their heads at the same level of each other. I fell in love with Kairi, not how she looked like. Would it surprise you that I fell more in love with you after you got that scar? He grinned, using the same words he always used whenever she was insecure about her scar. I know Jean, it's just Kairi. Kairi gasped as Jean gently kissed her forehead before touching his forehead with hers. I will always love you, no matter how you look like. Even if I was a brain monster. Yes. Jean laughed. He wondered where his wife gets these silly ideas from. Even if your true form was a brain monster. Guys. Both adults looked at Sukuna deadpanning at them. Sukuna. What are you doing here? Kairi yelped, her face brightening. Jean only smiled. Sukuna sighed. Displays of affection like this between his parents wasn't a strange sight, though they should probably get a room. I forgot to take something, just pretend that I'm not here or something. Or maybe just get a room. Dude, how are you so chill about this? My hands are getting sweaty just thinking about the practical exam. Mina nudged him gently, both her and Sukuna sitting together at an auditorium. Both of them had got by the written test without a problem, Mina actually feeling proud of herself due to the test being a breeze. The ease wasn't without hardship though, she'd study like crazy with Sukuna's help during middle school, and she'd like to keep it up if she gets into UA, wanting an easy school life and good future. You'll be fine, Mina. I don't think they'd give something out of the ordinary. Sukuna muttered, waiting for something to happen while crossing his arms. Sukuna, look, it's Present Mike. Mina muttered as a tall, slim man walked in. This was Present Mike, the voice hero. The man had long blonde hair, which he wears spiked upwards, and very eccentric glasses which had a certain shape and color that looked like the glasses of a certain villain in One Piece. As Present Mike stood at the stage, a bunch of teenagers, possibly students of UA, started handing out a piece of paper to each of the attendees. Sukuna received the paper, whisper a small thank you to the person who handed it before reading the contents of the paper. Interesting. It seems we will have to dispatch as much villains as we can, the higher our score the higher our ranking. He thought as Present Mike started his speech. The man's voice was loud, excited, and he actually referred the crowd as his listeners. The hero's explanation was just a summarization of what was in the paper, so Sukuna tuned out the speech, until he looked up after hearing that someone had interrupted Present Mike. He noticed that it was a blue-haired boy wearing glasses. He looked strict as he accused Present Mike for not explaining things properly. Mina huffed and rolled her eyes. Geez, what's up with him? Present Mike was about to explain it anyways. She mumbled. She could tell the guy takes everything too seriously and probably has a habit for jumping to conclusions. If that is a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. We examines are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. Moreover. He then pointed to a certain green-haired boy, who Sukuna recognized as the quirkless teen he saved a couple of months ago. You with the green hair. You've been muttering this whole time. It's distracting. If you're here on a pleasure trip then you should leave immediately. HNGH. The dark blue-haired boy suddenly froze as a wave of pressure fell over him. He felt his heartbeat speeding up to uncomfortable levels, his breathing uncontrolled, panic surging. You done? Sukuna asked, genuinely annoyed. He'd like to get on with the test as soon as possible, already forming a plan in his head and not wanting any sidetracks. The hell? That guy's here too? A certain sandy blonde boy gritted his teeth as he glared at Sukuna from his seat. Sir, please continue. Sukuna looked at Present Mike, as the dark blue-haired boy sat down muttering apologies. As most of the crowd sighed in relief, glad that the interruption was over, Mina smirked, a little proud of her friend. Ha, in your face. That's my man right here. Wait, what? The speech continued. Sukuna wondered why Mina was flustered. You okay? He asked, concerned that his wave of killing pressure had affected her, although he made sure to specifically direct it at that boy. Why yeah, I'm fine. She whispered, patting his arm in reassurance. Though they had grown closer to each other, Mina was actually confused about what they were at this point. Best friends? Lovers? Best friends don't walk each other home, visit each other's parents' houses to hang out, and they sure as hell don't buy matching pens together. Mina remembered what one of her middle school friends said one day. Yes, Mina had actually bought her and Sukuna matching pens. Though pink in color, Mina wouldn't have it any other way. Sukuna had been using it every chance he got ever since then. Mina shook her head, focusing back on the speech. Apparently, 3 of the 4 types of robot villains gave them points, with the 4th type having 0 points, meaning there's no point in defeating it, only acting as an obstacle in every battle center. Finally, I'll give you listeners a present. Have a listen to our school motto. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Now everyone, good luck suffering. Present Mike cackled as he went out of the auditorium as the UA students, acting as faculty, started guiding the examines to their respective battle centers. Looks like we're going to separate for a bit. Bummer. Mina grumbled, the least bit satisfied. Sukuna nodded. I'm sure you'll do well. He muttered, preparing to leave. Mina stopped him by grabbing his wrist. Sukuna looked down at her, raising an eyebrow as she became shy. Hug, please. She stuttered, stretching out her arms. Sukuna blinked, a little surprised at the suggestion. I see you do it all the time to your parents. So I want to give you a hug for good luck. Sukuna chuckled before he stepped forward, going in for a gentle, comforting hug. He gently patted Mina's back before separating, much to the girl's displeasure. Thanks, Mina. I'll see you after the exam. Why yeah, bye. As Sukuna walked away, he couldn't help but feel that his body was warmer than before. He smirked to himself, the sensation of the clumsy hug lingering. He could definitely get used to whatever this new stage of their relationship was. To be continued. 10. Robot Destroyer. TCH. Why the hell am I in the same arena as this guy? The sandy blonde teenager gritted his teeth, glaring at Sukuna from a distance. Sukuna glanced at him before looking away. He recognized the blonde boy, the one who he had saved. If I'm not mistaken, Katsuki Bakugo was his name. Whatever, as long as he doesn't get in my way. Sukuna mused, having received that information from various news sources. Hey, this might seem a little rude but... Sukuna glanced at a boy who approached him. He was blonde with a lightning bolt-shaped streak of black. Are you the guy who jumped in and beat the crap out of that slime villain? Sukuna blinked. That was a question he hadn't heard in a while. He was sure that the curiosity containing him had died down months ago. What of it? He asked, mentally preparing for something unexpected. The boy grinned and gave him a thumbs up. Nothing, just saying that I thought what you did was cool. It sucks that you get so much hate for that though. He stated. Sukuna snorted at his compliment. The people that hate are mostly the ones that would be the first to run from that situation. They simply just don't know what they're talking about. The blonde guy before him shrugged. True, I guess. Everyone's acting like you broke the rules, but you literally saved people. I don't get why everyone was mad about that. It's just sad though, I kinda looked up to Death Arms back then. Would you believe that I was screaming at the TV telling him to jump in? He laughed. Sukuna shook his head a little at the silliness. Never meet your heroes, I guess. The pink-haired boy replied. Hey, what are you guys waiting for? Get moving. There are no countdowns in real battles. Run, 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 listeners. You're wasting time here. Present Mike shouted over the various megaphones placed all over the replica city, causing confusion. Hey, battle's already started, we should go huh? The blonde-haired boy was stumped as he turned back to look at where Sukuna was supposed to be, the pink-haired boy already gone without a trace. Suddenly, a loud crash could be heard. The students looked at where it came from, noticing that Sukuna was standing over a three-pointer robot. Without wasting time, Sukuna disappeared again, finding more robots. His actions caused a huge panic as everyone raced to gather as much points as possible, not wanting Sukuna to hog it all. Since he had devoured 5 fingers, his physical strength without activating the Demon King mode, the one where black tattoos formed around his body, experienced a significant boost. It is without that question that his Demon King mode was also stronger than before, alongside certain abilities. A while later, Sukuna was currently standing in front of a 2-pointer robot that looked like a scorpion. He delivered a punch that caved a huge chunk of the robot's metal shell, sending it flying back, effectively destroying it. He leaped onto a small house, noticing another 2-pointer. With another leap, he slammed his foot down into the robot, crushing it without a sweat. He'd been in this for about 10 minutes, having already gathered 50 points from his robot hunt. On the way, he'd assisted some examines who weren't faring well fighting the robots by jumping in himself, saving them the trouble for being clobbered by the robots. Most would argue that he should just focus on the test, be selfish and let others walk into their own demise. They would say that they didn't train hard enough or their quirk isn't suitable for moments like these, but Sukuna never had this mindset, thanks to his mother. And even if one prepared accordingly, the unexpected could always happen. Plus, he doesn't need a reason to lend a hand. Back to the exam, Sukuna was doing fairly well, though the amount of robots had dwindled, so it was a hassle searching for them. With the amount of points he had gathered, Sukuna was about to call it a day, until the ground started shaking. He turned around and was faced with a giant robot. Its height towered over all of the buildings in the arena. Sukuna stared at the robot, as the people around him ran away, not wanting to face the robot's wrath. Why would they set this thing in every arena for no reason? They know that not everyone's able to defeat it, so what's the point of creating this arena trap? He thought to himself, slowly walking towards the robot. Yo dude, the hell are you doing? Get a move on already. The blonde from before, the one that had a lightning streak on his hair, shouted at him as he ran past him. Sukuna glanced for a second before looking back at the titan of a robot. Oh. He noticed Bakugo walking past him with a crazed expression, obviously wanting to fight the 0-pointer. Katsuki then noticed his presence. He glared, scowling at the sight of him. What are you looking at? Get out of my way. He demanded. Sukuna raised an eyebrow. That's how you talk to the guy who saved your ass. I'm touched. He replied sarcastically, riling up Bakugo who snarled at him. Sukuna ignored his cursing as he looked back at the 0-pointer slowly advancing towards them, its footsteps shook the ground around them. Would you shut up for a moment? I'm trying to focus. Sukuna asked, picking his ear with his pinky finger. Bakugo's mouth was caught as he stared at Sukuna. No one, had ever talked back to him in such a fashion. Does this guy have no idea how powerful he was? Suddenly, Sukuna disappeared. Bakugo widened his eyes, immediately turning to look at the giant robot. But to his surprise, Sukuna was carrying multiple people at the same time, having pulled them out from the debris they were stuck in. TCH. Not wasting time, Bakugo placed his hands in his opposing direction, and blasted towards the giant robot, an eerie grin on his face as he set his eyes on his target. Take this! He shouted as he landed on the robot, placing his hands on it before sending out a giant explosion. Everyone watched from afar as a giant smokescreen enveloped where the robot was. Flying out of the smoke using his explosions, Bakugo landed on the ground. Bakugo cursed as the smoke dispersed, revealing that the zero-pointer was still advancing, having only a chunk of its body somewhat destroyed. This bastard has a harder shell than the others, guess I'll have to use more power. He thought to himself, preparing to jump in again. Huh. His eyes narrowed a little as a large gust of wind blew past him, his hair flailing wildly. Bakugo watched as Sukuna leaped towards the robot, black markings spreading across his face and body. The pink-haired boy pulled his fist back as he was in front of the robot's head. He threw the full-powered punch, sending the robot blasting back with a boom. Its armor crushed, and its internal components exploding all over. The head was decapitated from its body, landing on another area not far from its body. Bakugo staggered back a little from the shockwave of the robot's fall. He watched as Sukuna landed back on the ground, hands in his pockets, as those weird tattoos on his body faded away and the second pair of eyes closing. The pink-haired boy silently walked past the speechless Bakugo, not acknowledging the man one bit. The exam was officially over. Sukuna wondered how Mina did. What a promising batch we have this year. A small white mouse commented with a smile, sitting on an office chair 2 sizes too large for him. The mouse continued. Izuku Midoriya has defeated the zero-pointer, though compiling 0 points overall. Meanwhile, Katsuki Bakugo and Ryaman Sukuna in the other arena have also destroyed the zero-pointer in a show or cooperation. Well, reluctant cooperation with different perceptions is the accurate term. I think these next generation of heroes will be shining stars. Don't you think so? He looked at a blonde-haired skinny man with sharp, angular features and long limbs, who was staring adamantly at the screen before him. All Might. All Might blinked, snapping out of his stupor, before staring at the mouse. Yes. He muttered before glancing at Izuku, Bakugo, then at Sukuna, his gaze lasting longer at the pink-haired boy. Yes, I think this year's batch might be the most interesting one out of them all. To be continued. 11. UA High. I like how people are freaking out over Kairi like she's Kenjaku. I don't know Sukuna, I think I kinda got careless in the written test. Sukuna heard Mina's worried voice from the phone as he stared at the strange circular device before him. Is this a hologram? He wondered. This device was placed in the mailbox this morning, none other than UA High School were the senders. Mina, alongside with every examinee in Japan had also received this device. You did well, Mina. You're thinking too much. He reassured, hearing Mina sighing audibly. Kairi, sitting at the dining table, watched her son at the living room with an amused look. Look at you, Sukuna, reassuring your girlfriend. That's so sweet of you. She laughed at her son deadpanning at her in return. Jean, drinking his coffee, snorted in amusement as he read the latest news articles on his phone. He, alongside with Kairi were nervous about their son's results although they knew he excelled. Oh, is that your mom? Mina asked excitedly. Yes. Hi auntie, we're about to get our results in a minute here. Mina exclaimed as Kairi joined her son on the couch. Kairi smiled after hearing her voice. I can't wait to see what you two got. She replied, as Jean sat on Sukuna's left, staring at the device. Well, this is a little nostalgic, except that they gave you a written letter decades ago. He commented. Come on, let's open already. Alright then. At Mina's bequest, Sukuna pressed the button on his device. In an instant, a muscular All Might popped out with a huge grin, his powerful physique resembling a classic Western comic book superhero. It is I, All Might. I am here to congratulate you, young Sukuna, in passing the UA entrance exams. Truly, your performance in both the written and practical tests has exceeded all of our expectations. All Might declared. Sukuna wondered if All Might would be one of the faculty at UA, otherwise there would be no reason he would take the time to record this. I also want to congratulate you, as your performance at the practical test has broken our school's record. Take a look at this. Suddenly, the hologram expanded, revealing a board behind All Might. It was a ranking list, containing their scores of the top 10 students in the practical exam. Sukuna stared at his name, being at the number 1 ranking, far outclassing the rest of the examens. Villain points and rescue points. Well, he wondered, only knowing about the villain points earned by defeating the robots, which he had 230 of them. His rescue points were quite high, having more than 100 points. What are rescue points, you ask? Well, for your information, the judges were looking at more than people who smash robots. jumping in to help the others who are in need without thinking twice, fighting the zero-pointer without hesitation. I commend you, young man, your actions have touched us, much more so than any quirk. All Might then pointed a finger. Welcome, to your hero academia. With that, the hologram disappeared, leaving two parents with their mouths agape and a pink-haired teen with a small grin. This was going to be fun. I wonder what class Mina is in. Sukuna thought to himself as he walked into the UA campus. Prestigious was an understatement, it looked more like a utopia than anything. Sukuna was in class 1A, though he had no idea which class Mina got, with the girl ordering that they don't share anything about what class they had. Mina had passed, and she was a couple of spots away from entering the top 10 in the examination results. As he stood in front of the classroom door, he wondered if there were any giants attending the school, because the door was gigantic, about 5 humans tall. Sliding the door open, he stepped into his new classroom. Yo, we're in the same class. Sukuna blinked as a red spiky-haired boy with shark-like teeth approached him, an excited expression on him. Do I know you? Sukuna asked, as the air became awkward. The boy before him bursted out laughing. It's me man, Kirishima. Sukuna blinked again, as Kirishima laughed some more. You dyed your hair? He asked, wondering what brought this sudden change. Kirishima nodded and ran his fingers through his hair. Yeah, just wanna reinvent myself you know. I'm done hiding away when I know I have potential to succeed. Kirishima explained briefly. Sukuna nodded, finding himself respecting Kirishima more, holding him in higher regards. Seating placements aren't decided yet, so I guess just sit wherever you want. The red-haired boy added. Sukuna hummed as he looked around the room. There were a few others with them. He recognized the blonde boy who approached him during the entrance exams, to which the teen in question waved at him. Sukuna nodded in return before looking at the rest of his classmates. There was a young man with long blonde hair and a feminine face, the sparkling eyes gave him the appearance of a young prince. Sukuna realized that the man was staring at him weirdly. The pink-haired boy just nodded awkwardly before looking at a girl with dark purple hair and flexible, plug-like earphone jacks hanging from each of her earlobes. Sukuna paid no mind to the girl minding her own business. The sliding door opened again, revealing Bakugo stomping in with a brooding expression. Shitty tie. He cursed, throwing the red tie into the trash bin. It seemed the bright red tie, which was supposed to be a part of the dress code, had been antagonizing the fiery young man. TCH. He walked past Sukuna, glaring at him for a second before taking a seat for his own, putting both of his legs on the table before leaning back, relaxing a little. Seems like he's got a bone to pick with you man. The blonde-haired boy from before approached Sukuna. Name's Kaminari Denki. Just remembered I didn't introduce myself back then. Denki grinned at Sukuna who nodded silently as the boy continued talking. Glad we're the same class, to be honest with you. At least I have someone I recognize in here. None of my friends back in middle school got into UA. He grumbled, before returning to his cheerful expression. I look forward to our time together. Sukuna replied briefly. Kirishima, standing on the sidelines, smiled as he watched his antisocial friend trying his best to get out of his comfort zone. So what did you think about UA so far? Denki asked, motioning for Sukuna to sit beside him to which he did. The blonde motioned for Kirishima to join as well, to which the redhead gladly did. I haven't seen anything that would make me give a comment just yet. It's just like any other school, just the school's motive is different. Sukuna replied bluntly. Still can't believe you went in to fight the zero-pointer though. Denki brought up. Sukuna shrugged. The robot didn't look like it was stopping anytime soon, someone had to do something. Man, I wish I had your bravery. Denki sighed, crossing his arms. Everyone here will have their moment soon enough. Sukuna replied vaguely. No freaking way. Everyone looked at the door, seeing Mina whose bright expression lit up the whole room. Her eyes were staring at one man and one man only. We're in the same class. She yelled as she ran towards Sukuna who got up facing up. Best day ever. The whole class stared at Mina hugged Sukuna tightly, burying her face into his chest, a huge smile on her face. Oi, get a room bastards. Bakugo shouted, disgusted by the scene. Kirishima just laughed. You lucky bastard. Sukuna glanced at Denki who pointed at Mina, left eye twitching in annoyance. You had a girlfriend and you didn't tell me. To be continued. 12. Quirk Apprehension Test. So he's here too. Interesting, he doesn't seem to have a quirk the last time I saw him. Sukuna mused as he took glances at a green-haired boy with freckles, currently blushing furiously in front of an auburn-haired girl whose face looks like the super adorable Kirby. A late bloomer maybe? But that should be impossible, almost all cases of late bloomers are kids at the age of 4. He shook his head, maybe that boy was just an extremely rare case. What's up with that guy? Kirishima mumbled, pointing at the dark blue-haired boy wearing glasses, currently berating Bakugo for having his feet on the table. Can you shut the fuck up? I can sit however I want damn it. Did I hurt your feelings with the way I sit or something? Bakugo shouted, not calm at the slightest. The blue-haired boy seemed taken aback at the outburst, wondering how he got into the program with that atrocious behavior. This is going to be a long 3 years. Denki grumbled, already planning to purchase noise-canceling headphones. Mina rolled her eyes at the fight as she set her bag down at a desk next to Sukuna's. Well, at least the 3 years won't be boring. Mina smiled, trying to be positive. Sukuna shrugged, sitting down while the shouting match continued. We should really separate them though. That Bakugo guy really looks like he's about to throw a punch. Kirishima commented. Sukuna stares at the arguing duo and sighed, standing up and approaching them as the redhead followed. Bakugo glanced at Sukuna before scowling at him. The hell do you want? He hated the way Sukuna glanced at him with that uncaring gaze of his, like he considers him as nothing but an extra. Shut up before sensei gives us all detention. Sukuna motioned his head towards the door, as the whole class immediately glanced at it. An awkward silence quickly filled the room, as they were all staring at a man covered by a yellow sleeping bag lying outside of the classroom. Sukuna could tell their sensei had seen some things, those kinds of people had a special gleam in their eyes. Added with how worn out he looked, how unkempt his hair and stubble was, and how bloodshot his eyes were, it seems their sensei wasn't the usual pro-hero. He knew who this man was, the Erasure hero, Eraserhead, also known as Shota Aizawa. Most people in Japan wouldn't know him being an underground hero and all, unless they really dig deep in forums or underground websites. Well, this is going to be an interesting 3 years after all. Sukuna thought back to Mina's words a moment ago while their sensei in question got out of his sleeping bag. Not bad. Took you 3 seconds to quiet down. He muttered as he stood in front of them before continuing. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Pleasure meeting you all, I guess. He introduced awkwardly. Aizawa then took out a large briefcase from the inside of his sleeping bag, placing it in front of the teacher's table in front. With a couple of clicks, the case expanded horizontally, revealing blue PE uniforms with sizes that match each student. Put these on and meet me at the PE grounds. I'm giving you all 15 minutes to change at the locker room. Aizawa stared at them. Well, what are you brats waiting for? Get changed already. Yes, sensei. Bro, you are ripped. Those gym sessions are doing wonders. Kirishima commented as the boys were all changing in the locker room. By the way, what do you think we're going to the P.E grounds for? The red-haired wondered. Sukuna put on his shirt silently. It's most likely a test. He replied after a while. Weird, aren't we supposed to have orientation? Sukuna looked at a lean black-haired boy with elbows having the shape of cylindrical tape dispensers. This school lets teachers do whatever they want. They've never followed traditional school methods. He replied. Besides, I'd rather not beat around the bush and get started. He added. The black-haired boy whistled. You're Sukuna, right? The guy who fought the slime villain. Saw a bunch of clips of it. Sukuna sighed, not really wanting to be known for that incident. Who's asking? Name's Hanta Siro. Siro reached out his fist at Sukuna, who stared at it. He didn't understand why people were being so friendly with him. This never happened in middle school. Was it because he fought the slime villain, or were they just sucking up to him because he was powerful and didn't want to be on his bad side? Sukuna lightly bumped fists with Siro, before silently walking out of the locker room. Siro looked at him before at Kirishima. Strange guy, isn't he? I thought he didn't know what fist bump was for a second there. He commented. Kirishima shrugged. He's bad with people, his social skills is practically zero. Kirishima explained bluntly. Doesn't take a genius to figure that out, but still, is it just me or does he look like he's carrying a big burden on his shoulders? He's got that look in his eyes, you know. I don't know, man. Genuinely have no idea what's going on in his head sometimes. A quirk apprehension test, huh? Sukuna thought to himself as they all gathered at the grounds. Aizawa didn't waste time and started explaining. You all will be conducting a series of fitness tests. There will be 8 tests in total, I'm sure you all know them already. The 50-meter dash, softball pitch, standing long jump, grip strength test, repeated side steps, long distance run, seated toe touch, and sit-ups. He rubbed his neck as he continued. I'm sure you've been taking standardized tests most of your lives, but you never got to use your quirks in physical exams before. The country's still trying to pretend we're all created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. One day, the Ministry of Education will learn. He mumbled. Most of the class became uncomfortable with the monologue, Bakugo and Sukuna remained indifferent, one wanting to show off while the other just wanted to get it over with. Sukuna, you managed to get the most points on the entrance exam. Take this and throw it as far as you can using your quirk. And remember. Aizawa lightly threw the softball at Sukuna, who lazily caught it, stepping into the pitching circle. This is a test, use everything you have. I can tell when one is holding back, so don't go hiding your strength with me, we don't do that stuff here. Aizawa warned. Wasn't planning to anyways. Sukuna muttered as he exhaled a little. Black marking spread across his body as everyone watched, some in horror and awe at the strange transformation. Whoa! Mina whispered as she watched Sukuna's second pair of eyes open under his original ones. The pink-hair boy entered a stance before he threw the ball as hard as he could, the throw creating a shockwave sending dust everywhere. It broke the sound barrier. Aizawa thought to himself, staring at the device in his hand that measured the speed of the softball. Well, it's a new record all right. He mumbled, showing Sukuna and the class the distance of the ball. 1.5 kilometers. The class gasped while Sukuna remained indifferent, staring at the device with an unreasonable expression. Man, this is kinda fun. Yeah, we get to use our quirks. How cool is that? Sukuna blinked as he heard his classmates' cheerful chattering. He took a glance at Aizawa and knew they were in for a scolding. For this specific moment, Sukuna was glad he knew how to think before speaking. Having fun, eh? So you brats were planning to have fun in UA in 3 years after all, huh? He grinned creepily at them, raising his long hair that covered his face. New rule, the student who gets last in this test gets expelled. The students gasped in horror, save for a black-haired girl to which Sukuna noticed from his peripheral vision. The green-haired boy looked like he was about to faint. Sukuna smirked to himself as he walked back to them, while Aizawa was enjoying their reactions before scaring them with one more sentence. Welcome to UA's Department of Heroics. To be continued. 13. Test results. The once innocent quirk apprehension test turned into living hell for Class 1A, save for some students like Bakugo, who wasn't even fazed by his sensei's threats due to his overwhelming confidence in his own quirk and physical abilities. All of you have phones, and I'm sure you scroll reels all the time, so you should have some idea from some videos that this world isn't fair at the slightest. I'm sure kids like you know that much. Natural disasters, power-hungry maniacs, catastrophic accidents that wipe out whole cities. Unfairness rules the world. You should be lucky that you got into UA. Aizawa began as the students stared at him, some with their mouths agape. Our job as heroes is to push back that unfairness. It's also our job to restore reason with the responsibilities pushed onto us, and with the quirks we were born with. If you want to go pro, you're gonna have to push yourself to the brink. For the next 3 years, UA will be your hell, throwing one hardship after another at you. He then motioned them with his index finger, a come at me kind of signal. So, go beyond. Plus ultra style. Prove to me it's no mistake that you're here. Even though Aizawa had 2 eyes, it felt like he was staring into each and every student present. Some gulped, some mentally hardened themselves, ready to face the trials to come. Sukuna just dug his ears. Come on then, show me what you got. You're fast. Sukuna glanced at Tenya Ida, the glasses-wearing, dark blue-haired boy that had an argument with Bakugo a while ago. They had just finished the 50-meter dash, which should be Ida's strong suit due to his quirk called Engine, giving him car-like engines in each of his calves, allowing him to have incredible running speed and extreme kicking power. Even with that quirk, Sukuna still gave him a run for his money. During the first 10 meters of the run, Ida was already at full speed while Sukuna seemed like he wasn't even trying. His speed was like a blur compared to Ida's. What kind of quirk do you have? Ida questioned after regaining his breath. The Demon King kind. Sukuna muttered half-heartedly as he walked past him. What kind of quirk? Ida shook his head repeatedly before he could finish his sentence. We listen, we don't judge. He chanted in his mind, walking awkwardly behind Sukuna. Your boyfriend's really killing it right now. Mina gasped as she looked at the purple-haired girl with headphone jacks hanging down her ears. He's not my boyfriend. Mina stuttered out, her pink face darkening a little. The girl, whom Mina knew as Kyoka Jiro after a brief introduction a while ago, raised an eyebrow at her. Really? You two were hugging it out just a while ago when you got the same class and you're telling me he's not your special someone. Jiro raised an eyebrow at her. That's what friends do all the time. Ha ha ha. Mina laughed awkwardly, walking a little faster to get out of her situation. Jiro was deadpanning at her. Yeah, keep telling yourself that, Mina. As the 50-meter dash test was over, the class went through multiple other tests, with Sukuna excelling in all of them, save for the sustained sideways jump test, which an extremely short boy named Minoru Mineta beat him just by a little bit using his own quirk. After the 7th test, everyone now had to go through the softball throw test. Sukuna, having already completed the test before, watched as Bakugo achieved 705.2 meters for the softball throw. The blonde boy scowled as he stomped away from the pitching zone, presumably upset that he didn't get a higher score than Sukuna's. PSHH. What a man-child, that guy. Jiro snorted to herself. He should be thankful he was born with a quirk like that, though having a quirk like that must have gotten to his head. She mused, shaking her head. Sukuna watched as Okako Yurika received an infinity mark due to her quirk allowing objects to float with a touch of her fingertips. It was no wonder she was in the top 10 rankings in the entrance exams. Then the green-haired boy with freckles stood up. From what he heard from chatter, Izuku Midoriya was his name. And at the moment, Izuku was the definition of nervous and panic. Midoriya's not doing too well, is he? Ida commented as the green-haired boy shakily stepped in the pitching zone. Bakugo snorted. You think, quirkless bastard like him is gonna end up getting expelled? Bakugo shouted, purposefully letting Izuku hear him, lowering his confidence. Quirkless. Didn't you see what he did during the entrance exams? I was in another arena, dumbass. Course I didn't see it. Huh, Bakugo says Midoriya's quirkless but Ida says he's not. What's up with that? Denki mumbled. Late bloomer maybe. Kirishima mumbled back. Sukuna was in deep thought. It seems like Izuku was more of an anomaly than the pink-haired boy thought. Bakugo must have an history with Izuku, maybe they were in the same middle school before this. Having said that, no wonder why Izuku ran in the other day, and they did have the same school uniforms when I saw them. Sukuna recalled the slime villain incident. So if what Bakugo said was true, then how did Izuku here suddenly have a quirk out of nowhere? Sukuna sighed a little, saving the thought for later, as Izuku entered a rough stance. Everyone prepared for a large throw, some stepping back a little in case of a shockwave. But what happened next was the biggest disappointment of their lives. Izuku only managed 46 meters, extremely disappointing for such a build-up. No, it's because of him. Sukuna glanced at Aizawa, whose eyes were glowing red as he laid his eyes on Izuku, not taking them off him as he approached the shocked boy. How in the blue hell did someone like you manage to enter UA? Aizawa began, the absurdly long gray scarf around him started magically floating a little. The sensei then continued. From what I saw during the practical test in the entrance exam, you have absolutely no control over your quirk whatsoever. You can't harness its full power, which means you can't use it efficiently. If I'd let you throw that just now your bones would have broke. Do you really think someone's gonna come save your crippled ass every time you go out there and fight? With a simple motion, Aizawa managed to wrap the scarf around Izuku, the boy struggling to escape. Face it, what you are right now, you would be nothing more than a liability in battle. Izuku looked like he was about to break down in a moment's notice. Bakugo was smirking, seemingly enjoying Izuku's suffering. You have the same insufferable passion like a certain hero I know, one who saved 1,000 people by himself and became a legend. But even with that drive, you're worthless. If you can only throw a single punch before breaking down, sorry kid, there's no other way to say it, with that kind of limit, there's no way you can become a hero. Aizawa dropped the bomb Izuku never wanted to hear. Denki whistled to himself. Man, so glad I'm not Midoriya. That scarf looks like it hurts. He muttered. Kirishima elbowed him a little, signaling him to be quiet. Is it mean for me to say that he deserves it? Denki whispered. If what sensei says is true, then if he keeps pushing like that, he won't last a week here. This whole thing means nothing if he destroys himself first. He continued, a rare grounded side appearing. Dude, I'd rather not have sensei target us right now. Kirishima grumbled back as Aizawa let Izuku go, letting him have a go a second time. Izuku clenched the ball tightly, he glanced at his classmates for a while before setting his eyes on Sukuna, the pink-haired boy's eyes seemingly staring into his soul, like he knew his deepest darkest secrets. Izuku gulped before focusing back on the test. He entered a stance again before he raised his arm, preparing to throw the ball. What came next was a giant shockwave that shocked most students. Sukuna stared as Izuku's index finger became a lifeless dark red, almost the same color and appearance as his cursed fingers. A thought did come to Sukuna's mind, one that made him even more suspicious of Izuku. Massive force output without visible mutation before the usage of the quirk. Why does this quirk remind me of? Sukuna narrowed his eyes, concerned at his own train of thought. This guy couldn't possibly be related to All Might, could he? To be continued. 14. Violent intervention. Bakugo was horrified as he stared at the score Izuku received. 705.3 meters, just a bit further than his score. What the fuck? A quirk. This bastard had a quirk all this time. His scowl was for all the world to see as he used his quirk to blast towards Izuku. DEKU. What the hell is this? You better have a good explanation, asshole. Bakugo shouted. Aizawa narrowed his eyes, already planning to activate his quirk to temporarily erase Bakugo's quirk, but then he saw Sukuna move from the corner of his vision. Oh boy, this is one hell of a first day. He thought to himself, preparing to erase both their quirks. Yes, Sukuna was 100% jumping in. He isn't doing it to protect Izuku, nor he was trying to play the hero. He just wanted to punch Bakugo in the face, and maybe get him to stop being a nuisance in his school life. Aizawa used his quirk, effectively, erasing both Sukuna's and Bakugo's quirk, the effects quickly showing with Bakugo as his explosions disappeared. But then Aizawa remembered something, even if Sukuna's quirk was disabled, he still moved like he had one. His performance before fighting the zero-pointer robot was proof. Well, there's only one outcome. Bakugo is done for. An uncomfortable bang could be heard across the field as Sukuna's fist collided straight into Bakugo's face, sending the boy flying back and tumbling on the ground. Ah, I probably shouldn't have done that. How can I make friends like Mina told me to? He thought to himself before shaking his head, looking down at Bakugo holding his bleeding nose. I still haven't gotten my thank you for saving your ass the other day. Yeah, I'm petty like that. What the hell is wrong with you? This is none of your damn business. This is between me and Deku. Bakugo shouted as he got up. Sukuna shrugged. Meh, just wanted to punch you in your stupid face. Why you shit? Bakugo jumped back as Sukuna appeared in front of him again, hands in his pockets. You're wasting everyone's time, especially mine. I don't have time for your insolence, Bakugo. I'm here to learn how to be a hero, not watching you cause trouble like you're a villain. And I'm sure everyone here can agree with me that you're a nuisance. Bakugo slowly looked at the rest of the class. Yes, they were concerned for his injuries, but none of them stepped in, for it would mean that they were fine with Bakugo's destructive behavior. Sukuna originally just wanted to punch and leave, but while he was at it, might as well try to forcefully create a peaceful environment in the class for the class's well-being. That would certainly save him and the others, only Mina, some headaches. Sorry to break it to you, but you are not intimidating at the slightest. You're a barking dog who just so happens to have a good quirk, and you even sound like one. Nah wait, calling you a barking dog is insulting to dogs. You're annoying, plain and simple. With that attitude, you'd be better off as a villain. Whoa man, don't you think you're going a little too far? Calling him a villain straight up is kinda uncool. Kirishima stepped in. Mina watched, worry in her eyes. Sukuna was never like this, he was never this violent. Sukuna glanced at him lazily. I'm just stating the obvious. If ego is all he's got, then he's adjacent to one. You could hand him a hero license and he'd still make everyone wish it was fake. You can tell no one keeps him in check. He stared down at Bakugo, straight into his soul. You could scream you're better than anyone else all you want, but one thing's for sure. There's always someone better than you. Bakugo's breathing became erratic as he stared straight into Sukuna's eyes. It was like staring into the eyes of a demon. You got that? Sukuna narrowed his eyes as he felt a tug at his ear. He glanced down, seeing Mina pulling on his ear with a stern expression, but all Sukuna saw was just a pouting Mina. You're making everyone uncomfortable. Mina warned. Sukuna stared down at her for a moment before sighing in defeat. Whatever. Sukuna let himself be dragged by Mina still tugging on his ear. Aizawa sighed to himself, but secretly he was kind of glad that Sukuna did what he did. From his own evaluation of Bakugo when he made a background check, the kid had a lot of behavioral issues. Bakugo, detention after school for starting a fight, and get yourself to recovery girl. Sukuna, detention as well for injuring him. He pointed at Bakugo and Sukuna. The pink-haired boy sighed while Bakugo scowled. Even though UA is different from normal schools, it still has some of the usual unreasonable traditions. Never had detention before. Sounds fun. Sukuna commented before he was slapped in the arm by Mina. Aizawa sighed as everything was back under control again. Back to the main point, it's time to present the results. Aizawa held up his device as a hologram popped up. The total is simply an aggregate sum of each of your scores. If I recite it one by one it'd take a billion years, so just take a look for yourselves. Oh, and by the way. He grinned at them again. The expulsion thing? Yeah, that was a lie. It was just a logical ruse to make you give your all. He revealed as most of the class shouted in disbelief. Seriously you guys? I thought it was pretty obvious. Sukuna glanced at a black-haired girl named Yaoru Zumomo sighing to herself, with Mina nodding in agreement. He looked back at the ranking. Well, at least some people here can be logical. He thought, staring at his rank, which was number 1. A few minutes later, after Aizawa gave each of them some pointers, the hologram disappeared before he turned his back onto them. That's it for today. Your curriculum sheets are back at your classroom, so give them a once-over. Midoriya, get yourself to recovery girl. Class dismissed. Sukuna, stay in class for detention. I'll make sure Bakugo doesn't run away. Why did you do that? Ida confronted Sukuna while they were in the changing room once more. Recall what happened before Sensei came into class and you'll know why. Sukuna replied bluntly. Ida's arms moved around in strange chopping patterns, a rather peculiar tic. But that isn't hero-like at all. Violence is not a teaching tool, and you are violating every principle a hero must uphold. You should have advised him on the side, not humiliate him in front of everyone. Ida argued, causing everyone in the room to stare at them silently, wondering how this would play out. You seriously think Bakugo can be reasoned with? If you want proof, ask Midoriya. Man, looks like we have ourselves a comedian in Class 1A. Sukuna replied to Ida with an amused expression. To be a hero, you sometimes need to be the villain. You understand that much, right? But you all may dislike what I did, I have no qualms about that, and maybe I could have done it better. But you'll realize soon enough that I just saved all of your asses from being blown off by him. Sukuna put on his school uniform before walking to the door, not bothering to look at Ida's stunned expression anymore. I got detention to attend. I'll leave you guys to it. Ciao. 15. Detention. Sukuna and Bakugo sat in the classroom silently. Bakugo staring at the desk, fists clenched on the table, while Sukuna, hands behind his head, laid back in a relaxed manner without a care for the person sitting to his right. Aizawa was out like a light, sleeping in his yellow sleeping bag on the ground. Fuck you. Bakugo suddenly broke the silence. No thanks, I'm into girls. Sukuna casually replied, not even opening his eyes to look at him. Bakugo slammed the table in rage. The man was just that easy to rage bait. This is exactly why you don't deserve to study in UA and become a hero. Sukuna commented, now putting his feet up on the table. Who the hell gave you the right to decide that? Bakugo stood up, pointing at him, face full of rage. Sukuna finally opened his eyes, glancing at him lazily. Are you seriously asking me that question? Seems like getting into UA doesn't mean you have a functioning brain. You'd likely be more successful as a villain rather than a hero. I'll kill you. See what I mean? Your dumbass is proving me right. Sukuna snorted, shaking his head. Bakugo just growled, clenching his fists, his fingernails painfully digging into his skin. How does it feel to have someone better than you at every aspect? Did I hurt your little feelings? Is your sensitive ego demolished? Suck it up, this world doesn't care about what you feel, the villains surely don't. Either you be nice, or have the whole class and possibly the whole school be your enemy for 3 years. I gotta warn you, Mina is the queen of gossip for a reason. Or was it the queen of tea? He mumbled the question to himself, rubbing his chin with a thoughtful expression. The hell? Is this asshole really getting his girlfriend to help ruin my life? Just how petty can this bastard get? Bakugo shouted in his mind, cursing Sukuna as much as he could, as fast as he could. What's it gonna be? I'm not telling you to do a 180-degree personality change and become All Might or something, I'm telling you to at least not be a pain in the ass in everyone's lives. Don't think I don't know what you did at Aldera High, Bakugo. Bakugo widened his eyes in horror, slowly stepping back as Sukuna's gaze became a little too menacing. Better be careful with what you say from now on, Mina has friends in a lot of places. But really? You told Midoriya to kill himself so he can hopefully get a quirk in the next life? And I have so much more than just that. You really should put that creativity into better use instead of whatever this is. All of this just proves that you're no better than a villain. Alright fine. Bakugo interjected, in full-on panic mode. I'll be nice or whatever. Just don't let your girl air that shit out. He shouted, almost having a begging tone. Sukuna smirked. Seems like we have a deal. I can now at least expect a somewhat harmonious school life. Let us start anew, shall we? He stretched out his hand, with Bakugo staring at it while blinking. TCH. I hate you. He grumbled, shaking the hand. Bakugo winced as they shook hands. No wonder Sukuna ranked first in the grip strength test. Well, this is getting boring quick. Our detention is almost done. And since Sensei is fast asleep, I'm out of here. Sukuna glanced at Aizawa before grabbing his bag and exiting the class without hesitation, leaving Bakugo to stare where Sukuna was previously standing. This guy was a maniac, and that was simply a severe understatement. But that pink alien girlfriend of his, Mina was her name if he remembered correctly, even though she looked like an ordinary cheerful girl. In some ways she's more of a demon than him. Sukuna and Mina were once again walking home, and since UA is far from their houses, they have to take the subway. On some days Sukuna would be paying for the tickets, on some days it would be Mina doing so to lighten the burden, though Sukuna always manages to get his way, paying for them both in the end, not wanting Mina to spend money. Instead of the usual chatter, Mina was weirdly silent today. Though he noticed something else, she was wrapping her arms around his right arm tightly, something she never did but now she acted like it was the norm. Why'd you have to go punch Bakugo like that? Aizawa-sensei had it all handled didn't he? Mina brought up. Sukuna remained silent as they walked forward. You could have used words, you know. Try my way of things once in a while maybe. She continued. Sukuna sighed. On a guy like Bakugo, with an ego like that, he'd only see guidance from us as a personal attack. Yeah I know that, but it's just, well just now was the first time I saw you get into a fight, and man. I didn't know you were that fast, and that was when Sensei cancelled out your quirk. He grunted in return, not knowing what to say. Mina then continued. But back to the point. I get that Bakugo's stubborn, but he's not stupid is he? You cracked the shell. Now he's either going to double down, or he's going to be confused for eternity unless someone shows him a better way to exist, which also makes it your problem now. Mina smirked at him. Sukuna blinked before he exhaled loudly. Does it really? Yup. Mina emphasized the P sound, her smirk widening. I think I've said this before to you once, yes. Intervening in people is more serious than intervening in battles. She recounted. After all, battles end while personality inflection points last decades. So now that you've essentially restructured his whole social reality, you're now obligated to help him like it or not. Hi. Mina grinned, knowing full well that her socially awkward friend would have a hard time doing so. Shit. He muttered to himself. Great. Just what he wanted on the first day of school, be a therapist. Mina patted his back in reassurance. Relax, I'm sure the whole class would help out with that. I don't think they'd like their 3 years to be filled with silly drama between classmates. If you say so. He whispered before glancing at an ice cream parlor. He casually grabbed her hand and gently dragged a now flustered Mina towards the store. Let's go. My treat. Hey. So, Kirishima fumbled with his piece of paper for a bit before looking at Sukuna staring at his own. What electives are you choosing? Still thinking about it. The pink-haired boy replied, analyzing everything. Currently, the whole class was choosing their own electives under the supervision of Aizawa. Just like any other school, UA offers electives for students. Its catalog would be unreasonably massive, because quirks fracture reality into 1,000 niche specializations. While a normal school offers art or computer science, UA basically offers, don't accidentally level a City 204. Students absolutely have to choose carefully. Sure they could switch electives, but that would mean they could possibly lag behind weeks of syllabus. Basically, switching electives midterm would mean that one missed the foundational theory, prerequisite lab safety training and possibly not understanding the instructor's internal jargon and unspoken assumptions. What kind of hero do I want to be? Sukuna wondered to himself. He'd never really confronted that question in a while, though it usually ends up with him having more questions than answers in the first place. He shook his head, rereading the entire piece of paper once again. Meanwhile, as Aizawa watched them with a bored gaze, the class was silent, dead silent. It seemed like they understood the importance of this moment. I have no need for most of the combat, movement, and quirk mastery electives. Why would I waste time on fundamentals that I already have? He reasoned in his mind, skipping the section entirely. Rescue, survival, and emergency response electives. We're going to learn it anyways being in the Department of Heroes, so no point in taking them too. He skipped that part without a second thought. Ah, here's one. Villain and crime studies. The syllabus contains criminal networks and underground economies, countervillain intelligence, black market tech analysis, superhuman terrorism studies and much more. Sukuna nodded to himself as he ticked the box, deciding to take the elective. He'd then take the philosophy, ethics, and deep dread elective, containing subjects such as philosophy of heroism, quirk determinism versus free will, ethics of superhuman power, villainy and moral relativism, symbolism and myth-making in modern society, philosophy of violence and justice, and strangely, existentialism for teenagers with superpowers. Then he'd take support and engineering core. He'd had some ideas for some time now, and maybe learning how to make them would prove useful. Who knows? He might earn money from patents. Having an influence over society does sounds fun. He ticked the experimental support tech, public image, law, and society, and strategy, intelligence, and mind sciences electives as well. This might be a lot for a Higgs schooler, and he might get a meeting with the principal for choosing this much, but Sukuna knows himself, he knows he can handle it. He might be at school every single day though, which is a bummer, but it is what it is. Power comes with a sacrifice. He just hoped he'd be able to use this knowledge. To be continued. 16. Ground Beta. I'm not one to argue about the pursuit of knowledge, but are you sure you're able to handle the mental load? As expected, Sukuna was called to the principal's office, far sooner than he expected. It's with the teachers are worried, or they want to keep him monitored due to the strangely concerning subjects he undertook. The principal of UA has a weird appearance so to speak. Was he a dog, a mouse, or a bear? A cat in disguise maybe? Sukuna let go of that thought for now. The important thing was that he's the principal. It's useful knowledge, principal. I'd only be sacrificing my time for 3 years. And who knows? I might actually have fun learning for once. You don't normally see philosophical debates thrown around in class, do you? The pink-haired student admitted. The principal, Nizu was his name, only nodded. It would be a rather interesting class, I must say. But initially, I thought someone like you would choose the combat courses. Your choices are bizarre, I must say. What? Was it because I have a destructive quirk? That's kinda discriminatory, don't you think, principal? Sukuna raised an eyebrow at him. Nizu shook his head, internally panicking a little for seemingly offending Sukuna. That wasn't what I meant, you see. The combat courses are what every other hero in training obsesses over. So naturally, with you being in the Department of Heroes and having such innate power, I thought you would pick them, but instead you pile up electives in strategy, economics, villain studies, philosophy, and tech. Sukuna snorted. Sorry but not sorry if you feel disappointed, principal. I was never one for following what others want for me. I will carve my own path in this school. Now will you let me take these electives? He asked. I suppose I have no choice. But what are you planning to do with such a burden of information? Nizu couldn't help but ask. Nothing to be concerned of. Sukuna got up, having gotten the permission he originally came for. Nizu watched him leave, a pot of worry bubbling inside him. I hope you aren't using it for evil. Right, Sukuna-san? Sukuna remained silent as he reached for the door handle. Right. Nizu was getting more nervous. Why the hell isn't Sukuna saying anything back? As his pink-haired student stepped halfway out of the room, he glanced back at Nizu with a smirk. You don't need to concern yourself with such trivial things. Ciao, principal. Oh boy, what has Principal Nizu done now? He's changed a little. Shiro commented as Bakugo sat down in class, the boy's brooding face visible from a mile away. Guess it did work then. Mina commented, recalling a certain memory. Her mind flashed back to a conversation she had with Sukuna, when they were in an outing that their parents insisted them to plan. Flashback. I got some tea about that Bakugo guy you saved. Tons of places are talking about him. X, 4chan, Threads, even Reddit. Mina began as they together on the bench, enjoying the scenery of the park in the middle of a sunset. Sukuna grunted, signaling Mina to continue. From what I got, apparently this guy is a big douchebag in his middle school. The students there say that he thinks he's the top dog just because his quirk is superior than most. Imagine if we have a pro hero who acts like that. I'm pretty sure we already have some, we just never know about them. Ugh, I'd rather not have this guy as my classmate. My school life would be hell. And also, did you know he's discriminate towards the quirkless? Really? Yeah, apparently he always bullies this kid called Izuku Midoriya for not having a quirk. Some people say he even told him to kill himself. Wait, isn't this Midoriya guy the one you saved the other day? Yes. Sukuna muttered. Weird, why would he save his own bully? He shook his head, looking back at Mina. Ignore them. I'd rather focus on you right now. Sukuna stated. Mina blinked, a little taken aback. Did this doofus know that he's flirting with her at the moment? Sure, whatever you say. Here's hoping I have a somewhat normal school life. Mina whispered, her flashback ending. The class heard loud footsteps approaching them, gathering their attention towards the front door. I am here, coming through the door like a normal person. Some students' eyes lit up as All Might came barging in, his toothy grin bright as the sun. The number one hero laughed as several upper-year students walked in, placing a bunch of containers besides him. Let's get straight to business, everyone. Today we will be having. All Might scribbled on the whiteboard before stepping aside. The trial of battle. He declared, pointing at the whiteboard having the exact words he mentioned. The class was excited, especially Bakugo, whose bloodlust was oozing off him crazily while grinning like a maniac. It had been almost weeks since their first day at UA, and things have been almost uneventful, with the occasional training of their respective quirks. Today was a very special occasion, since usually Aizawa was one watching over the heroics class, but now All Might was here. These are your hero costumes, prepared just like you all requested formally to match your quirks. Come on, get changed and gather at ground beta in 10 minutes tops. And don't forget, from here on out, you're all officially heroes. Yes sir. Dude, I like the fit and all, but people are gonna mistake you for a student instead of a pro. Kirishima chuckled as he and Sukuna were heading towards ground beta, the other boys following close behind, striking up their own conversations. The pink-haired boy was wearing a simple black long-sleeve shirt resembling a Gakurin over a red hoodie, black pants, and red shoes, though it was anything but simple. In actuality, it was filled with experimental tech from yours truly. Like fish to water, they say. Sukuna had glided through the conceptual parts effortlessly, shocking his sensei of the Department of Support, Power Loader, who manages the support course development studio. Though there was a big difference between him and Mei Hatsum of Class 1H, another first-year genius in the Department of Support, he was the student who builds only what served him a purpose. Clean, minimal, brutally functional prototypes, while Mei built for the love of the game. Two entirely different philosophies of engineering colliding like tectonic plates. His hero outfit, his pride and joy, the Gakurin outer layer had impact-dispersing polymer weave and shape memory fibers that stiffen on impact. Visually it was simple, but it's functionally terrifying. Meanwhile, his red hoodie had thermal regulation fabric, which provided cooling and heating depending on energy output, while the hood was lined with acoustic dampening to block some sensory quirks. In addition to that, his pants was modified with stretchable graphene-reinforced fabric for extreme movement without tearing and microservos at joints to reduce fatigue and amplify movement efficiency. Lastly, his red shoes were the most engineered piece, having shock-absorbing soles for landing from absurd heights, kinetic energy storage modules that release bursts for speed or jumps and magnetic soles for vertical surfaces. He couldn't done it without the assistance of Mei and Power Loader though, their input had helped reduce failures. And with their help, he was also the first person to create reactive fabric systems, energy channeling textile architecture and kinetic footwear tech. He'd make sure to head to the Department of Management later for patenting work. We're here. Where are the girls at? Denki asked. At the same moment he asked that question, the boy heard chatter from a certain direction. The girls were here. Sukuna immediately laid his eyes on Mina. Boy was he mesmerized. To be continued. 17, Team Battle. So what do you think? Mina asked Sukuna, twirling once in front of him, making sure he sees every part of her hero costume. The pink-haired boy could only stare, his mouth opened a little. A plain white mask with thin lines over her eyes mixed with a purple and turquoise skin-tight bodysuit with a camouflage pattern. Over this, she wore a cropped, sleeveless, beige-colored waistcoat with white fur along its collar. To end it off, she had custom-made beige acid-proof boots with holes in the sole. What? No reply. Did I get your heart going or something? Hi. Mina giggled, loving his speechless reaction. She's never had him like this. Having him wrapped around her finger was fun. Mina decided to find ways to do it more. From the side, Denki, Kirishima, Siro and Bakugo were mock-vomiting at the scene. You'd get a room already. Someone get me bleach. Bakugo shouted, clenching his throat. The girls watching could only laugh at the scene. Ida wanted to scold them for this behavior. It isn't nice mocking a private moment after all, but he held off on it, as it was just friendly banter between friends. Ida was a Sukuna x Mina shipper since day one, along with the rest of the 1A girls and boys, except for Mineta who seethed in rage and jealousy. Even if they weren't a couple just yet, though Ida did not believe that was the case at all, he'd secretly hoped they would soon get together, as they surprisingly do fit well even though they were complete polar opposites. What wonderful outfits you all have. You all truly went plus ultra with the designs. All Might clapped his hands as he and Aizawa both approached the class. The class smiled at his praise, having worked hard on the design themselves, and it isn't often that the number one hero praises someone after all. Can't say the same for Midoriya though. Sorry man, but that outfit is just not it. Denki cleared his throat to himself. The green-haired boy's mother had apparently made his outfit, which consisted of a light green full-body jumpsuit and a mask with long ear-like protrusions that resembles All Might's haircut. Out of pity, no one roasted him, not even Bakugo who desperately wanted to, but knowing how dedicated the boy's mother was in taking care of Izuku, he held off for now. Alright, let's get this party started. All Might clapped his hands, gathering everyone's full attention. Today we will be conducting an indoor battle trial. Usually, villain cleanup is seen out in the open, but the real dirty work is done indoors. After all, most villainy is done indoors statistically. You'll find any villain with some intelligence and planning skills lurking in the shadows most of the time. All Might then pointed at a bland 5-story building. We will be conducting our test in here. For this test, it will be 2-on-2 battles, the hero team and the villain team will fight it out. The villains will be guarding a nuclear weapon, while it will be a hero's job to either defeat the villains or capture the weapon. He continued. There is however, a time limit, so you have to act fast. And since we have 21 students in this class, one person here will have to be placed in 2 teams. Young Sukuna, are you up for the challenge? All Might pointed at Sukuna who blinked before sighing. Sure, sensei. He replied. All Might gave a thumbs up before taking out a box out of nowhere. We will decide teams and opponents by a lottery. Pros are oftentimes forced to form impromptu teams with heroes they don't know very well, so this will be a very good test of trust and skill. Anyways, let's start drawing lots. After All Might's declaration, the students drew the lots. Sukuna raised an eyebrow as he looked at who his teammates would be. Kirishima would be his teammate. Then he looked at Mina who was already staring at him. Mina pointed at him, then at herself. Sukuna nodded at her. Yes. Mina cheered, pumping her fist. She would be teaming up with him, finally a dream come true. They'd discussed this a bunch of times, even sillily creating moments about it. Kirishima came over and fist bumped Sukuna. Here's to a good partnership. Kirishima grinned and patted Sukuna's back. Sukuna nodded in return before All Might gathered everyone's attention again. The first battle will start, and the first 2 pairs will be the following. All Might reached into 2 boxes before taking out 2 balls of different color. Team C will be the villains, and Team G will be the heroes. Sukuna and Kirishima, both in Team C, looked at each other and smirked. Villains, please head into the building to prepare. Heroes, please stay outside and form a battle plan. You have 5 minutes before the battle commences. The rest of you, follow me to the surveillance room. Damn, we're fighting them. Denki, in Team G with Jiro, swallowed his saliva a little as he looked at Kirishima and Sukuna entering the building. Jiro sighed and rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming. Let's just get into positions. Jiro and Denki entered the building warily. The girl extended one of her headphone jacks to plug it in the wall on her left. Denki waited patiently as she listened in, catching faint sounds through her jacks. There, behind us. Jiro widened her eyes in panic, both her and Denki turning around to see Sukuna walking towards them with hands in his pockets. Just then, Kirishima leaped off the stairs and rushed them too, his body hardening due to his quirk. Wait! Jiro shouted, holding out both of her hands. The 2 men stopped advancing on them. We surrender. Jiro declared, as Sukuna and Kirishima blinked. Denki looked at her in disbelief, jaw wide open. What the hell, Jiro? Don't, what the hell, me Denki. I'm not going to toe-to-toe with 2 of the physically strongest guys in our class. I'm not spending the night at Recovery Girls alright. Jiro reasoned, panicking a little as Sukuna and Kirishima advanced towards them again. Denki was about to argue with his teammate, saying that they should give their all in this trial. Then his mind conveniently remembered the day Sukuna punched Bakugo and froze. Denki laughed nervously, glancing back at Kirishima cracking his knuckles. Sukuna had a grin on his face, staring down his opponents like prey. Denki slowly raised his hands up, while Jiro and him were back to back with each other. Hey so I don't think getting my nose broken is worth it. You guys win okay. Well that was underwhelming. To be continued. 18, second fight. Oh, if you already can't tell, this isn't a well thought out story. This is your usual kick-ass and take names type of story. That was something. I honestly expected Denki to just blast them with electricity. Azui Tsuyu commented, as she and her classmates were staring at multiple monitors that allowed them to witness the fight in the building. I get why Jiro and Denki did that though. Imagine taking a punch to the face from the 2 of them. Yurika shivered, chills down her spine just from imagining it. Momo stared at the monitor silently. They made the right move there. There's no shame in surrendering when it comes to situations like these. She muttered, nodding to herself. All Might glanced down at her. Your point is interesting. Care to explain, young Momo? Momo gasped a little, her face flustered from the sudden request. She looked to see that all eyes were on her, waiting for her to speak. Momo cleared her throat and began to speak up. WL. In situations like these, when the enemy is outclasses us, direct engagement would be the worst option. She took a breath before continuing. And in this case, if the objective is to secure the nuclear weapon, then charging a superior enemy to look cool is a very bad idea, consequently increasing the probability of catastrophic failure. She explained. All Might nodded, crossing his arms. Momo here seemed like a smart girl and the #1 hero wanted to test her. Aizawa seemed to have a similar idea, beating All Might to it and spoke first. So if direct confrontation is a no-go, what do you suggest we do? He asked. Momo blinked, cogs in her head spinning crazily. On the spot thinking wasn't something unfamiliar, but in situations like these, her words would decide the fate of millions. It's a nuclear weapon after all. The class watched as Momo stood there, a serious expression on her face. Sukuna and the rest had already returned, watching the scene silently. First we'd get heroes suitable for the job to focus on disruption such as line-of-sight suppression, sabotage, buying seconds. Then we'd get engineers or support teams to cut power, scrambling detonation systems, or physically removing the device if possible while the combat-type heroes fight off the villains together to buy more time. In a realistic situation, if Jiro and Denki had charged in, the chances of capturing the weapon would lessen. So, if we look at it in another perspective, they made the right choice by surrendering, as their strategic self-sacrifice would help buy time, maybe a couple of hours, important hours that ensure the heroes succeed. Denki whistled. Man, I never thought of it like that. I just did it because I was scared. You're a damn genius, Momo. He commented. Momo laughed nervously and scratched the back of her head. Well, I try my best. As Momo finished, All Might laughed, nodding all the while. Very impressive, young Momo. That right there, the quick decision thinking, is part of what a hero's job entails. Stressful, isn't it, having the weight of the world on your shoulders? Momo nodded in silence at All Might's question. That was an impressive ambush. You were acting like the darkness, unnoticed until it's too late. Sukuna glanced at Fumikage Tokoyama, a boy with the head of a black bird. Sukuna nodded at Tokoyama in return. For him and Kirishima to pull that off, Sukuna had to jump off that building before quickly re-entering it. No wonder I heard a loud vibration outside the building. You were out there acting like you were in Assassin's Creed. Jiro grumbled, as everyone started talking once more. All Might cleared his throat gently and began to speak again. Let us continue with the trial, shall we? Sukuna stared silently, having analyzed the battle styles of most of his classmates by now. He'd give them some credit, with them knowing how to use their respective quirks well in combat situations although having no combat experience. He'd got to know Momo more, though he hadn't talked to her yet. The girl has the makings of a great strategist, and her quirk is quite unique if he'd say so himself. While All Might did ask for the inputs of other classmates, it was Momo who really stood out intellectually. But never mind that, Sukuna had another fight to settle. And this time, it was with Mina. Their opponents were an unexpected pairing, being Izuku and Bakugo. Sukuna was sure their teamwork would be wonderful. I say we don't waste time and just go in from the top. Mina suggested, pointing at the roof of the building. That would be a nice surprise, right? She grinned at him. Question is, how are you going to get up there? Sukuna asked her. Mina hummed, tapping her chin. She then laid her eyes on him, blinking a couple of times. Sukuna noticed her stare before sighing. Okay, how am I going to get you up there? He rephrased his question. It was then they heard shouting coming from the building, from a voice that they were familiar with. They seemed to be getting along nicely. Mina commented before laughing. Well, since they're distracted, let's not waste any more time. He asked before squatting down in front of Mina, who blinked at him. It's either this or I carry you bridal style. Sukuna grumbled. Mina blushed before settling on the piggyback ride, getting on his back as he held her up firmly. Black markings spread across his body as he bent his knees a little. Don't shout or you'll give us away. He reminded before he jumped, launching him and Mina up high. Mina's arms wrapped around Sukuna's neck area tightly, shutting her eyes as the wind blew past her violently. Upon hearing a small tap onto something solid, she opened her eyes to see that Sukuna had landed on the rooftop. Phew. She sighed in relief, before being gently set down by Sukuna. She then got to work, kneeling down a little before producing a gray acidic liquid from her index finger. Sukuna watched as Mina drew out a small hole with a concentrated blast of acid. Mina caught the small piece of concrete she cut out before placing it on the side, looking through the hole, revealing a large room. Mina looked back at Sukuna and nodded, signifying that Izuku and Bakugo still hadn't moved from their positions, most likely still arguing. This makes things a whole lot easier, he thought before clenching his fists. Ready? He asked in a low tone. Mina grinned, giving him a thumbs up. What the fuck did I do to get a useless teammate like you? You're just a one-hit wonder, Deku. You know that. A giant boom sounded across the room as the entire rooftop above them collapsed. They looked up in surprise to see Sukuna and Mina, both grinning widely, falling towards them. Bakugo growled in frustration as he avoided the falling pieces, using his explosions while Izuku frantically ran away. Sukuna and Mina landed before them. Hey, cats. You sure you and Izuku can handle all of this? Mina grinned, pointing at her and Sukuna, staring at them with a small smirk. You better give it your all, 'cause we sure ain't holding back. TCH, just great. If one pink head isn't already a pain in the ass, now we have his pink alien girlfriend joining in. Bakugo just might develop a phobia for the color pink after this. To be continued. 19, RCT. You better watch who you're talking to, Pinky. I'll kill you. Bakugo shouted, charging at full speed towards her. Mina clapped her hands together, increasing the viscosity of her acid, before firing a compressed blast of acid towards Bakugo, who widened his eyes in surprise at the speed to the blast. Using his quirk, he dodged to his left as the line of acid passed him. He watched as the blast pierced through concrete, a sizzling sound around the edges of the hole as the acid slowly corroded it. "How'd you like my piercing acid? Pretty neat, huh?" Mina taunted, pointing her clasped hands towards Bakugo once more. "Bakugo has to be careful. That attack could really kill him." Eureka pointed out the obvious. "Mina knows what she's doing. She's pointing her attack at non-vital places like his shoulders." Jiro commented in full confidence. "I wonder how she thought of that attack," whispered Toru Hagakure, a girl with a completely invisible body. Currently, she was only identifiable with her hero outfit that consisted of simple light blue gloves and lace-up shoes. "It's probably Sukuna who gave her that idea. That attack is well, too violent for a girl like Mina." Tsuyu Azui, a girl having frog-like traits, commented. Kirishima snorted. "Sorry to say, Tsuyu, but when it comes to Mina, you can't judge a book by its cover. She may look nice and friendly, but that smile can pack a real punch if you push the wrong buttons. I'm not surprised if she created this attack considering the amount of manga she consumes," he warned in a light-hearted manner. "And where do you think she got that personality from, huh?" Denki joked. Well, Kirishima was right on the dot. Piercing acid was an attack created by Mina with the help of Sukuna, a bunch of trees and a couple of not-so-legal training sessions in the forest. The amount of adjustments and concentration she needed when she worked on it was hellish, but the ending was definitely worth the trouble. Piercing acid had become Mina's pride, something she believed to be proof that anything was possible if one puts enough blood, sweat, and acid to whatever they were working on. "You suck at aiming," Bakugo shouted, dodging the attack yet again before charging towards her. He grinned as he got close to her, his arms stretching out. It looked like Bakugo had got her. There was no chance Mina could escape without sustaining injuries. That was, until acid exploded outwards from Mina's body at every direction like a miniature explosion. Bakugo widened his eyes, before shielding his face with his arms. The acid got onto his bracers, which allowed him to store his sweat to amplify the power and effects of his quirk to their fullest potential. The acid began to corrode it, rendering it useless. He winced as the acid splashed over him, a stinging pain flaring across his skin. Gritting through it, he watched as Mina charged towards him again, now making the floor wet and slippery with acid for her to skate on. Bakugo watched as she took the far way to get behind him. He intended to shoot explosions towards her, but then he noticed from the corners of his vision, Sukuna appearing before him, holding an unconscious Izuku by his outfit. That split-second distraction allowed Mina to get behind him. Lazily throwing away Izuku, Sukuna began charging towards Bakugo while Mina did the same, both lining it up perfectly. "Ah shit," Kirishima whispered, knowing exactly what technique they were planning on performing. A loud bang echoed throughout the room as both Sukuna and Mina dealt a synchronized lariat on Bakugo's neck from opposing sides. Bakugo's eyes rolled back, as both Sukuna and Mina went past him. "Yay, we win!" Mina cheered, giving Sukuna a double piece. Sukuna nodded at her, a small smile forming. "All Might Sensei, why aren't you ending the match?" Momo asked All Might, who only stared at the monitors silently. "Wait, Midoriya, he's getting up, and they don't realize it." Ida pointed at the screen. At the same time, the smile Sukuna had on suddenly disappeared as Izuku can be seen speed blitzing Mina. "Huh." Mina glanced to her left, hearing the footsteps. But it was too late, Izuku was already throwing a punch at her, a uncontrolled 100% full power punch. "Detroit. Smash." He shouted in his head, throwing his fist towards the unsuspecting Mina, who only just managed to turn in time to see him. Izuku widened his eyes as his fists were met with Sukuna's arms as the pink head took the brunt of the attack head-on, seeing as there was no time to get Mina out of the way or deflect his attack without letting Mina get injured. A giant boom shook the area as the floor beneath them cracked. Sukuna only grunted as he was sent flying through the concrete wall, crashing into multiple buildings before landing in the lower floor of a random one. "Shit," he whispered. Part of his outfit was shredded, most notably his sleeves. As he laid in the debris, pain coursing through him, he could feel his arms were pulverized from the attack, while some skin on his face was peeled off, a horrifying image. "Never thought I'd use it so soon," he whispered. The skin on his face started regenerating. "What the hell?" Mineta watched the destruction in horror. Part of the building had a large hole around it, while the rest of the buildings Sukuna had crashed through weren't faring well either. He always thought Izuku was a smart guy, a very nervous guy, but an okay dude nonetheless. He never expected him to recklessly use his quirk like that though. Meanwhile, Mina watched in pure horror at the destruction. "Why you?" She slowly turned back towards Izuku in disbelief. Wasn't he supposed to be knocked out by Sukuna already? How was he able to regain consciousness so quickly? Izuku possessed a rare ability, something similar to a quirk, indomitable will. Someone like him wouldn't be knocked down so easily, otherwise known as MC Plot. "Oi bastard, what the hell were you thinking? Were you trying to kill me?" Mina muttered, clasping her hands together. Izuku, now having a broken arm, stepped back, body shaking from the killing intent. I didn't mean it. The hell you mean you didn't mean it, huh? You wanted to kill me just now. And now, you killed him. Mina's words slowed as she didn't focus on Izuku anymore, more on the person slowly approaching him from behind. No way. Kirishima whispered, watching the screen with everyone having the same expression of disbelief. Izuku noticed the direction she was staring at, and turned around too, before a backhanded fist suddenly collided to his face as he turned, sending him flying straight into a wall. That single punch sent him on the brink of being unconscious. He looked at the person who did it, seeing blurry images of a very familiar pink head walking towards him, markings on his face. Sukuna, not having a single injury on him, stood before Izuku, staring down at him with an unreadable expression. I really should kill you for trying that on her. Don't you know how to stay down for your own good? He finally looked at him with pure disgust. You don't deserve that quirk at all, Izuku Midoriya. To be continued. 20. Relax. Momo sighed loudly, burying her face into her palms. That was a close call. She whispered to herself, glad that Sukuna and Mina were safe and sound. I'll have a talk with young Midoriya later. All Might thought silently, his trademark grin still remaining, though it was noticeably smaller than before. What did I do to get this kind of class? Aizawa complained audibly to himself while clutching his head, already feeling a headache forming. First a homicidal maniac, then a kid whose control over his quirk is like a baby's, then this kid who seems like he has multiple quirks in one. These brats make street thugs look like saints. The homeroom teacher thought of certain people in Class 1A. Weird. I could have sworn. Ida muttered to himself. He swore he saw Sukuna's arm twist at a certain angle from Izuku's punch, but since it had all happened so quickly, Ida hesitantly filed it as him just seeing things, though he'd likely needed to give it another thought later. Can't say Midoriya doesn't deserve it. Mineta commented, as most of the class looked at him, some with surprised faces that he'd say something like that so bluntly. Granted that he always was blunt on certain subjects concerning females, but this was a different story. What? Why are you guys looking at me like that? Don't tell me I'm wrong now. Midoriya literally attempted murder on someone's girl. And if it had been any one of us out there besides Sukuna, Ashido would likely be turned into paste, or we'd be the ones going splat. Mineta argued. I get that we're supposed to give it our all in this test, but come on now. There's levels to this stuff. It's just a test, not a life-threatening situation. What's Midoriya so desperate for? He continued. Jiro sighed at his words. Can't believe I'm agreeing with you. She grumbled. But yeah, what's up with him? No one's quirk is this out of control. Have you guys noticed that whenever he uses his quirk, he straight up goes to Gear 5 instead of starting off small with Gear 1? Jiro questioned. All Might watched, a small spike of panic twisting in his gut, unease began creeping in. His students were too smart for their own good sometimes. Well, Midoriya did say he was a very late bloomer, so that could explain why he's a glass cannon. Kirishima gave his 2 cents, still staring at the monitor. I might be wrong when I say this. And forgive me. All eyes were now on Mizo Shoji, a tall, muscular young man with pale gray hair and 6 arms attached by a web of skin. But if Midoriya doesn't take control of his quirk as soon as possible, he'd be a danger to us all. Shoji declared seriously. The class was silent, all silently agreeing with him. Don't worry Shoji, that's where UA plays a role. Aizawa interjected, as all eyes were on him. We have the necessary resources to help him, but it's up to him if he realizes the situation he's in. He sighed again, dreading the paperwork he had to fill later concerning Izuku's injuries. Meanwhile, back at the building where the battle trial took place, Sukuna was still staring down Izuku who had fallen unconscious, now being taken away by medical droids carrying him on a stretcher. Piss off. I can walk by myself. Bakugo shouted at one of the droids trying to help him up, pushing it away as he slowly got up. Yo Baku bro. He glanced at Mina waving at him. Nice fight. Can't wait to face you again. She shouted as Sukuna walked back to her side. Bakugo stared at her before gritting his teeth, his ego damaged once more, by a girl nonetheless. With a couple of moves from her, she had almost defeated him right then and there. Remember, there's always someone better than you. His mind went back to what Sukuna said during the quirk apprehension test after punching him in the face. He clenched his fists, more parts of his ego damaged yet again, not liking that Sukuna was right. TCH. Don't get so cocky, Pinky. I'll kick your ass one day. And that goes to you too, Sukuna. He shouted at Mina before pointing at Sukuna. You're gonna regret humiliating me. He declared. Sukuna shrugged. Sure. I'll be looking forward to that day I guess. He mumbled half-heartedly. As Bakugo stomped away, Mina immediately directed her focus on Sukuna. Are you okay? She asked. Are you okay? Sukuna redirected the question to her. Well, I have you to thank. Mina smiled, smacking his arm playfully. Sukuna sighed as they walked back to the monitor room. That attack just now gave me a heart attack and a half. She groaned, not wanting to remember it, though her brain said otherwise. But seriously, are you okay? I thought I saw your bones break from blocking him. Mina muttered. It had been on her mind for a couple of minutes, the way his arms bent in the most uncomfortable way imaginable. It's nothing serious. I'm fine see. Sukuna waved his arms at her. But like I saw it break though. So how is it healed now? Wait, don't tell me healing powers is part of your quirk now. She side-eyed him. Sukuna didn't reply, he only nodded silently. Mina groaned louder. I swear, I don't understand how quirk genetics work. Well, I mean no one fully does, but that's besides the point. Your dad has a healing quirk while your mom has a domain, quirk, or whatever that power does. She can create a domain around her for a certain radius and a certain amount of time. Anything goes inside that domain. He corrected. Mina nodded. Yeah, well, no wonder your mom was in the top 20 hero rankings all those decades ago. That quirk is overpowered. She cleared her throat. Anyways, I still don't understand how your dad's quirk and your mom's quirk can give way to a quirk called Demon King. Like that's so illogical, even in this world's standards. Mina complained. Sukuna remained silent as they exited ground beta. Well, I read this theory by this doctor the other day. He began. Mina, being the conspiracy theorist that she always has been, had her attention fully on him. There's this concept called quirk singularity. The concept's simple, as the generations follow one another, quirks blend and evolve, producing stronger and more complex quirks. However, with this increase in power, the quirks will also become more difficult to control since the human body doesn't evolve quickly enough to keep up. He explained. Mina tilted her head. So you think your quirk is proof of this quirk singularity thing? I mean yeah, two completely unrelated quirks create a quirk that's even more crazier. That theory is scary when you think about it. Mina pointed at herself. My mom and dad's quirks are simple if you think about it. Mom has a mutation-type quirk, which gives her a different appearance and body chemistry than most humans, while dad has an emitter-type quirk, allowing him to secrete mildly corrosive fluids like sweat or saliva. Then they had me, a combination and power-up of the two quirks. She recounted. From birth, I'm already stronger than my dad and mom, which makes me wonder what kind of quirk my kids are gonna have. Already thinking this far? Sukuna raised an eyebrow at her. Mina laughed nervously. Well, you know me, always planning for the future, ha ha ha. She didn't match his gaze. This girl has become weirder and weirder even since entering UA. Not that he minded though. To be continued. 21 Democratic vote. Man, y'all really are scared of Kaori. Relax, it's not like I'm gonna turn her into a Nomo or something. Mina and Sukuna shared a silent walk home. Sometimes, nothing needs to be spoken as the company of one another was enough for the both of them. Mina noticed Izuku sitting on a bench, his eyes staring emptily into the distance. He winced, rubbing the giant bruise on his face from Sukuna's backhanded fist, while having a cast on his arm that was used to almost pulverize Mina. The green-haired boy them noticed the pair, before quickly looking away, silently panicking. Don't mind him. Sukuna began when Mina was about to say something. The two walked past Izuku, ignoring him. I know you're expecting me to give him a helping hand, but not this time. His quirk is his responsibility, not ours. At his words, Mina took another glance back at Izuku. The kind girl can't help but be a little worried. Guess so. Bro, guess what happened when I was on my way to school? Kirishima started as he sat down in his seat. Sukuna grunted, focusing on his textbook. I got interviewed by the press. Seems that All Might entering UA is a pretty big deal for Japan. The redhead explained before continuing. Even Mina got interviewed too. There was like a horde of reporters though, so we had to run away before they all surrounded us. Good thing I used my quirk then. Sukuna muttered, having disappeared the moment he noticed the crowd of reporters near the gates of the campus. Ugh, there you are. You know how many there was outside. Mina groaned, her body slumping down on the desk as she sat down. Momo hid her laugh behind her hand. Sounds like they gave you a hard time, Mina. She stated. Mina groaned louder. Oh, it's more than that. You wouldn't believe how many of them asked me stupidly unrelated questions. Ugh, interviews are so tiring. I never want to do them again. She declared. Aizawa walked in at the perfect moment, hearing Mina's declaration on time. Complain all you want, but unfortunately it's an essential part of being a pro-hero no matter how much you want to escape it. He began briefly before placing a stack of paper on the front desk, standing before his students. I hope you all are well rested from yesterday. I took the liberty to look at the evaluations All Might gave for you all. He explained, holding up the stack of paper, containing detailed reviews from the #1 hero himself. Now I am not going to pull my punches here, so don't expect me to coddle you with my words. Bakugo, Midoriya, I am very dissatisfied with your performance. You two are the very examples of what not to do during team missions. I'll start with you first. Aizawa stared at Bakugo, who gritted his teeth a little. Stop acting like you're still 7 years old. If you like being one so much, guess I can expel you and enroll you into a kindergarten instead. You're wasting your own potential, plain and simple. Your quirk is impressive. Your attitude is not. I'm not allowing you to be an impulsive brat who can't control their emotions and becoming a walking natural disaster. Fix it, or get left behind. It's that simple. TCH. Bakugo looked down silently, fists clenched tightly. Without a second glance, Aizawa turned his attention towards Izuku, who gulped, not looking forward to the scolding at all. And you, Midoriya, how many times do I have to explain it to you before you understand? You'll never get far in this department if you keep treating your quirk like some martyrdom aesthetic. He narrowed his eyes further. Work on it or leave the department of heroes. It's that simple. Heroes who can't regulate themselves are liabilities, and I'm not having safety hazards as my students. He sent a small apologetic glance at Mina, who smiled a little in return, showing that she took zero offense to what Izuku did. Am I clear? Yes, sir. Izuku sighed out. He was honestly expecting to be expelled on the spot for that stunt of his. But he was given another chance to redeem himself, and he certainly won't take it for granted. Now that that's out of the way, you all did fairly well. But that's not enough, there's plenty of room for improvement, and I expect you all to keep pushing yourselves. When it comes to quirks, there is always room for improvement. Aizawa continued as he handed out the evaluation papers to them. We have another agenda on our hands today, and that is. Aizawa wrote the word vote on the whiteboard before turning to Class 1A. Voting for a class president. He declared in his monotonous voice. The class cheered. Finally, something school-like. Zero grinned, already having some worthy candidates in mind. Aizawa sighed, not really understanding why they were so hyped about student government. To him, this was just a harmless ritual to teach children social structure. The truth is, being a class president in the Department of Heroes doesn't make one powerful. One is just a glorified task manager who gets blamed when anything goes wrong. I suggest we decide by voting. Ida raised his hand. The true leader will emerge from a democratic choice reflecting the will of the people. He declared. Of course I'd be the one who takes it seriously. Jiro snorted a little, shaking her head a little. Suyu raised her hand a little. We've only known each other for about 2 weeks, how do we know who we can trust to take up the mantle? And besides, everyone's going to vote for themselves. She countered. Ida smirked and nodded. No worries, Azui. Thought I told you to call me Tsu. Ahem. Apologies, Tsu. Ida rubbed his neck, face red in embarrassment from the blunder. But your argument actually supports my point, does it not? The person who gets the most votes would mean that they are a trustworthy figure in class by most of us and an appropriate class president. I guess so. Should we start voting now? Suyu turned to Aizawa for permission. Their teacher shrugged, pulling out his yellow sleeping bag. Old reliable. Knock yourselves out. Just be done by the end of this period. And with that, the voting session started. Oi, is this some kind of sick joke? Sukuna muttered, staring at the class who has their hands raised up. His name had came up in the voting session, and almost immediately everyone had raised their hands, even Bakugo, who didn't vote for a single person the whole time. The quiet kids, Tokoyami, Todoroki, Shoji and Koda, had their hands confidently raised up high too, voting for the pink-haired boy. Why the hell are you guys voting for me? Shouldn't it be someone like Ida? Sukuna questioned them, Momo being the one who answered him after a short pause. Because you are predictable in the ways that matter. He blinked at that. She continued, hands folding, her demeanor calm. You don't act for popularity. You don't escalate conflicts for attention. When you decide something is necessary, you do it, and you accept responsibility for it. That makes people feel safe in a way, even if the way you go about it is unsettling at times. Then she added, you are also a great listener even though you don't look like the type. You actually change your behavior when presented with better information. Most leaders don't do that, even most adults don't do that. Then her tone became soft. And I think people sensed that you would never use this position for yourself. You don't care about status, which in turn would make status safer in your hands. You don't know that. Sukuna narrowed his eyes, she in turn raised an eyebrow at him. We didn't choose you because you're the strongest. We chose you because when something goes wrong, you are the person who will willingly step up and accept being blamed. Again, you don't know that. Sukuna sighed. Momo smiled a little. Really now? You really think Mina wouldn't spill some things about you to us girls? Sukuna blinked, before he deadpanned at Mina, who grinned at him, giving him the peace sign while sticking out her tongue. Oops, hee. What I'm saying is that you look like someone who will hold the system together without pretending it's perfect, and I think honesty is what the class needs, not pretty white lies. Momo stated, as some of the students nodded in agreement. Well, since you're so trusting of me. He grinned evilly at her. The instant he grinned, Momo could tell something was wrong. All in favor of having Momo as the vice president. Wait, wah. Immediately after, all of Class 1A raised their hands up high. Momo widened her eyes in disbelief, stunned at his announcement. Well, that settles it. You're my second in command now. To be continued. 22, known attack. This is insane. Momo whispered to herself. The unanimous votes from her classmates had concluded the voting session, prompting Aizawa to call them to the front of the class. She had planned to become vice president in a normal way, from the voting. The class had seen her performance during the battle trial and her analyses. She'd never expected a petty Sukuna to help earn her way to the top. Should she be grateful or angry? A tough question to answer indeed. She couldn't help but send a side eye at her pink-haired classmate, who smirked back, knowing full well what he did. Never expected this lineup. Aizawa mumbled before he continued. So these two are going to be your president and vice president. Are you sure about your decisions? We still have time for a revote. Aizawa took their silence as an answer. He nodded before looking at the two in front. He grinned creepily at them. Congratulations you two, you're now responsible for preventing chaos caused by your classmates. Enjoy the process. Congrats girl. Mina laughed as she sat together with the girls of her class. Seriously Mina, I almost had a heart attack when he told you all to vote for me. Momo sighed, eating her lunch. Mina only laughed harder. You seem fine with this, though. I'd expected you to be, you know. What? Jealous? PSSHH. Mina waved Jiro off while shaking her head. Oh please, you really think I'd get jealous over that? If anything, I'm glad he didn't pick me. If you girls didn't know, I have a phobia to those kinds of positions. The girls couldn't help but snort at that. Plus, him picking Yae Momo here makes perfect sense. She's like a human supercomputer you know. WH what? Momo stuttered, never hearing someone give her that nickname before. Sukuna's the front man, while Momo can be the person who makes his decisions come to life. And I can be the PR of the class, you get me? It's that simple. And besides, whatever me and Sukuna has going on won't override our IQ. Me personally, I think he just doesn't want to burden you. Hagakure gave her opinion. Well knowing him. Mina whispered, glancing at Sukuna eating silently as Kirishima and Denki were chatting away. He probably did think of that. But seriously, you two are giving me diabetes with how sweet you are with each other. Yurika commented. Mina's face brightened a little as she laughed nervously, rubbing her hand behind her neck. We're not like that okay? But you want to, am I right? Suyu interjected. Mina stayed silent, looking down a little. It seemed the question had brought up some thoughts she filed away. It's just. Suddenly, the school alarm rang off, startling the students in the cafeteria. Kirishima got up, confused. What's this about? Is it like a surprise drill or something? He wondered. With how eccentric the school's way of teaching was, he wouldn't be surprised if this was actually a thing. Security level 3 has been breached. Students, please evacuate accordingly. As soon as the order from the robotic voice was heard by them, a stampede of students started rushing towards the exit. Security level 3. Ida muttered, confused about the lingo. He hadn't finished the school's rulebook enough just yet to know what it meant. Hey come on. What are you doing just standing there? Someone's infiltrated the school grounds. A passing senior student shouted, running by the group of first years. What? Ida was in shock, before he grunted as he was forcefully squeezed in between a bunch of students. He glanced to see that most of his classmates were experiencing something similar, all showing visible stress. He glanced at Sukuna, trying to make space for himself. Ida, where's Yurika? Sukuna asked him. Although confused by the sudden question, Ida answered anyway. I'm right here. Yurika grunted, using her strength to push away some students, creating some breathing room. It wasn't long before the pushing started again. These idiots are panicking over nothing. It's just the same group of press that went around interviewing when you all arrived at school this morning. Sukuna motioned his head towards the glass windows. Ida looked out, and Sukuna's statement was confirmed immediately. A horde of reporters and cameramen were being held back by President Mike and Aizawa, trying their best not to take action and letting the police come instead. Sukuna, you need to do the thing now. Ida demanded, getting claustrophobic as the seconds passed, his body forcefully slamming into the glass window. What thing? You know what I'm talking about. That stare you have. The one where it looks like you're killing them with just your eyes. You know, the one you gave me when we were in the auditorium during the entrance exams. Is that supposed to be an insult or something? Sukuna grumbled. Man, just do it already. I'm running out of breathing room here. Kirishima shouted, not far from him, restraining himself from just using his quirk to push all of them away. Float me up and throw me to that wall before you release me. Sukuna commanded Yurika, stretching out his hand. Without a second wasted, Yurika grabbed it and used her quirk, causing Sukuna to become weightless as he floated up high, hands still grasping Yurika's. Here goes. Yurika shouted as she threw him towards the wall. Sukuna performed a couple of flips mid-air before his feet landed on hard cement. Yurika then pressed the tips of her fingers together, releasing the weightless effect on him. As black markings spread across his body, Sukuna zoomed towards the exit with one push of his legs. His speed caused a huge gust of wind, causing a greater panic from the students. The students then froze in place, bodies shaking as an invisible pressure washed over them. Moving felt impossible, and if they did it would feel like they were disobeying something. Shakily, they glanced up at Sukuna, standing calmly on the neon green exit signboard, his 4 crimson eyes staring down at them. Look out the window. He commanded with his monotonous, deeply unimpressed voice. With their bodies sweating, they automatically did what they were told. Whatever this was that took over their minds, they couldn't fight it, they just needed to obey him. Now that you have a good look at who the intruders were, I suggest you calm down before you idiots actually kill someone from this rave party you got going on. Sukuna's first impression of his seniors, especially the ones in the Department of Heroes, were that they were only cosplaying competence in the end. A bunch of reporters trip an alarm and everyone goes full Scooby-Doo hallway chase scene. A supposed elite hero academy, branding itself as the Harvard plus West Point plus Marvel Academy of Heroics, behaving like a startled flock, falling back on adrenaline and vibes instead of protocol. Man, that's just embarrassing. Glad that crap is over with. Mineta groaned. He shuddered, remembering the amount of times he was almost stomped on. Still, how could someone destroy the barrier like that? Sure as hell wasn't the reporters. Jiro questioned, remembering what she saw. The barrier had an eerily large hole, with piles of dust around what was left of it. A villain, most likely. Ida commented. Maybe they had disguised as a reporter, and when chaos ensued, they would take the chance to snatch a student or two. But no one was reported missing afterwards. So what was the point of all of that? Denki then asked. A declaration of war. Momo muttered, her expression steeled. The class became uncomfortably silent at the thought. It hasn't even been a month, damn it, and now you're telling me I have to watch my back. Bakugo growled out. We're all potential targets here, Bakugo, especially the ones in the hero course. We are more desirable per se. Momo grimaced at her own choice of words. She then looked at Sukuna, who gave a small nod in return. Me and Sukuna had discussed this a while before we entered class. In front of everyone's eyes, Momo used her quirk to create walkie-talkies, one for everyone in class. Use this for emergency purposes only, and I urge you to bring it with you everywhere you go. Times are changing, and we do not know what will happen in the future. So the best bet is to prepare. Better than not doing anything. Am I understood? Yes, ma'am. To be continued. 23 Universal Studios Japan. Guess not. How long has it been since we've met, brother? 2 weeks. Tadu's voice was low, as he sat down with Sukuna on a worn wooden bench beneath an oak tree. The park was quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves in the night breeze. I lost count. Sukuna muttered, on the phone texting a certain pink girl, barely paying attention to the muscular man beside him. You know, after some analyzing, I realized something. All Might really is getting weaker, just like you said a while ago. Tadu brought up. Now that was something that reigned in Sukuna's attention. Shutting his phone off, he leaned back against the bench. What gives? I'm not sure. But his strength is going downhill, and his patrols are lessening by the week, not counting the fact that he's one of UA's faculty. I estimate that he'd be completely powerless by the end of this year. And no one's realized it yet. Tadu chuckled. That's the scary part, you know. Eventually that man will retire, Japan will be chaotic once more, like the old days when quirks only started surfacing. If I'm correct, then you're going to be in one heck of a school life. Sukuna shrugged. I don't mind. I'm capable under pressure. So long as my goals are still achievable, I'll do what it takes. A distant dog barked, then silence returned. Do you really think it'll work? Changing the way society works? Sukuna muttered. Whoa, is that doubt I sense from you? Tadu looked at Sukuna with a look of surprise. Sukuna raised an eyebrow. I'm merely asking for your opinion. I can't do that now. It's possible with the right people. Thing is, everyone has their own selfish agendas when becoming heroes, so finding people who want to join forces with you will be difficult, especially in UA. So you're saying UA is not the path for me then? Sukuna glanced at Tadu, the man then shaking his head. Who knows, brother? Tadu looked him straight in the eyes. The world might need Ryaman Sukuna sooner than you think. A few days later. For this heroics class, we will be conducting a special lesson, supervised by me, All Might and another hero. Today you all will be going through. Aizawa wrote the word rescue on the whiteboard. While he wrote, some senior support course students entered carrying briefcases of Class 1A's hero costumes. The trial of rescue. The class was fully interested now. Finally, something other than purely refining their quirks. Not that they're saying it's a bad thing to work on it, but learning more about the responsibilities of being a hero is a much better lesson. Each of us will be dealing with natural disasters, shipwrecks and stuff like that. This time, it's entirely up to each to you whether you wear your hero costumes, as some of your outfits may or may not be suitable for the task at hand. In addition to that, the training area is a fair ways away, so we'll be getting there by bus. Their teacher explained as he walked to the door. He stopped, looking back at them. Get changing. I expect you all to gather at the bus stop in 15 minutes. Yes, sir. Oh, how come you're in your gym clothes? Yurika asked Izuku, who was wearing the school's gym clothing, added with his respirator, red belt, white gloves, black elbow and knee pads, and his signature bright red shoes. Izuku smiled a little, pointing at himself. My costume got wrecked during the battle trial. The repairs are being handled by the support course, so in the meantime, I'm wearing this. He explained. Yurika nodded, actually liking this look over his costume the other day, and not that she thought it was cute or anything. I heard Sukuna and this genius girl called Mei were tasked with fixing your outfit. Wait, really? Both Izuku and Yurika looked at Mina, who nodded, a small smile on her face. Mei spilled the tea to me the other day when they were having the electives together. She said that she's never seen Sukuna so focused on a project, ever. Period. Mina grinned at Izuku, though internally she wished that Sukuna would make her an outfit, already pestering him for it, saying that she'd definitely treat it like it was Gucci. I see. Izuku whispered, glancing at Sukuna, the pink-haired boy having a serious discussion with the class vice president. He was definitely indebted to him, not saying that he wasn't before, but he really couldn't let anyone down at this point, even the ones that supposedly dislike him. Igati Sukuna were actually supporting him behind the scenes. He clenched his fists, vowing that he'd do his best during this rescue trial. Izuku. Izuku jolted a little, turning around to look at Momo who had called him out of the blue. The black-haired girl motioned him to come over. And so he did. I have a couple of questions for you. She started off, while Sukuna stood to the side, crossing his arms. Why yes, ask away. He nodded, a little unsettled at the seriousness to her tone. How's your quirk training coming along? Oh, it's doing well. Izuku nodded, lips forming a smile. I have found a way to use a percentage of my full power throughout my body, by letting the power course and flow through me instead of concentrating it all at once. So now I can constantly use my quirk without breaking my body. I see, that's a good sign. We wouldn't want any mishaps during this trial. Though I have to ask, when you mentioned a percentage, how many percent of the full power can you use exactly? Momo asked. About 5%. But don't worry, I'm still working on breaking that limit, and I can assure you that I won't cause any trouble that would let the two of you and Sensei get blamed. Izuku nodded, full of certainty in his eyes. You better hold on to that then. Sukuna grumbled. Izuku bowed a little before running off. Momo sighed, rubbing her forehead. Let's hope this trip doesn't turn into another fiasco, we've had enough of those for this month. Sukuna didn't reply, as he and Momo led their classmates to line up before entering the bus. Did you all bring your walkie-talkies? Mina brought up, as some of them took out their walkie-talkies to answer her question. Baku bro. Mina looked at Bakugo who remained silent. The blonde scowled a little before taking out the device strapped on his belt. Happy now? He grumbled. Mina smiled as the conversation continued. Sukuna stayed silent for most of the trip to the training area, though he did join in the conversation once in a while, mostly due to Mina finding ways to slide him into the conversation. As they arrived, Aizawa led them into the facility through a large blue gate. This is the USJ. He introduced as the group stopped to look around. Sweet, never knew Universal Studios Japan went through a renovation. Denki joked. Aizawa resisted the urge to roll his eyes. The unforeseen simulation joint is going to help you all in training for various disaster rescues, teaching you how to appropriately act through these different scenarios. I expect you to pay full attention, as this part is one of the most essential in your future work as a pro. He stated. Just then, a person wearing a white puffy space suit approached them. Some classmates, mainly Izuku, gasped, recognizing the pro hero in their presence. No way. Space Hero 13 is gonna be teaching us. Izuku muttered, his fanboy mode on. 13 waved at them joyfully as Aizawa approached his colleague. Where's All Might? He's supposed to be here with us. He whispered to 13. He'd been out doing hero work while commuting here, and his time was up. So now he's resting in the break room. Apparently he did too much hero work on the way to school this morning and used up all his power. He's resting in the teacher's lounge as we speak. Aizawa sighed, rubbing his forehead. That man is the definition of irresponsibility. Whatever, we should be okay with just the two of us. Let's get started, we don't have time to waste. 13 saluted before heading back to the group of students. Sukuna dug his ears, pretending like he didn't eavesdrop into the conversation. So he has a daily limit on how much he can use his quirk now. To do was spot on. He mused as 13 started speaking. Kids, before we begin, let me just get some things through with you all. She began. I'm sure you're aware that I have a powerful quirk, called Black Hole. I can use it to suck up anything and turn it into dust. Izuku nodded, speaking up. Yeah, you've used it to save people from all kinds of disasters before, right? Yup, but I must admit, my quirk could also very easily be used to kill. I could very well be a villain if I had walked down that path. It got uncomfortable really quickly. In our superhuman society, all quirks are certified and stringently regulated, so we often overlook how unsafe they can actually be. I urge you to never forget that if you lose focus or make the wrong move, your powers can be deadly to the point where it might take a life. Even if you're trying to do something virtuous, like rescuing someone. 13 spoke with a solemn tone as some of Class 1A further realized just how much pressure a hero faces daily. Izuku looked down after hearing the pro's words, memories about what happened during the battle trial resurfacing. Thanks to Aizawa's fitness tests, you kids have a solid idea of your quirk's potential. And due to All Might's combat training, you likely experienced how dangerous your powers can be when used against other people. I'd like you to carry those lessons over to this class, because today you're going to learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. She continued. You won't be using your powers to attack enemies or each other, your sole purpose today is to only help. After all, that's what being a hero is all about. Ensuring the safety of others. That's all for now, why don't we start with the first task at hand? Oi sensei, the hell is happening over there? Bakugo pointed at the central area below them that connected to the rest of the simulation areas. Aizawa looked at where his student was pointing at and widened his eyes in horror. At the plaza, and on various zones in the facility, multiple large portals opened as hordes of people rushed out from them, all clearly out for blood. You have to be fucking kidding me. To be continued. 24. Taking action. These villains have been acting very weird lately. To-do muttered, as he got up from the bench, looking up at the night sky. From what I've gathered from my sources, hundreds of villains are being recruited under one mysterious organization. I have no idea what they're planning or targeting with all that manpower, but it sure ain't charity work. To-do turned to Sukuna, a smirk on his face. Watch out for yourself, alright brother. So, their target was this place huh? Sukuna blinked as the flashback to his conversation with To-do ended. Or rather, their target is supposed to be All Might. What's the point of capturing a bunch of high school kids? But how would they know that All Might's going to be here today at this exact time? Sukuna shook his head, focusing on the situation in front of him. There must be hundreds of them. And the alarm isn't sounding at all. Someone must have deactivated it. Well. He looked down and hit a chuckle. If it's a horde I'm fighting, what better way to reveal that than right now? Stand back. 13 Protect the kids. Aizawa shouted, 13 complying without question. Wait, they're actual villains. Denki shouted, appalled at the sheer coincidence. He, along with many others, thought it was a simulation set up by the faculty. How interesting. They stared at a villain whose wore an elegant suit, having an entire body was made out of a dark purple mist, save for his eyes, a glowing yellow. According to the schedule we retrieved from UA, All Might was supposed to be here with you all. He, or it, muttered. So they were the ones who broke the barrier then. Momo thought, calmly getting ready for a combat situation even though she was scared. Where is he, Eraserhead? Where is All Might? They then looked at a pale man with a raspy voice, walking out of the misty portal created by the purple mist man. The man had messy, grayish-blue hair. His eerie costume consisted of a black jacket and black pants, and 14 embalmed hands, all positioned so they were holding onto him on different parts of his body. If one asked how does a villain look like, this man would be a prime example. I went through the trouble of bringing so many friends who were oh so eager to meet him. They want All Might, the great symbol of peace. The man paused. But I guess he's not showing up. Maybe if I kill a few of his precious kids, he'll come out to play. The man pointed at them, ordering the villains at the central plaza to charge. 13, get them out of here and alert the main campus. Aizawa widened his eyes as a portal sucked him in, transporting him to another area of the facility. Sensei. The students shouted in horror. A pleasure to meet you, children. We are the League of Villains. I must say, isn't this a fitting place for All Might to take his last breath? The mist man walked out of another portal. Though I believe he was supposed to be here today and yet I see no sign of him. No matter, I still have a role to play. A dark fog spread out from his hands as he warped all of the students and 13 to another place in a matter of seconds. Oh. The man looked at Sukuna who disappeared just before the fog went near him, not being transported by the massive dark fog he created. Hey, where'd this kid come from AHH? The mist man immediately turned towards the central plaza. His yellow eyes widened a little, as he saw blood splashing from a certain area. He watched, as Sukuna stood in the middle of the horde with about 6 villains lying on the ground around him, blood leaking from them. Cuts. But, he said that this kid only has a power-boosting quirk. Ah, my arms. My arms. One villain screamed as he found his arms lacerated all over before his head was forcefully slammed into the concrete ground by a hand with dark purple fingernails and markings around his wrist. Sukuna stood up, as another villain started shooting at him. He didn't spare a glance as he only leaned to the left, letting the bullets pass by him, with it hitting a villain instead. With a casual swipe of his hand, a giant cut appeared on the shooter's chest, the man falling down a second later, sprawled out on the ground weakly. Sukuna rushed past another bunch of villains, dashing past tens of them without stopping. Blood splashed everywhere from the people he ran past, as invisible cuts appeared on their bodies without a source. You brat, let's see you get through this. A man with a body-hardening quirk appeared before Sukuna, his body hardening. Huh. The man widened his eyes, staring at Sukuna who suddenly stopped before him, palm held out before his chest. The horde of enemies watched in horror as the villain was quickly dispatched, giant lacerations all over his torso as he fell. Who the hell is that kid? The blue-haired villain growled out. You said he only has a body-enhancing quirk, Kurojiri. He glared at the mist man who had appeared beside him. I am not sure myself, Master Tamura. Have we been lied to? The man with the warping quirk, Kurojiri, questioned Shigariki calmly. The blue-haired man, Tamura Shigariki, was silent, glaring at Sukuna blowing through the horde of villains like they were all cannon fodder. Sukuna, are you alright? Where are you currently? Sukuna heard Momo's voice over his walkie-talkie. He narrowed his eyes, grabbing it as he continued to fight, using powerful kicks to deal with them. I'm fine. I'm at the central plaza, I think. I didn't get warped by that mist guy. Where are you all? He asked as he calmly flicked his finger, as multiple villains suddenly had large cuts on their bodies. We were all split up into different simulation areas by that man's portal quirk. Denki and Jiro are with me, we're fighting them off as we speak. Sukuna heard zapping noises in the background from Momo's side which confirmed her statement. Keep fighting. That's the best course of action for the moment. He paused for a moment, dodging some bullets before lightly flicking his wrist, the shooter having cuts all over his body a second later. Ida, since we're cut off, I want you to run as fast as you can to UA and alert the teachers. The rest of you. I only have one request. He looked at the rest of the horde surrounding him, unimaginable bloodlust leaking from them as he slowly put down his walkie-talkie. Fight to win. He's really going at it, huh? Yurika watched from afar, noticing Sukuna grabbing a villain by his shirt and throwing him towards a rock formation without mercy, before punching another in the solar plexus, knocking him out without a moment's hesitation. But what are those slash attacks? I thought his quirk was strength enhancement. She looked at Mina for answers. Mina muttered, having no idea herself. Her and Shoji having been paired with the Yurika. Ida, originally with them, had already ran off to UA at full speed, following Sukuna's plan. It's best if we focus on fighting. He can explain it to us later. Shoji interrupted, punching away a random villain who thought fighting a man with 6 arms with only 2 was a great idea. TCH. Bakugo, in another area of the training facility, blitzed through multiple villains, shooting off explosions that quickly dispatched them. Man, you lead guys are weak as hell, and y'all wanted to challenge All Might. Bunch of comedians. He ranted, grinning maniacally. Ha! Izuka shouted, punching a villain. Tsuyu and Mineta had landed in the flood zone area, and are now fighting off a bunch of villains. I can't do this anymore. Where the hell is All Might? Mineta shouted, as he saw more and more villains climbing onto the ship they were on. Meanwhile, Aizawa had just kicked away a villain before he heard a giant footstep from behind. He turned around, and immediately took a step back out of sheer disbelief at his next opponent. What the hell are you? To be continued. 25, Noma. That's the last of them. He muttered to himself. Blood was dripping down his face, stained on his hair and clothing. But they weren't his blood. He dropped the bloodied villain he beat up, with the guy having taken a punch straight to the face before this. He looked at where the supposed leader of this league of villains was, only to see a COD unconscious, bloodied and battered villains. Sukuna, have you managed to get in contact with Sensei? I can't hear him from here with my quirk. He heard Jiro shout over the communication device. No, I don't see him. He must have been transported further away from us. He turned around immediately after hearing a giant explosion from a certain direction. Hey, you saw that right. I'm heading there. Sukuna muttered, ending the conversation with Jiro. As he disappeared from the central plaza, heading towards the direction where the explosion occurred. In a certain area of the unforeseen simulation joint, Shigariki stood before Aizawa, leaning against a boulder, coughing out blood uncontrollably. What a pitiful sight. It seems that your quirk is useless against my Noma here. The villain glanced at the hulking figure beside him. It looked nothing like a human, being a large, black humanoid monster with a muscular body that has many scars on it. Its brain was exposed on the top of his head, while his large eyes were around it. It stood there, not moving a single inch, as if waiting for something. Tell the symbol of peace that he's wanted by Noma. Shigariki muttered. Who's your boss? Aizawa whispered weakly. Ha, speak up, I can't hear you. Shigariki taunted. Aizawa coughed out more blood, cursing at the fact that he couldn't move, his arms and ribs broken by a single punch from the Noma. Who's your backer? He gritted out. What? You don't think I'm the boss? You, the boss? Not minding that Noma, this whole operation of yours was planned out perfectly. And with full offense, you don't look like the planning type. Why you? Shigariki stopped in his tracks, hearing footsteps approaching him eerily. He quickly turned around, only to see Sukuna walking towards him, his red eyes glowing brightly. Sukuna, don't do this. That thing will kill you. Aizawa muttered out, feeling his conscience fading. Sukuna glanced at him, before breaking out a smirk and cracked his knuckles. Don't worry, I'm the strongest. Arrogant, brat. Aizawa whispered before closing his eyes. You, the strongest? You may be able to defeat those chumps, but you are definitely no match for Noma. Sukuna stared at him silently. Suddenly, the Noma beside Shigariki flew away without warning, slamming into a giant boulder, causing the debris to fall on it. Shigariki stared in horror, before laying eyes on Sukuna who stood on the spot where the artificial human stood, now walking towards him. Oi, get back. I said get back. Shigariki shouted, slowly walking back. What the hell is this kid? He punched away Noma just like that. He shouted in his mind. Sukuna walked towards him silently. I should kill you for hurting my teacher. Sukuna's eyes widened as a giant fist slammed into his left shoulder, a sickening crack had followed as he was sent blasting away. The pink-haired teen crashed through multiple boulders, his body then breaking apart a metal railing before finally splashing into a lake, slowly sinking down it. Shigariki chuckled, before that chuckle turned into a sickening raspy laugh. Noma stood by him once more, having received no injuries from Sukuna's attack. What was that? Momo shouted hearing the loud banging from afar, her teeth gritting as she slammed her metal staff into a villain's face. She couldn't afford to be distracted though, so she continued her fight. Mina gritted her teeth as she sent out her acid bullets, taking down multiple foes. She heard the sounds. She just hoped Sukuna was alright. What the hell? Sukuna thought as he slowly sunk down. That thing broke my arm. I thought I'd broken something in my punch, but he came back unharmed. An artificial human, huh? So if it's artificial, it must have some kind of regeneration and strength enhancement quirks fitted into it then. His injury started healing itself. Initially I thought it would be an easy fight, but with that thing, guess I have to put in more effort. He started swimming out of the water. Nomo, kill everybody here. Shigariki muttered, bored from waiting for All Might. He might as well get rid of the pests. As soon as Nomo took a single step, it paused, turning around to stare at a certain direction. What now, Nomo? Shigariki's shouting paused, as he stared at the person he swore was already dead. You. Shigariki pointed at him in disbelief. Sukuna, with his outfit being the only thing damaged, stood tall as he stared down Nomo, ignoring the weird noises Shigariki was making. Finish this bastard. As Nomo charged in to punch Sukuna, a large chunk of ice suddenly shot up and Nomo slammed into it while raising both of its arms, doing so. Breaking through it, it was faced by Sukuna already standing before him. Fitted with a loud bang, Sukuna punched the Nomo in its gut. It took no damage. He thought before quickly trying again, this time placing more strength to it. Cancelled again. Sukuna thought as Nomo sent a punch towards him, before the giant fist was encased in a giant chunk of ice that sprouted out of the ground. With a flick of his wrist, Sukuna sent multiple giant slashes towards Nomo, dissecting it open as he took a couple of steps back. He glanced to his left, noticing Todoroki walking up to him, his usual serious expression on him. He and Todoroki had never interacted at all, but Sukuna had respect for his strength and mastery over his quirk. You sure you don't want to help the others? This one's a tough nut to crack. Sukuna asked, noticing that Nomo was healing its injuries. What a slow regeneration. Or maybe I dealt too many wounds that it needs to divert its healing power. If a couple of dismantles got it to act like this, then how about cleave? He theorized in his head. The difference between dismantle and cleave was simple. Dismantle is a broad, simple cutting technique, and Sukuna is able to fire it at anything, while the power in the slices is based on how strong Sukuna wants it to be. Cleave is the adaptive precision cutter. It adjusts to his opponent's durability. In real time, the slice automatically calculates the exact output needed to slice his opponents efficiently. If his opponent was a weak civilian, it barely needs effort. But in this instance, his opponent was the Nomo, 1,000 times more durable, which meant that it scales up. Todoroki spoke up. They're doing just fine. This thing, whatever it is, some cursed version of the Hulk maybe. It needs to be dealt with quickly. I'll help you get it done. Todoroki nodded at him. Sukuna was silent, facing a fully healed Nomo once again. Don't expect me to babysit you. If you get hit, don't say I didn't warn you. Todoroki nodded, getting into a stance as Sukuna charged towards Nomo once again. Nomo tried moving, but suddenly ice encased its feet before Sukuna appeared before him, his hand near its torso. In an instant, a bunch of deep lacerations appeared all over Nomo's body. Sukuna sent a fully powered punch, sending it blasting away. I knew it. So there is a limit of how much damage it can absorb at once. He thought as he blitzed towards it, arriving before it while the Nomo was still flying away. Stretching out his left hand a little, he used cleave, as Nomo was blasted away further, with hundreds more deep cuts appeared endlessly, slicing its body up mercilessly. With the amount of injuries it has, the Nomo's super regeneration quirk was going on overdrive, not being able to heal the lacerations on time before a bunch more had appeared the next second. Sukuna grinned as he grabbed one of Nomo's giant arms before easily flinging him towards a flat boulder. Todoroki, without a word, rushed towards it before sending his ice, freezing Nomo's lower body in place. Sukuna then appeared before it in a blur, fists clenched tightly, his piercing eyes sharpened. His grin widened, knowing that he won. That's when it happened. Reality hiccuped as he threw his punch. For a fraction of a second, the world turned inside out. Space bent around his knuckles, an indescribable crack tore through the air. Black lightning spread from the point of impact. The Nomo didn't even register the attack at first, before it hit him, hard. Its body folded like paper. It went unconscious right then and there as the shockwave hit the terrain, the ground, Sukuna's own bones, his nerves screaming and exulting at the same time. He felt his body perfectly synchronize, from his flesh to RHE depths of his soul. For a heartbeat, everything made sense to Sukuna. The Nomo exploded backward, body tearing through the rocky terrain behind it like it was cardboard. Its body landed somewhere outside of the facility, in the forest, where it laid in a crater. But Sukuna didn't care. He looked at his own extended hands. His heart was hammering, but his mind was eerily calm for some reason. Was this what they called enlightenment? The black lightning had long faded, but the feeling remained, not disappearing anytime soon. Sukuna laughed under his breath, a true laugh, feeling like he'd accomplished everything already with that one punch. But Todoroki just had to ruin his emotional moment. You do know you're drooling, right? To be continued. 26. Cleanup. Wiping the drool off his face. How the hell did he even allow that to happen? Sukuna turned around, glancing at Shigaraki who was absolutely baffled at what had transpired. He was then enraged. Noma, whose core purpose was to rival All Might, in power, was defeated by a first-year high schooler. Master Tamura, we have to retreat now. Most of our forces are defeated. Kurojiri reported, appearing beside him. Where do you think you're going? Shigaraki widened his eyes in horror as Sukuna blew by him, left arm stretched out as he seemingly missed his attack, not touching him. The boy walked away for a couple of seconds before Shigaraki screamed in agony, hundreds of small cuts all over his body, some even on his embalmed hands, as blood splattered everywhere. Sukuna then turned around, with one push of his legs he leaped towards Shigaraki, fist clenched. Kurojiri reacted immediately, warping him and Shigaraki, though Sukuna's speed was superior, reaching them in just a second. Sukuna threw a punch at them. Just then, a giant explosion happened, sending rubble and concreted debris flying everywhere. Todoroki reacted swiftly, jumping back while shielding his face. The dust cleared, revealing Sukuna's fist on the concrete floor, a giant crater being the aftereffects from his attack. He sighed, standing up straight, dusting off his hands. You know, for the supposed leader of this league of villains, he was quite the dumbass. Sukuna commented, walking over to him. Todoroki hummed, wondering what he meant. He could have escaped when we were both focusing on that Noma. The pink-haired boy explained. Oh, well, I suppose so. The half-red half-white-haired boy muttered. I appreciate your assistance. Though I wonder why you didn't use the fire side of your quirk during the fight, doing so would have provided him even greater advantage against the Noma. Sukuna wondered, as he and Todoroki headed back to regroup with their classmates, but not before Sukuna went to carry his homeroom teacher. Todoroki didn't answer, his eyes trying to not look at Sukuna, feeling uncomfortable at the pink-haired teen's mentioning of that part of his quirk. Sukuna, carrying Aizawa under his arm, took a silent look at him. One look was all it took for Sukuna to understand that Todoroki didn't like that side of him. He took a couple of guesses, one of them being that Todoroki's father, the number 2 hero, Endeavor, wasn't exactly a candidate of winning the Father of the Year award. Maybe he could take a page from Mina's book for this instance. You know, the quirk doesn't define who you are, right? Power is always neutral, but the user gives it meaning. Sukuna raised his only free hand. I don't know though. I'm not exactly in your shoes, so I can't tell how hard it is for you to use it. But me personally, if you refuse tools, you're choosing to lose. He walked as Todoroki slowed down, silently staring at him. You know, I can take a couple of guesses on why you're like this, and how that scar that got you looking like Zuko got on your face. But let me just say this, I get that trauma is real, but surrendering your steering wheel to it is optional. If you let your past dictate your present, to me you are not a person. You get me? Sukuna took a glance at him, a smirk on his face before he continued walking. Come on, let's go back and help the others. Arg. Shigaraki laid down on a wooden floor in an old abandoned bar. Kurojiri stood before him, eyes glancing towards a desktop computer on a table. We were humiliated, sensei. By a fucking brat. Shigaraki began, coughing weakly. Noma was defeated by this kid, he looked like he had multiple quirks or something. But that's impossible, only you alone wield the ability to do so. What was his name? A mysterious deep voice asked Shigaraki from the computer. It's that kid from the slime villain incident. Ryaman Sukuna. Our source told us he only had a strength enhancement quirk. Shigaraki winced at the pain coursing through him before forcefully continuing. But at the USJ, he had regeneration and the ability to send invisible slashes. And this, unexplainable punch of his that sent Noma flying away. Ryaman Sukuna. I see, he must be his son then. He paused for a moment. No use crying over spilled milk. It wasn't entirely a futile mission, as we've learned many things. Now, I'd like you to heal up before you start to gather the villainous elite. Take all the time you need. I must remain hidden in the shadows, which is why I need you to be my face, Tamura Shigaraki. Shigaraki weakly raised his head, looking at the man in the computer. Next time, you will show the world that it should be afraid of you. Yes, master. I am here. Fun's over, sensei. You are late. Mina deadpanned at All Might, who entered the training facility with his usual dramatic flair along with a group of pro-heroes. As Mina was scolding All Might about punctuality, to which the older man was seemingly embarrassed about it, Sukuna silently watched as Aizawa was carried into the ambulance. Don't worry, your sensei is going to be fine. Sukuna glanced at a black-haired man wearing a tan trench coat and a matching fedora. You are Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. Tsukachi gave a polite smile at him. I've been told by your classmates that you have contributed greatly in the fight against the villains. Is that true? He said with respect in his tone. They can exaggerate sometimes, especially the pink girl. Sukuna replied, glancing at Mina, who was having fun conversing with pro-hero Midnight. I want to know sensei's condition. Ah yes, my apologies. Multiple broken ribs, AMD his arms and legs are broken too, but thankfully there are no signs of brain damage. He should be able to be back on duty in a couple of months after physical therapy. I see, what of the Noma? So that's what he's called. Tsukachi mumbled to himself before continuing. My men have captured him and will bring him in for questioning. It's best if you call him an detective. And it's best if you treat it like a lab rat. Sukuna corrected, much to Tsukachi's surprise. It has no will of its own, to the point where during the fight it required commands from a superior in order for it to act against me. It's best if you try to find out how it's able to have multiple quirks stored in one body. Having ways to combat it in the future would prove useful. You're saying like there's more. Times are changing, detective. Better paranoid than dead. But what do I know, right? I'm just an innocent high schooler to you guys. Ciao. Sukuna waved at him without looking back, walking towards Mina. Oh hey Sukuna-kia. Mina squealed as Sukuna suddenly grabbed her hand, dragging her away. Midnight stared at the two before covering her smirk with her hand. Oh, are they a thing? She asked Momo, who smiled a little in return, not knowing how to answer the pro. Mina and Sukuna arrived at somewhere private. The pink girl sighed, looking at the man before her. What was that for? Geez. You don't just grab a girl like that. She mumbled, crossing her arms. Are you alright? He asked her. Mina blinked before raising an eyebrow at him. Seriously, dude? You dragged me all the way here just to ask that? Mina snorted, shaking her head. Sukuna can be quite silly sometimes. No, I should be asking you that question. Mina poked his chest with her index finger. It's not me who was the one that almost got punched out of the building, was it? Well. And what was that new ability of yours, huh? You didn't think it was a good idea to tell me, your best friend, beforehand? I thought you killed them, you know. She scolded, now pulling on his ear like she always does when she gets irritated at him. What else are you hiding from me? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Mina narrowed her eyes at him. He swore. She pulled his ear harder. I'm saying that I don't know how many abilities I will have. I only found out about this new one when I ate my sixth finger after that battle trial. Hearing his explanation, Mina sighed. The battle trial was weeks ago, meaning that there was enough time for him to reveal it to her. Guys. The both of them looked to see their classmates staring at them. Mina blinked before smirking. Hey guys, Sukuna has something to say to y'all about his quirk. She looked at him, smiling sweetly while still pulling on his ear. Right, Sukuna? You're saying young Sukuna did all of this? Tsukachi nodded at All Might's question, both looking at up to 60 unconscious villains lying on the bloody central plaza, some being carried off on stretchers. What kind of quirk? All Might muttered to himself, staring at one villain who had multiple cuts on his body. I thought you told me he only had a strength enhancement quirk, All Might. Tsukachi questioned. All Might sighed, rubbing his forehead. At this point, it's better if we don't ask and just accept it. To be continued. 27. Banter. L move by Mina tbh, but it is what it is. She's the girl who forgets what boundaries are sometimes. But it's okay, humans make mistakes sometimes. You know, that quirk singularity conspiracy really makes sense now. Denki commented, with Jiro nodding in agreement. It's like a super evolution happened when your parents' genes combined. That's pretty much all of our cases here. Jiro added. But Sukuna, are you really okay with all of us knowing that? Ida raised his hand to interject. Mina didn't exactly ask for your permission before forcing you to tell us about it. Forced disclosure by peers is improper and unethical. Ida called her out, entering full parliamentary committee mode, causing everyone to look at Mina. Yeah, kind of a mistake on my part. Hee, sorry Sukuna. Mina apologized, rubbing the back of her head. Sukuna stared down at her silently. While he didn't felt comfortable being forced into this situation, he also wasn't one to dwell on such things. Besides, even with this information at hand, what can they do about it in the first place? It's fine. Since we are going to be possibly teaming up in the future, I'll just see this revelation of my abilities as a way for us to create future battle strategies. Sukuna effortlessly mediated the situation. But still, this counts as an invasion of privacy. Ida argued, ever the stern man. Eureka smiled awkwardly. Ida, for everyone's sake, I think we should just listen to him. After this battle, somehow I really feel like I've gotten closer with all of you guys, and I really don't want to see this new chemistry ruined, you get what I mean. Eureka admitted. Ida paused his rambling, quieting down, settling into deep thought. So. Everyone looked at Tokoyama, who became a little tense at the sudden attention towards him. What do we do now? Are we supposed to just go home? Tokoyama asked. Everyone paused for a moment. You want us to go home in this? Kirishima raised an eyebrow, pointing at his own costume. People would probably think we're pro-heroes or something. I don't think anyone's in the mood for unwanted attention, man. What do you suggest we do then? Hagakure wondered. Everyone's busy with the investigation, and I don't see the bus anywhere. She added. Guess our best choice is to just wait. Suya mumbled. Though I'm really in a rush, my little brother and sister are waiting for me, and I don't exactly trust them to be able to take care of themselves. Momo patted her back in assurance. Midoriya seems to be having fun. Jiro commented, her eyes staring at a certain direction. They saw Izuku in the middle of a conversation with All Might. TCH. Shitty nerd's probably just being an annoying fanboy. Bakugo snorted. Denki narrowed his eyes, focusing on the two. Well, I don't know. He's kinda got a serious face on him. Unless it's about some deep moment like All Might saving his family or something. It could be that. Todoroki muttered, as everyone looked at him. Midoriya is actually All Might's secret love child. Do you want me to kill you icy hot? Bakugo shouted, small explosion sparking around his hands, while everyone stared at him with a horrified expression. Just imagining Izuku's mother with All Might made him want to puke. Dude, so uncool. Kirishima shook his head. Todoroki blinked, not really knowing how to read the room. What? Did I say something wrong? Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Todoroki tilted his head. But don't you guys feel suspicious as well? He asked, wondering if he had misheard all of their previous little conversations. Well yeah, but I think we have more important things to focus on, to be honest with you. Denki replied, surprisingly being the reasonable one. So, do we drop it? Todoroki continued. It's for the best. Momo nodded. Ah shit, my mom's calling. Bakugo muttered, taking out his phone as he went away from the group. You're making good progress with One for All, young Midoriya. Keep it up. Now go back to your friends, the bus should be arriving soon. All Might patted Izuku's shoulder, with the green-haired boy nodding before he ran off. You know, after that fight, I figured a new training regiment would be a priority. Any ideas, everyone? Momo asked. Nina hummed, tapping her chin. Don't you already have one personally made by the teachers from the Quirk Mastery elective? She asked. Momo sighed in response. I do, but it's just a downgraded version of the plan that I already used before this. My original plan is way more intense than what they made, no offense to them. They probably gave you something like because you just started out here. No teacher would immediately start a first year off with maximum level difficulty. Ida reasoned. I know that, and I am grateful that they care about my well-being, but I do take pride in challenging myself. Momo smiled. Sukuna hummed. Then you'd need a plan that allows you to use your lipids efficiently, and you'd also need drills that help you create objects while under intense pressure. But you probably already figured it out yourself, yes? He glanced at her, to which she nodded. So what's the point of asking us then if you already had it all figured out? Jiro grumbled. An embarrassed Momo laughed nervously. You know, just trying to make small talk. The wait is boring. I should probably get myself a new plan as well. I can't be falling behind now. Eureka smirked. Momo then had an idea. I know, how about I get some people to help in creating training plans for you all? It'd require a small sum, but I can get it done in no time. Girl, your definition of a small sum is the type of money you win from the lottery. We're not going to spend your money like that. Nina interrupted, with everyone nodding in agreement. Most of them remembered the moment Momo revealed that her family had hired actual scientists and biomechanic experts to assist her in training. The hell are you guys talking about? Bakugo shouted, stomping back as he put his phone in his pocket. What did your mom say? Kirishima asked. Asked me why I ain't home yet. He grumbled. Momo cleared her throat before continuing. But seriously, it won't cost much at all. All you need to do is to submit details of your quirk and these experts will do the rest. The hell? You recommending us private trainers or something? Bakugo side-eyed at Momo. Yeo Momo wants to hire scientists to help create training plans for us. But you know her perception of money is why different from ours, so you can imagine how much it would cost her. Jiro explained. I wouldn't want to impose such a burden on you. Izuku smiled politely at her. Momo sighed, palming her forehead. Guys, seriously, it doesn't even cost that much. Bakugo snorted at her claim. I'd sooner believe pigs could fly than whatever bullshit you spouted out. And so, the banter continued until the school's bus came to pick them up. Even then, the banter still didn't stop. Class 1A aren't just mere strangers to each other anymore, they're comrades that bonded over a battle. To be continued. 28. Repair. Don't flame Mina, flame the author cause I wrote her that way. And quick question, do couples always have to have something in common? Opposites do attract, you know. Me personally, I think it's less about matching interests and more about matching respect, communication, and willingness to adapt. But Yamina kinda disrespected him in the previous chapters. I just didn't think telling them was necessary. It's not like I was planning to harm them. Nina looked away from Sukuna after hearing what he said. Both her and Sukuna were on their usual walk home, where the teen suddenly opened up out of nowhere. It seems like although he was chill about revealing some truths of his abilities to Class 1A while they were at the USJ, deep down he didn't like the way Nina had forced him to do so. I get that you want me to feel included in the class, but just straight up forcing me into a situation like just now wasn't the way to go. And who said that I felt like an outsider in the first place? I'm the class president, there's no chance I can be one. I'm sorry. She whispered, her voice shaky. So this was what it's like being scolded by him. She didn't like it at all, but what could she do? She was the one who created the mess in the first place. I won't do that again. I'm serious. Sukuna sighed, rubbing his neck. What's done is done. But seriously, I can handle myself. Sometimes secrets are meant to be kept a secret. You don't always have to be the queen of gossip every time around them. Yeah, I guess. She whispered, before widening her eyes as Sukuna grabbed her arm, dragging her towards a bookstore. Let's go check some manga. Huh, manga. Mina blinked, staring at Sukuna in disbelief. Since when did you read manga? Since you started bothering me about it. Mom, I messed up with Sukuna. Oh, what happened? Maya frowned at her daughter. Mina opened up, telling her about what she did when they were at the USJ. Maya hummed, rubbing her chin as her daughter stared at the table silent, fiddling her hands. Well, it is bad. I'm going to be honest and say that you are in the wrong here. Sukuna-chan clearly wanted you to keep it a secret between the two of you. Here's the thing, Mina. I know you love gossip, and I myself love it too. But people's abilities or secrets aren't vending machines. If someone doesn't want to share, respect that boundary. A person can be curious and polite at the same time, you know. Even people like Sukuna-chan who claim they don't care about boundaries, still feel something when those boundaries are crossed. She continued. I feel like he hates me now, even though he doesn't show it. Mina muttered. She remembered back to that disapproving glint in his eyes back at the facility as he explained to them, choosing his words very carefully at the time. I don't think he does. But Mina, as your mother, I'm advising you to never do this again. If you normalize, it's fine because he didn't mind. That logic would then get reused on people who actually do mind, who freeze, who can't push back, who feel socially pressured. Sukuna-chan being emotionally bulletproof doesn't make coercion polite. Why yeah, I understand. Mina nodded. Maya patted her daughter's head. You said you apologized, right? Yeah, but I don't think that was enough. Even though he told me to let it go. You should discuss it with him, Mina. Maybe then, when you get the chance, give him an apology from the heart, and see what happens then. So do I just invite him out for lunch or something? Yup, a date. Maya nodded immediately. Mina smiled nervously, causing her mother to raise an eyebrow. What? Wait, so you're telling me, you've known him since the second year of middle school, and you've never once went out with him before? Haha, yeah, kinda. Maya deadpanned at her daughter. The older woman tapped Mina's phone. Ask him out for lunch. Now. Why yes ma'am. It was a weekend. Sukuna stared at Mina, wearing a casual dress that complemented her skin color. The girl smiled shyly at him, internally gasping for air at how good he looked in casual clothing. Hey! She muttered awkwardly. Sukuna raised an eyebrow. Where did that usual confidence go, huh? He wondered, amused, before speaking up. Come on, let's go inside. They entered a small cafe, finding seats in the corner, where there was a little more privacy for them. Nice place. Sukuna commented. Mina nodded awkwardly. He then raised an eyebrow at her. So, wanna tell me why you suddenly asked me to go have breakfast with you? He smirked, already having a few guesses. She laughed nervously, avoiding his gaze. I was bored. Really? You were bored? Even babies can come up with better lies than you, Mina. Mina pouted at his teasing. Sukuna can get on her nerves sometimes. Come clean, or else we're not going to order. Sukuna threatened, smirking as he placed his head on his hand, tilting his head at her. Mina looked down. I want to apologize. She started. I know you told me to keep it a secret, and yeah, I know you told me to just move on with it afterwards, but it's been stuck on my mind ever since, and I feel really bad about it. I don't want to make up any excuses for what I've done, so I'm sorry. She bowed a little at him. Sukuna stared, his smirk gone. Looks like Mina wasn't wasting time. It was supposed to be something between us, Mina. I told you the truth that day after the slime villain incident, because it was you. My private self was made public by the one person I trusted to keep it private. But, I can kind of understand why you did it, even though it was wrong of you. He sighed. I know how you think. Our classmates were likely confused and a little scared of me, and you being who you are, wanted to reduce the tension in your own way, to make things safe and understandable. So you reframed my secret as information that should help everyone. But the way I saw it, you sided with them over our friendship without realizing, you forced me to tell them something that was uniquely ours. It wasn't right of me to do that. Mina immediately followed up as he ended his sentence. I thought I was helping. I didn't think about how it felt to you. I won't do that again. I swear. Her voice was sincere, emotional even. I know I can't undo it, but I can change my behavior going forward. So I'm starting by apologizing to you. Silence reigned over the both of them again. Sukuna finally sighed. Apology accepted. Mina widened her eyes, looking back up at him. Sukuna then held up a finger. But, I want you to tone down on the gossip. I don't want you to repeat the same mistake to other people. Can you do that? Mina smiled, immeasurable nodding. Yeah. I can do that. Sukuna smirked, though internally feeling like they were too formal with each other at this point. He needed to bring back the casualness. Good girl. He muttered, patting her head gently. Verwawawa. Mina stuttered uncontrollably, her whole body darkening as she tried processing what happened, trying her best not to shut down. And worst part is, Sukuna was acting like what he did was normal. Now, shall we order? To be continued. I know my writing isn't the best, and my romance isn't exactly the best. Mina blundering socially was intentional on my part. But I thought it was successful since y'all practically turned on her. I hope you guys can forgive me if it ruined the story for you. 29. Preparations. Where's Ida? He was just here a moment ago. Momo wondered while taking the class attendance, a task she volunteered for after becoming vice president for Class 1A. Four Eyes was running to the main gate the last I saw him. Crazy bastard was running like he just got told his mom died, even almost knocked me down. Bakugo grumbled as he walked past her, having just entered class. Just then, the sliding door to the class opened again. Bakugo, come with me. I am in need of your assistance. Ida declared. Damn it, what now? I haven't even sat down yet. Please, it's urgent. Ida looked at him with utmost seriousness. Bakugo stared at him for a couple more seconds before gritting his teeth. The blonde threw his bag onto his chair before stomping towards the door, grumbling along the way, making sure everyone knew his dissatisfaction. These two sure are lively. Kirishima commented with a laugh. Just then, a pair of pink heads walked in class together. Saw Ida and Bakugo arguing when they were going downstairs together. What's up with that? Mina questioned. Ida asked Bakugo for help, but you know how Bakugo always is, his enthusiasm never ceases to amaze me. Momo smiled at her. Mina laughed as she sat down, with Sukuna silently doing the same. Here, I finished it last night. Sukuna took out a manga volume. What's interesting was it was a romance manga titled, You and I Are Polar Opposites, a weird sight indeed. That fast. Did you even read it at all? Mina pouted at him. Knowing Sukuna, he'd probably just skim through books like these and not enjoy the story. Obviously. Okay, so if you read it, where did the main couple went on their first date? First was the burger place, then the mall. They walked around for a moment before watching a movie. Mina sighed. Well, I guess you did read it. Did you like it? I'd give it a 9/10. It doesn't follow the usual tropes, and from what I can tell it doesn't have unnecessary drama to it. Most romance mangas have rent a girlfriend cough. Right. I was so scared to buy this book because of that. They seem closer than ever. Denki mumbled, feeling jealous alongside Mineta sitting on his table, both glaring at Sukuna. Geez, are girls the only thing on your mind? Jiro rolled her eyes. Denki glanced at her. What? Do you want me to start thinking about you or something? Wano, I didn't say that, dumbass. Why the hell did you call me to do this shit? You clearly can handle this on your own. They all turned, hearing Bakugo shout outside of the classroom. I'm for eyes not for arms, Bakugo. Don't be unreasonable. Ida argued back. The only one unreasonable here is you. You should have called the guy in our class with 6 arms, dumbass. Can you two brats shut up? I don't want my first hour of getting discharged be filled with noise. They heard a familiar low voice shutting the both of them up. No way. Mina muttered as the sliding door opened, revealing a heavily bandaged Aizawa, sitting on a wheelchair pushed by Bakugo. Sensei. They all stood up in surprise, greeting the injured man. Ah, don't be surprised, I'm not letting you brats sit here and enjoy like you're still in middle school. Now sit down, class is in session. Aizawa waved them off, as Bakugo helped roll the wheelchair to the front of the class, surprisingly cooperative of helping the man, despite what he previously said. Ask me to help next time and I'll blow your head off. He threatened Ida, who scoffed in return, not feeling scared at all. He was definitely asking him for help later. Oi, settle down already. An irritated Aizawa grumbled, before clearing his throat, getting straight to business. First of all, not bad for your first time dealing with actual villains. I was afraid you would lose your cool back there, guess I shouldn't keep underestimating you kids. Ah, but don't get on your high horses. He quickly added, noticing that some of his students had smiles on their faces. Just because you survived this encounter doesn't mean you'll survive the next. Villains are always unpredictable, and most of them have nothing to lose, that's what makes them dangerous. Those chumps were only Class D villains, Class C at best. From now on, I expect the 21 of you to keep pushing yourselves to the limit and break past them. He looked at them one by one with a serious gaze, his usual, I'm so done with this bullshit, stare gone momentarily. A reminder that there is no such thing as a limit when it comes to quirks, so you better train until you drop. He paused, inhaling a little. Anyways, now that that whole fiasco is over with, time to move on to the next agenda. And it seems that your battlefield isn't over just yet. He grinned creepily at them. UA's sports festival is coming up. Finally, something school-like. Zero thought to himself. Is it bad that I keep forgetting that this is an actual school and not a mock military academy? Momo resisted a chuckle. You know, that really sounds like something villains would take advantage of. Yurika pointed out. Izuku nodded in agreement. You don't have to worry about that, police presence will be 5 times bigger than usual, and you're going to have some of the nation's most powerful heroes attending, watching and guarding. What you should be focusing on, however, is the opportunity that this festival will present you. The UA Sports Festival has the popularity and grandeur like the Olympics had in the past. The whole nation would be watching, and this means that you would be scouted by the pros. And if, let's say, Best Genius decides to take you under his wing after watching your performance, well, I'd say you have a bright future ahead of you as a hero. Aizawa smirked at them, already seeing determined expressions from Izuku and Ida. This festival is held once a year, so this means you kids have a total of 3 chances to prove yourselves. If you aim to be a successful hero, you cannot slack off during this event. And you already know, I will not have slackers in my class. He stared, with only 2 eyes, it felt like he was staring into everyone's soul. So, are you ready? To be continued. 30. Planning. Let's crush them at the sports festival. Eureka replaced her usual cheerful expression with a fierce look, her whole demeanor changing as Aizawa walked out of class. I'm gonna destroy them all, she declared, raising her fist up, with the class mimicking her in response. Yeah. They all cried out like warriors. Sukuna, fist up high with a neutral expression, was deep in thought. Meanwhile Bakugo was only raising his fist because he didn't want to get hounded for not joining. Eureka seems motivated, don't you think? Mina whispered to Sukuna, her fist up high as Eureka continued spreading her motivation to the class. Sukuna hummed in response. What's up? Mina asked him, knowing there was something on his mind. Just thinking about what Sensei said. In addition to the tournament along with the other challenges and trials our class will have to join, we also have to run a stall of our own. His words caught the attention of the rest of the class. Oh yeah, Aizawa-sensei told us that we have to create our own stall. I'm thinking we should do a food stall, like we did back in middle school. Kirishima suggested. Momo shook her head. That'd be too simple, and there's already plenty of them, so our chances of reeling in customers will be lessened. Besides, you know Sensei, there's always a deeper meaning to the things he casually says. We shouldn't treat this lightly at all, she advised. Bakugo groaned. It's not that deep, damn it. And why the hell do we have to run a shitty stall anyways? We'll be too caught up fighting our asses off in the tournament. He reminded. You do have a point. Jiro mumbled. And maybe there is a deeper meaning to it, just like Momo said. All eyes turned to Izuku, who froze at their stares. Bakugo scoffed. Oh yeah, nerd. If you're so smart, then tell us what's the point of busting out asses off. Izuku gulped, looking at his classmates. Then he felt a hand on his shoulder. One turn of his head and he saw Eureka smiling at him. Go on, she muttered, encouraging him. Well. Izuku slowly stepped towards the front of the class. The sports festival usually advertises itself as just a battle royale, but the way I see it, it's actually a stress test of professional identity. Meaning that running a stall of our own after the fight is also a test too, one that will definitely boost the chances of us getting noticed by the pros. Ah, I see now. Ida placed his fist on his palm, a bright expression on his face. He turned to the class. After a battle, heroes don't clock out after a fight and teleport home. On TV, you can see them debrief, manage press, reassure civilians and coordinate logistics. So you see, Sensei wanted us to run a stall because it serves as endurance training for social labor. Ida explained. Oh. The whole class replied. Tokoyama rubbed his chin, or beak. I see now. If one cannot function after exertion, one is not strong. They are only a burst. The hell are you spouting now, bird brain? Bakugo glanced at him weirdly. Tokoyama looked up. Try comparing burst strength with sustainable performance. The latter almost always wins careers. Think about emergency responders, for example. Not only do they save lives afford a disaster, more often than not they have to coordinate paperwork, talk to families, handle media, and file reports. He took the marker pen, writing down points for what emergency responders do. So if we translate it to something mundane as running a stall, it actually is a microcosm of hero society, with things such as training for crowd control, brand management, customer interaction and team coordination under fatigue be the main reason for it. He continued, writing down another part, adding a cute drawing of a small stall, with some small cute drawings of his classmates. The hell is a microcosm? Is it like a bacteria or something? Denki mumbled, to which Jiro snorted in amusement. So it is that deep, huh? Suya mumbled, her finger on her chin. She then looked at Sukuna. We're not going to do something like run a takoyaki stall, right? She asked. Sukuna shook his head, amusement on his face. We're the hero department, Su, not Lunch Rush's students, no offense to him. He extended his hand as Tokoyama handed out the marker pen. A food stall is out of the question. The support course is running a gadget showcase disguised as a test lab. He revealed, remembering what May told him the other day before blowing up one of her gadgets she wanted to display during the festival. The general studies guys are running some sort of data booth called, Find Your Ideal Hero Internship. Basically for a price, you input your personality traits, quirk type, and academic strengths. Then algorithm spits out recommended agencies, basically LinkedIn but for heroics. Mina added before pouting and crossing her arms. Humph, they completely stole my idea, by the way. That could have been our idea for the stall. She complained, regretting suggesting the idea to her general studies buddies. Momo sighed. It's alright, what's done is done, Mina. How about a merchandise store? But that'd also be too basic, wouldn't it? She mumbled after suggesting. That would be the business course's stall later. Sukuna stated, having overheard some of his business course classmates in one of his elective classes discussing about it. Wow, we're really out of options, huh? Hagakure laughed. How about something interactive? Something that gets people to see into our world even if it's a downgraded version of it. Jiro suggested, a little taken aback as all eyes were on her now. They really can be scary when they stare at people like that. Hey, that's a great idea, Jiro. Denki nodded, immediately showing support. Jiro glared at him, but the small tinge of red on her cheeks was unmistakable. "And no one asked you." "Geez." She exhaled, shaking her head, ignoring Mina smirking slyly at her. She sighed, quickly regaining composure. "There's definitely going to be children who are attending, so why not give them an experience they can't forget, like a small obstacle course, and make it competitive as well with a leaderboard, so they'd want to try again." Sukuna nodded at her explanation, writing the idea on the whiteboard. "Maybe we can discuss logistics later," Zero suggested, grinning sheepishly. "I'm kinda hungry, and recess time is almost over. We're not particularly in a rush. Festival's like 3 weeks away." Sukuna muttered, placing back the marker pen. "Come on, let's go eat. Midoriya my boy." Everyone looked at the door, seeing the ever-muscular All Might peeking in with a big grin. "Would you like to?" All Might pulled out a bento box. "Eat with me." Why does he sound like a teenage girl? Class 1A thought to themselves, some even laughing at the number 1 hero's antics. Izuku promptly left with All Might, not before apologizing to them for not being able to eat with them. Todoroki stared as Izuku left with him, before turning back to the class, who were all staring at him creepily. "You say one word and I'll kill you," Bakugo threatened. "Seriously? I didn't even say anything." To be continued. 31. Access attempt. "So when do we want to hold a meeting?" Mina questioned as Class 1A was packing their bags, ready to return home after the last period of classes was over with. "How about we just create a group chat? That way we can just discuss it online without having to wait for everyone to be at school to do it," Denki suggested. Momo nodded at him. "Group chat it is then." "Sukuna, can you create the group chat later? I'll send you their numbers once I get home," Momo requested, to which Sukuna grunted in response. "Well, I can't be doing all the work." She huffed. Sukuna sighed, relenting. "I would rather we all meet in person to discuss it better since we need to see the materials. I'm not really online much." "You sure you're not just spending all that time chatting, Mina?" Denki teased. Sukuna deadpanned at him, raising his fist. "Should I teach you how to shut up?" "Whoa, relax man." Denki laughed. Momo sighed. "A class group chat is still necessary. A class without a group chat in this century is like heroes without capes." "Well, the capes are optional but you get what I mean." "TCH, just create it right now. I just know that bastard might, accidentally, forget about it later," Bakugo accused, pointing at Sukuna who sighed, taking out his phone as Mina laughed at his defeated expression. "Let's get on with this." Everyone gathered around him, their phones already out. "Name it like 1A brain cell, chaired, dot," Denki suggested with a grin. "The only guy with 1 brain cell here is you," Bakugo shouted. Sukuna ignored the two, though he did type the name Denki suggested. "Done." Sukuna muttered after a while, having added all his classmates into the group chat. Mina hummed as she looked at the profile picture as which was nothing but the default picture of gray faceless people. "We need a profile pic ASAP," she declared. "Oh I know, a group photo." Eureka cheered. "The camera probably won't even capture all of us," Jiro commented. Mina grinned, reaching into her bag. "Not to worry. I have this." Mina took out a selfie stick. Jiro blinked at the sight of the random object. "I don't even want to know why you bring it." She grumbled as Mina ordered everyone to gather around for the group selfie. "Oi Kirby, don't push me," Bakugo yelled at Eureka. Mina grinned as she wrapped her arm around Sukuna's neck, bringing their heads close together to the point their cheeks were touching, before shouting that she was about to start the countdown. The selfie was took moments later. The result? A selfie that was messy, alive, chaotic and too many personalities clashing all at once. Without hesitation, it became the profile picture. "Finally, I can go home." Bakugo stopped in his tracks as he opened the door. The scene outside their classroom instantly gathered Class 1A's attention. "The hell are they crowding the exit for? I'm so getting stomped if I go through." Mineta grumbled, as he saw about 30 students gathered outside, all staring at them. "Hell's their problem?" Kirishima muttered, not liking this one bit, preparing to activate his quirk if it came to it. "They're scouting us," Momo stated, as Bakugo fully slid the door open, revealing more students. "Though I doubt they're going to find much, we're not exactly using our quirks at the moment," she added. "Yug, the audacity. Go train or something if they're that worried about us." Mina rolled her eyes. "Due to the fact that we have real combat experience outside of simulations, that's what makes us a threat in their eyes," Izuku explained. Bakugo laughed crazily. "Ha, as it should be. Now get out of my fucking way. Or do you extras want me to do it myself?" He casually raised his right hand, pointing his palm at them, explosive sparks flying off it dangerously. "Bakugo, don't you dare. Save your anger for the tournament," Ida shouted. Bakugo gritted his teeth as he glared at him. "You tell them to get out of our fucking way then, Four Eyes. My mom's already here to pick me up. Listen here losers. There's no point in trying. You're gonna lose anyways, so fuck off." Bakugo turned his attention back to the students outside, the explosive sparks around his palms intensifying. "I came to see what the famous Class A was like, but you guys seem pretty arrogant. Are all the students in the hero course like this? Bakugo saw a purple-haired teen walking out from the group, seemingly not intimidated by Bakugo's near usage of his quirk. Ugh, rude. Mina shouted, her hands on her waist, annoyed by the stunt from these students. I wanna walk home with Sukuna, damn it. She shouted in her head. Seeing something like this makes me disillusioned. There are quite a few people who enrolled in general studies or other courses because they didn't make it into the hero course. And depending on our performance during the festival, they'll consider our transfer into the hero course, and they may also transfer other people out. The man explained. Suddenly, the other students tensed as they saw someone behind Bakugo stepping up. Is that meant to scare us? Sukuna asked, standing beside Bakugo, as the rest of 1A gathered around them, facing these stalkers head-on. Stop beating around the bush and just admit it. The reason you all are in those courses are simple, it's because you aren't cut out to be heroes. Sukuna widened his eyes as he felt his whole body freeze, like someone was trying to take control over it. In his mind, the purple-haired man widened his eyes as he looked around him, confused at where he was. He was standing on a pool of blood that spanned endlessly. Then he saw it, a mountain of skulls and bones, and on top of it was a small throne made out of all bones. He saw Sukuna, with markings all over his face, sitting on it, his head leaning on his right arm while staring down at him with a grin. His outfit was different, consisting of a light-colored kimono with a black edge, a black scarf, and black sandals. I see that you possess a mind control quirk. His face twisted into a disgusted expression as he leaned down a little, his four eyes staring into the man's soul. Who gave you the right to enter my mind? Where am I? The man stepped backwards hastily, not liking his situation. My innate domain, a place that reflects my mind and soul. Sukuna explained before his eyes narrowed. And I'd like you to get out of it. Whack. The purple-haired man gasped as Sukuna suddenly appeared before him and grabbed his neck with both arms, tightening his grip around it. The nerve of people these days. Sukuna muttered as a sickening crack echoed through the domain, as the purple-haired man's body limped. Without pausing, Sukuna grabbed the man's head by the top, and without a single word, ripped it off before throwing it away. Ah, got on my kimono. Back in real life, the purple-haired man gasped as he immediately fell back. The people around him gasped as he started vomiting on the floor, pure horror in his eyes. That all you've got? How pathetic. Sukuna, who didn't have any marking on him from the start, stared down at him. And you think you can challenge us for the top spot? Sukuna pointed to himself and his classmates. Bakugo and the rest of the class watched, feeling disturbed, knowing Sukuna somehow had a hand in the purple-haired teen's condition. If it's a war you want with 1A, it's a war you'll get. Now. The students before him had their breaths hitched immediately, as they felt an invisible pressure crushing their body. Get out of my way. In an instant, everyone either stepped aside or ran away. Some had scurried off while carrying the hyperventilating purple-haired teen. Sukuna snorted to himself, before he started walking to the stairs. Bakugo silently walked, his hands in his pockets while the rest of them watched on. Mina, I don't mean to offend you but like. Suyu looked at Mina staring silently at Sukuna. I just think Sukuna can be one scary guy sometimes. Yeah, he does that sometimes. To be continued. 32. Discuss. Just wondering, am I writing too slow or too fast? From where we're at in the story, we're 4 arcs away before the first saga of the story ends. So the sports festival is coming up. Jean then smiled at Kaori. This brings back memories, doesn't it dear? He asked, as he and his family were eating dinner together. It sure does. I remember when we had to run our own stalls after the battle. It was so tiring but so worth it. Kaori reminisced. You guys had to run your own stalls too? Sukuna questioned. Jean nodded in response. Of course. Even though it's the same thing every year, there's always something to it that made it largely different. What did we do for our stall again? Jean asked Kaori. A food stall. But only because the class couldn't decide what to do so we just ran with the simplest option. In the end we turned out to be the most popular one. Well that's because you're such a great cook, dear. Jean smiled, cupping a side of his wife's face with his hand, causing Kaori to giggle. Sukuna resisted the urge to roll his eyes, somewhat used to his parents' display of affection in front of him. But still, do they know that he was there during all of this? To be honest, I'd rather have them do this than be the parents that constantly argue with each other. He mused, finishing his food. Ah, by the way, we'll be attending the festival. Jean added, smiling at his son. Why? Sukuna asked, feeling awkward all of a sudden. His parents looked at each other before laughing. To cheer for you silly. Kaori said in between laughter. There's no way I'm going to miss out watching my son fight. Jean nodded in agreement with her. For the remaining weeks, give it your all during the training and planning, but don't forget to enjoy the process with your friends. That's what makes school enjoyable and memorable after all. Sukuna nodded silently at his father. Oh yeah, are Mina's parents going to be there? Kaori asked. Sukuna blinked. Yes they are. Why do you ask? Kaori whistled at her son's question, his gaze concentrated at her, full of suspicion. Oh nothing, just want to meet my future in-laws. Excuse me. Nothing Igdira Mahi. So I was thinking. Maybe we can add a small confetti explosion at the end when they complete the course. Denki suggested as all 21 of them arranged their tables to make it look like a board meeting in class. Then the place would become a mess, and I'm confident that none of here want to be on cleaning duty. Plus the wind might blow the confetti away. I'd rather not have complaints from customers and other classes, please. Momo sighed. Ah man. Denki pretended to be saddened by the rejection. Jiro rolled her eyes at his antics. We can't afford to look sloppy here. Ida began. The teachers are evaluating, agencies are observing, and the public already knows about us because of the USJ incident. Way to put the pressure on all of us, Ida. Eureka grumbled. Sukuna hummed as he stared at the whiteboard full of ideas. Our stall will be in the stadium concourse. We've already applied for the amount of space we needed to the principal, so that's settled. And any disagreements from other classes would be non-existent since we wouldn't taking space they already applied for. I'm surprised we're the only ones that have applied for the spacing, not counting the seniors of course. You'd think the business course would have probably have their stalls built by now. So you commented. I mean, we're still 3 weeks away from the sports festival. Maybe they wanted to chill a little. Jiro shrugged. Momo shook her head. We can't afford any delays. I'd like to ensure the children have a good time. Why the hell are you so enthusiastic about this? It's not like we're the ones that are going to be playing later. Bakugo argued. Because they're the reasons heroes exist. Momo replied casually. Bakugo was stumped at what she said, quieting down into deep thought. I would be handling the prop designs. We can test it out to ensure its stability at a later date. But for now, we need it to be immersive. Midoriya, Mina, what have you two come up with? She smiled at the two. Izuku cleared his throat a little before beginning. Well, since we've decided on an indoor setup, we would give them a rescue mission, civilian extraction during a minor structural collapse to be precise. Participants would enter in small teams up to 3 people, they then would be given a briefing and their roles assigned by Ida. Of course he's the one doing the briefing. Bakugo grumbled, causing some to laugh. What's that supposed to mean? A suspicious Ida glanced at him. Nothing, 4 eyes. I know this may sound a little difficult, but can we possibly have interchangeable setups in between one mission? You know you're evil for suggesting that, man. What if the children want to try again, thinking they have the course memorized only to find out it's completely different? Zero questioned. Mina grinned. I mean, that's what being a hero is about, right? You're forced to adapt no matter the situation. It's gonna be fine, the courses won't be hard. But we are still going ahead with the plan for creating multiple setups for different age groups, right? Mina asked Momo, who nodded in response. I have already assigned different teams and their respective shifts to assist with handling the setups. I hope you're fine with my arrangements. She looked at the class, expecting someone, Bakugo, to disagree with it. Though when she noticed that everyone was either or nodding in approval, she internally sighed in relief. Though what's this about the roles though? Kirishima questioned. It's just to make it more immersive. We have the scout who navigate obstacles, then the stabilizer who carries the mannequin that's going to be the injured civilian, lastly the support role whose task is to clear light debris and activate safe zones. She continued. We've already have the storyline plotted out. When they enter the entrance zone, Ida's going to brief them, telling the kids that they're junior heroes responding to an emergency call before assigning them the roles I just said. There would be 3 stages inside the disaster zones. First they'd navigate debris, then they'd locate the injured mannequin, and the 3rd stage is when they'd adapt when a secondary hazard triggers. And when they come out, we do a debriefing. Momo nodded at Mina's explanation, glad that she made the right call assigning them for the immersion part. That's all and well, but we still need to design the setups. Me, Tokoyama, Tsuyu and Koda can handle the floor plans. What you really should focus on are the shifts. Some of us want to compete in the disaster logistics simulation, strategy and analysis trial, and also some other competitions. Sukuna reminded. The class nodded at his words. The disaster logistics simulation was simple. Students are dropped into a mock city block with injured actors, blocked routes, limited supplies. Students earn points for triage accuracy, evacuation efficiency, and minimizing secondary damage. In this case, the star performer isn't the strongest. It's the one who thinks like an emergency systems engineer. With the strategy and analysis trial, think chess, but with quirks. Teams are given incomplete intel about a simulated villain scenario. They must draft an action plan under time pressure. Judges score clarity, risk assessment, and contingency planning. This is where someone like Midoriya shines without throwing a single punch. Then there'd be a public communication challenge, where students hold a mock press conference after a fictional crisis. They answer hostile questions from actual journalists, reassure civilians, and avoid saying something that tanks public trust. In Sukuna's opinion, this was the most brutal one, since power doesn't save a person from a microphone. There was even an ethics debate round, where students argue in timed rounds. Judges watch for logical consistency, moral reasoning, and the ability to stay calm when someone attacks one's premise. Alongside with the strategy and analysis trial and disaster logistics simulation, Sukuna would be joining this competition too. And lastly, because UA is still a school, there would be academic decathlon-style mini-events. rapid problem solving, forensics puzzles, quirk theory quizzes. Think academic Olympics but televised. Jiro nodded in agreement. I'm probably not gonna do well in the combat tournament. While that doesn't mean I won't try my best, I'd like to find other ways to land myself an internship. She reasoned, with others nodding in agreement with her. And no way I'm going through this without enjoying the festival. Hagakure added, with more nodding in agreement with her. Internally, Mina was planning another hangout session with Sukuna. There's no way she's letting this opportunity go, damn it. Momo sighed and glanced at Sukuna, who seemed amused. This was going to be tiring, but somehow it felt fun for the class. To be continued. 33. Use protection. I'm sure you all would like to see Sukuna interact with Eri, but sadly that's not what I have in mind. I'd probably join the disaster logistics simulation. Oh yeah, also the agility and movement trials. Mina answered Sukuna's question about what competitions she'd join besides the main tournament. But man, you have some heavy hitters. My brain would probably be like Denki's after he overuses his quirk if I join these. She commented, shuddering at the thought. Making a plan with her teammates was alright, but debating with other high IQ people using all their brainpower was definitely a no-go. I'll do fine. But the schedule is going to be a nightmare with all of our personal goals clashing with the stall's needs. Sukuna replied. Relax, no way the school would schedule students to run a stall right before a combat match. And there's no way they'd force a student to be in 2 mandatory places at once. Mina reasoned. We probably need to ask Sensei about the school scheduling table. Sukuna muttered. Mina grinned a little. Knowing Sensei, he'd probably complain about you and Momo disturbing his precious nap time. She joked, causing Sukuna to smirk a little. That's exactly why they needed to disturb him. Just then, the bullet train they were riding on stopped, as more passengers boarded it, being mostly people who got off work. Mina internally complained as she and Sukuna were squeezed to the side, her head a few centimeters away from hitting the window. Huh. She widened her eyes as Sukuna gently cupped his hand around her head, pulling her close to him, not wanting her head to hit the window while the train was moving. The man seemed unbothered by what he was doing, but Mina was totally red in the face. Are you alright with this? He asked, looking down at her, noticing her pink face was beginning to brighten. Mina nodded silently, wrapping her arms around him a little. They'd stay like that for the whole ride home, both enjoying each other's body warmth more than they cared to admit. They were in their own little world, the claustrophobic feeling from being congested thrown out long ago. They almost missed their stop, with both of them quickly rushing out of the train. As per usual, Sukuna walked Mina home. She wouldn't have it any other way now. They were silent, with Mina strangely not bringing up any new topics or anything about the sports festival. Sukuna had noticed this a long time ago. They had this indescribable lingering tension between them every time they were together, even though they hadn't argued about anything. Mina felt the same way, though it was a little worse for her, having gotten to the point where she starts overthinking about his feelings for her. She realized that her body became incredibly sensitive when they took walks like this. HNNGH. She jolted up, realizing that her right hand had lightly touched his left knuckle. Sukuna glanced down at her, noticing that Mina was really trying her best to be nonchalant about it and continue walking, though her flustered expression didn't really help her out. Dude, Mina totally likes you. As in she wants you to be her boyfriend. For a guy who has 4 eyes, you're pretty blind. His mind flashed back to a conversation he and Denki had the other day. He didn't remember what he replied to him, probably just a grunt, but Denki's words did spark a thought within him. Mina widened her eyes as she felt her right hand suddenly being intertwined with Sukuna's hand. Her heart felt like it was about to burst out of her chest, her pink face replaced by a dark red. Wait, he must know my hands are sweaty. She panicked, looking at Sukuna who kept looking forward. This definitely was on purpose. Where did all that confidence go? He thought, secretly amused. Mina shakily looked back forward before a large smile appeared on her face, as she tightened her grip on his hand. As they arrived at Mina's home, Sukuna, though reluctantly, let go of her hand. Mina turned around to look at him, still having a smile on her face after all that unprotected hand-holding they just did. See you tomorrow, Kay. She tilted her head at him cutely. Sukuna nodded silently. Hi. She gave him a hug, an act they now perform regularly ever since she hugged him that day during the entrance exams. Though this time it lingered a bit longer. Sukuna didn't mind it. Mina was warm, and the feeling he gets whenever he hugged her felt good. They both heard a camera snapping, and turned to look at Mina's mom holding her phone up, grinning mischievously. Honey, look at this. Maya shouted as she ran in the house while calling her husband. Wait, Mom, this isn't what it looks like. Sukuna stared silently at the rotten finger before him. It had appeared after his fight with the Noma, and he had somehow forgotten about eating it. After swallowing it all in one go, Sukuna felt a surge of power within him as his markings forcefully activated. I should cook a meal with this stuff. Maybe it'll taste better. He grumbled in annoyance, walking over to his bathroom to brush his teeth. There was no way he was talking to his parents with his breath smelling like rotten flesh. So would that be my 6th, or 7th finger? Sukuna thought while brushing his teeth, staring into his reflection. So far, there were no new abilities given to him, just the usual boost of strength, then a boost to his regeneration and slicing abilities. If that Shigaraki guy is smart enough, he and his league of villains would be watching us fight during the festival. He wondered what Shigaraki was doing. Sukuna was sure that he had something up his sleeve. We just made ourselves really big targets whether we like it or not. And if Shigaraki's personality followed the usual tropes of being a villain, he'd be planning how to take revenge against us, forgetting All Might altogether. Sukuna made a mental note to remind everyone to watch their backs. Villains are unpredictable after all. Though if he and his merry band of buddies were to actually kidnap us, who would he pick as his main target? He wondered, drinking some mouthwash, making sure to not accidentally swallow it like last time. Well, it'd definitely be me. I'm the one who caused the most losses. Then it'd either be Bakugo, Todoroki, then Momo. Though, he wouldn't be dumb enough to capture Endeavor's son now, would he? That's like calling a nuke to target your own house. If he followed the logic that villains are the most unpredictable when they were desperate, then it'd be a 90% chance he'd do so. Whatever, I'm sure we can deal with it when the time comes. They did receive new training plans from Momo's not-so-cheap private expert the other day. If they know what's good for them, they'll be disciplined. He sighed, exiting the bathroom after spitting out the mouthwash. He blinked, hearing his phone ring. After he unplugged it from the charger, he saw that it was Mina requesting a FaceTime with him. Seriously. He smiled a little. Can't this girl go 1 hour without talking to me? Does she really like to be around me that much? To be continued. 34. The day has come. Whoa. You mean you're earning money from your inventions already? May asked Sukuna, who nodded silently. Yes. Sukuna replied. A while back, he'd licensed one of his inventions that became a bestseller quickly. His invention was called the Quirk Stabilization System, wearable tech that reads biofeedback such as heart rate, muscle tension, energy output and dynamically adjusts compression, cooling, or microshock absorption. The tech doesn't care if one punches like All Might or heats up like Endeavor, it still reduces physical backlash. That kind of tech sells to everyone, even if the inventor was unknown, since it reduces medical costs for hero agencies and improves career longevity. Heck, even insurance companies would probably demand it. So far, after pricing it at 500,000 yen per unit and already having 5,000 professionals nationwide, Sukuna is expected to make approximately 2.5 billion in revenue, 16.3 million US dollars. Sadly, it's only revenue, not profit. And that still doesn't include royalties. After patenting the core tech and licensing it at 10%, he'd earn up to 250 million per year, roughly 1.6 million US dollars. And that's still in Japan, by the way. If insurance companies require it for agencies to lower premiums, adoption shoots toward 8,090%. And if civilian versions are released, the number jumps from thousands to hundreds of thousands. That's the real monster scenario. So many possibilities. He thought to himself. At that scale, they're no longer talking about him being just a wealthy engineer. They're talking support industry mogul who funds their own research institute type of stuff. But in the process of doing that, he'd realistically needed a company partner or investor, legal protection of the patent, and mass adoption by agencies. But that's where UA came in. With Nizu on board with his invention, everything else was smooth sailing, for a price of course, but Sukuna didn't mind paying for it. He never was one that liked riches, he was just doing it for the love of the game, similar to May. The money is just an insurance for his own future. What items are you going to pull out this time? Sukuna asked offhandedly. May raised an eyebrow at him. Haha, very funny. That's like explaining how your ability works to the enemy. Just find out what babies I'm gonna use on that day. May stuck her tongue out at him. He grunted. Well, at least he tried, though he has a good idea what kind of invention she would use. As he left the development studio, he glanced back at May one more time. Fair warning, May. One of my classmates is quite a good inventor herself. I'd say she's better than me in some ways. So don't think you're alone on the top. May smirked at him. Oh, you're talking about Momo, right? That black-haired girl in our elective. Help me send a message to her then, Sukuna. Tell her to bring it on. Phew. Finally it's settled. Kirishima cheered as he and all of Class 1A were gathered in the stadium concourse, standing in front of their stall. Momo nodded, impressed with their work. I'd say we're good to go. Now all that's left is our performance tomorrow. Let's hope nothing unfortunate happens. She whispered. Todoroki shook his head. Have faith, Yaoyorozu. We've already triple-checked everything and tested the course to make sure it's kid-friendly. I'd say the only thing that we'd struggle with a little is the kids. He assured her. Momo smiled, nodding at him. You're right. I need to be a little more confident in our project. She muttered. Come on, let's go party. Mina cheered. Shouldn't that actually be done after the festival? Tokoyama reasoned, not understanding her. Mina raised an eyebrow. When you've accomplished something big, shouldn't you celebrate it? Yes, I know the big day's tomorrow, but everyone needs to cool down a little, tone down the tension we're feeling about tomorrow, you know? She countered. Tokoyama went silent, before nodding. Where the hell are we going then? I need to tell the old woman. Bakugo grumbled in annoyance, already imagining how much his mother would nag about coming back home late. Well, mama's boy, we're going to the family mart near the school, so our parents won't need to worry about us wandering off somewhere far. I'm not a mama's boy pink alien. Bakugo yelled at Mina while texting his mother at the same time. Really dude, pink alien? That's like a compliment you know. As Bakugo yelled in anger in the background, Izuku noticed Todoroki walking away. Todoroki, where are you going? Izuku asked, slowly catching up with him. Do you not want to eat with us? Todoroki stopped, turning back to look at him. I'm not joining this pointless activity. He replied before walking away as Izuku watched in disbelief. Oh you shitty emo, you think saying that makes you look cool or something? Bakugo kept throwing insults at Todoroki, as Kirishima, Denki and Ida held him back from charging towards the man. Keikaku, just leave him be. Maybe he's stressed out. Izuku tried calming him down. Bakugo glared at him. Who the hell are you to order me around, shitty nerd? That's the whole point of Pink Alien inviting us wasn't you? Can't you see that bastard's insulting us? I'm kinda touched that you care so much about class camaraderie, Bakubro. Mina whistled in amusement, as Bakugo quickly redirected his attention on her. Jiro groaned, palming her face. Come on let's go already. We're wasting time here. Today was the big day. Sukuna could hear the crowd even though he and his classmates were in the waiting room. He stared at his phone, specifically at the selfie they took while eating at Family Mart. Yet again, the class can't seem to act properly during the selfie. Though it was missing one person, Todoroki to be exact, so the hangout did feel like it was missing a part of the intended vibe. Midoriya. Everyone looked at Todoroki approaching Izuku who stiffened at the teen's serious expression. Looking at things objectively, I think I'm stronger than you. But All Might has his eyes on you for some reason. I'm not trying to pry about that, but I am going to beat you. He declared, as Izuku's expression turned serious. Todoroki, this is improper even from you. We're almost about to start. Why are you picking a fight? Ida scolded. Todoroki glanced at him. We're not here to play at being friends, Ida. It's every man for himself in this tournament. So why does it matter? Oh ho, icy hot. I don't know about you, but it sounds like you want to make the whole class your enemy huh? Count me in. I can't wait to blow your face off. Bakugo grinned, punching his palm, causing a small explosion from it as bloodlust oozed of him. Izuku clenched his fist. I have no idea what you want telling me all of this. But I'm not going to falter just because I'm going to potentially face you. I want to become the greatest hero. I can't afford to fall behind, and I can't afford to lose. Izuku looked into Todoroki's eyes, a serious and confident aura engulfing him as he made his declaration. I don't care if we're classmates. I'll beat you if I have to, Todoroki. And after that I'll tell everyone that I am here. To be continued. 35, 1A's era. Welcome, one and all, to the annual UA Sports Festival. Present Mike announced, being the announcer for the freshman stage. The rowdy crowd cheered, matching the vibe. Let me guess, y'all came here to see them right. The miraculous stars that shrugged off villains like they were all veterans heroes in disguise. You're here for Class 1A right my fellow listeners. He grinned, as the cheering became rowdier. Geez Shota, I swear these kids have more fans than Endeavor sometimes. He mumbled to himself after distancing himself from the microphone. Now that's stretching it, Hisashi. Aizawa mumbled to himself, wondering how he got roped into joining Mike. Present Mike, otherwise known as Yamada Hisashi, glanced at his bandaged colleague. You wanna go see them? He asked. I'm gonna ask Nizu for a remote control wheelchair. I can't be seen doing this shit. Aizawa grumbled, as Mike laughed while pushing the man. Meanwhile inside the waiting room for Class 1A, the situation was tense after Todoroki and Izuku's declaration. Sukuna walked in between the two of them. Why'd you go challenge Izuku and not me, Todoroki? Ya scared? Sukuna asked with a smirk. Bakugo stepped in, still grinning like a psychopath, a four-way stare-down happening between them. Who the hell would be scared of your bitch ass? Bakugo taunted. The others watched, unsure of what to do. Even Ida was speechless. There was no way he was stepping in to stop them. He'd either risk getting hypothermia, his face blown off, his body chopped into minced meat, or a field trip to Smash City. Oi, fights out there, not here. They stared at Aizawa entering unannounced with Mike behind him. Problem children, all of you. He muttered under his breath. I'll be outside. Mike excused himself. Sensei. Mina grinned, running in to hug him. Aizawa had a deadpan as she did. No student, heck even a teacher, had the guts to hug him before, except for Mina of course. Cheer for us, okay sensei. Yurika grinned at him. Their sensei sighed. Just don't do anything I wouldn't and you'll be fine. But yes, I will be supporting you all. He simply said. He looked at the four that were arguing before he entered. Settle it out there, and whatever happens, I don't want to see any of you holding grudges after this. Yeah whatever. Bakugo grumbled. Just then, Mike knocked on the door and entered the room. Hey, not to ruin the moment but you guys are up, and I need to continue announcing before the audience get bored. He motioned them to exit the waiting room. Bye sensei. Yurika patted Aizawa's shoulder as she exited the room. Each student promptly followed her, patting their sensei's shoulder and bidding him farewell. Sukuna placed his hand on Aizawa's shoulder, staring down at the man. What? Aizawa asked, looking up. You'd get a show, but we won't show too much either. Who knows, they might be watching. Sukuna spoke vaguely, though Aizawa understood what he implied. Here I thought I was going to see something new from you all. He smirked at his student. Just get ready for some surprises. They've worked hard these past few weeks. But unfortunately for me, I'm not gonna be cutting someone up until they're half dead on live TV, so it'll be the same old brute force, All Might style. Sukuna smirked, placing his hands in his pockets. What a bummer. Aizawa replied sarcastically. Ciao, sensei. I'm proud to be your student. Sukuna waved as he walked out, hands in his pockets. Geez, what's with all this emotional talk from them? It's not even the end of the year yet. Aizawa grumbled, but he noticed something. Strangely, his body felt lighter. It was almost as if he could do a certain action again. Alright Shota, let's go what the foo. Present Mike walked in and almost received a heart attack on the spot, as he saw his friend standing up from his seat, already removing the absurd amount of bandages wrapped around his body. Shota, why you? He pointed shakily at Aizawa. So that's why his hand was on my shoulder for that long. But really, healing powers, no wonder he was unscathed when he took Midoriya's punch that day. What doesn't he have at this point? Aizawa questioned, shaking his head before looking at Present Mike whose jaw was still dropped. Close your stupid mouth and let's go. Introducing the stars of the show. Class 1A. The audience erupted as Class 1A stepped into the stadium. Aizuku gulped, nervous at the amount of people that attended. It's sold out. He panicked, seeing that there weren't any empty seats anywhere, though he wondered where his mother was sitting. Aizuku honey. Oh, there she was. Aizuku looked at a certain direction to see his mother, Inko, jumping up and down waving at him, tears rolling down her eyes dramatically. Inko, calm down. You're gonna flood the place if you keep crying like that. Bakugo glanced, immediately spotting his mother, Mitsuki, sitting beside Inko calming her down while his father, Masaru was waving at him with a smile. TCH. He snorted, secretly a little happy that they came to support him. Oi Katsuki, you better win this. His mother shouted from afar. Bakugo somehow heard it from afar, probably due to his mom's sensors, and grinned. Do your best Momo. From the VIP section, Momo's parents, both black-haired, could be seen clapping for their daughter while Momo's mother cheered like crazy. Beat them all up son. Kaori shouted, not at all reserved at supporting her own son. Jean smiled, staring down at Sukuna who looked up at them with a smirk, walking lazily to the middle of the stadium with his hands still in his pockets. I just wanna ask. Are you two Sukuna's parents? Kaori looked to see a pink beauty accompanied by a brown-haired man with small horns protruding from his head. Yes, we are. And you are? Kaori smiled politely. I'm Maya and this is Kano. We're Mina's parents. We've been wanting to meet you guys for a while. Maya grinned at them. Kaori widened her eyes and squealed. Really, it's so nice to meet you. They greeted each other with a hug like they were longtime friends, while the two men shook hands and nodded at each other. So, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Is my son dating your daughter? Kaori got straight to the point. Oh, they definitely are dating. But Mina's so scared of taking it to the next step. Blame my son, he knows she has feelings for him but he doesn't want to pop the question either. Kaori groaned. I'm still not okay with this by the way. Mina's still too young to have a boyfriend. Kano interrupted. Maya rolled her eyes. Oh come on honey, let her live a little. Besides, don't you think Sukuna's the perfect guy for her? From what you've told me, they are the polar opposites of each other. Kano stated. Jean chuckled a little. My son can be a little aloof sometimes, but I know he means well. He replied. Kaori nodded. He's the type of guy who still lets Mina drag him to a festival even though he complains about the noise. Kaori added. I swear if they don't get married, I mean Simone, they clearly like each other. Maya whined, a little frustrated having to witness this cat and mouse game between her daughter and Sukuna. We should give them time. Look, it's already starting. I just know mom and dad are talking about me. Sukuna thought in annoyance as he stood in front of the line, being class president, with Momo behind him. He glanced to his left, noticing the other classes staring at them with a raging hunger in their eyes, angered at being treated like the sideshow. Settle down kids. They heard their sensei, the R-rated hero, Midnight, cracking her flogger-style whip to gather everyone's attention. I'll be overseeing the freshman stage for today. Principal Nizu as always is overseeing the senior stage. Now, player representative, please step up. She commanded, cracking her whip. Sukuna sighed, lazily walking up the platform. It's obvious he'd be the player rep. Aizuku mumbled, remembering that the man had placed first during the entrance exams, though it seems that the general studies course only looked at their class with extra disdain. Not like we asked to get attacked. He thought, sighing to himself. He could understand them though. Imagine training just as hard, maybe harder, and watching another group get spotlighted because villains chose the wrong building to invade. For the other courses, the festival is a rare shot at transferring into the hero course. If Class 1A dominates attention, that narrows opportunity. So the frustration becomes sharper. Though 1A does carry some trauma from the USJ. They're under huge pressure. They're not celebrating. But to outsiders, they look like media darlings. That's why through this festival, 1A is forced to justify the spotlight through their performance. Oh honey look, our son's gonna make a speech. Kaori patted Jean excitedly. Yes dear, I can see that. Sukuna stood near the microphone, an unimpressed expression crossing him as he stared at most of the students from the general studies course that glared at him. Well, here goes. To be continued. 36, bring it on. The silence stretched a little bit too long as Sukuna stood in front of the microphone. The audience stared silently at him, wondering what he wants about to say. Midnight was about to remind him to start speaking, but he started just before she could call him. You guys act like I killed your parents. He called them out, looking down specifically at the students in the general studies course. Some of said students gritted their teeth and clenched their fists at being taunted. We stand here because we want to become professionals. I admit that some of us have already faced real danger. But it doesn't matter. Today isn't about reputation. He continued. We are here to be evaluated, so give them something worth remembering. Your performance is the only argument that matters today. It was oddly unsettling at how calm he was. The psychological effect was working though. Oh, and one last thing. He grinned at them. His presence became intimidating as black markings spread across his face and body, as a second pair of crimson eyes opened, both pairs staring down at the student body. Come at me if you dare. The audience erupted at his declaration of war, already fired up for the tournament. Oh boy. That's one way to get everyone to target you. Jean chuckled, shaking his head at his son's antics. He looks evil, almost like a demon from a folklore. Though there were cheers, there were also some whispers of doubt concerning Sukuna, unsure about that display of strength. What a wonderful speech. Midnight laughed awkwardly, clearing her throat before continuing. Well, let's start with the preliminaries shall we? What would our students' first challenge be? Midnight pointed at a large floating hologram. The audience gasped and whoaed in surprise as the first event was revealed. An obstacle race. Midnight declared with a grin. Some students who had low stamina, internally groaned and had nervous expressions showing. All 11 classes will participate in this race. The course will be the outer circumference of this stadium with a distance of 4 kilometers. Now here's the interesting part, as long as you stay inside the course, you're free to do anything you want. Just don't kill each other So get yourself in position and knock yourselves out. She declared, cracking her whip. The students gathered around the starting line, the overcrowding and the pushing made it a tense scene as the light turned from red to orange. A silence reigned over the stadium as everyone including the audience stared at the light attentively, ready to burst as soon as it turned green. The stadium hummed like a power plant. About 30,000 voices braided together into a low electric thrum, rising and falling in restless waves. Banners snapped in the crosswind. Camera flashes from journalists to proud parents flickered like heat lightning along the stands. Without warning, the light turned green. Hundreds of bodies charged forward in perfect unison. The stadium erupted. A whistle shrieked. A drum pounded. And they're off. Live from UA, this is Present Mike and Eraserhead, bringing you electrifying live commentary over to you. Oh, what's this? Look at Todoroki. With a single motion, Todoroki froze the legs of a bunch of contestants as he rushed forward, taking the lead. He ignored the chaos behind him, charging forward without a care. Remember listeners, it's a free-for-all in there. And it seems Todoroki is using it to his advantage very well. Oh, but what's this? There are some who managed to escape. You won't fool me that easily, half and half. Get over here. Bakugo shouted, his voice a little too much like Scorpion, as he lunged forward using his explosions, quickly gaining momentum and catching up to Todoroki. Meanwhile, Momo smirked a little, having escaped the ice attack and launching herself forward via a pole vault using a metal pole she created. Mina smirked, using her quirk to make the ground wet and slippery, before she quickly skated forward, quickly catching up. This is insanity. Look at Class 1A go. All of them have evaded Todoroki's trick. What the hell? Is Mineta using his sticky balls to trip the other students? Mineta was frantically throwing the purple spheres on his head everywhere, causing some of the students to trip and get stuck on them. What the hell? I can't move. He heard one shout as he smirked. Throwing more of his balls on the ground, he began taking advantage of the fact that his spheres bounce off his body to use them as small trampolines, jumping past a bunch of students. Whoa! A green blur almost threw Mineta off, as it ran past students, catching up to Todoroki and Bakugo. Hey! Mineta shouted again, as now a pink blur blew past him, outpacing the previous green blur. Look at Midoriya and Sukuna, they're already catching up with Todoroki and Bakugo. Just look at how fast they are. As I thought, Sukuna's speed is still far superior than mine, but I seem to have gained quite a lead. Izuku thought to himself, running behind Sukuna. Oi shitty nerd, don't think you're hot shit just because you're fast. Izuku glanced to his left to see Bakugo just beside him. Just then, all of them heard a loud boom behind them. That sound. Wait, doesn't it sound like a jet? Izuku winced as a giant gust of wind blew past him. Is that? It's Momo. And what a creation she has made. She's now in the lead. Momo smirked, hearing present mix commentary as she zoomed through the air, jetpack on her back, having broken the sound barrier with her creation. Yay, that's my girl. Momo's father shouted from his seat, watching his daughter on a hologram specially placed in the VIP section. But how will Miss Momo face this? What will you do now, Momo? When you're faced with the Robo Inferno? You're telling me my son had to fight that? Inko shouted, almost fainting from pure horror. Before the students was an army of zero-pointer robots, the exact ones they had faced during the entrance exams. Some in the audience wondered how UA received the funding for this. Momo stared at the robot army with a calm expression, as she pressed a button on a device strapped to her wrist. From the bulky part of her jetpack, some canisters popped out of it as she flew past the robots. Is she? Todoroki paused as he widened his eyes, stopping immediately after realizing Momo's plan. Giant explosions appeared before him, engulfing the zero-pointers, causing the other runners to stop in their tracks before they too were engulfed in it. The fuck are you thinking, carpet bombing us? Do you wanna die? Bakugo shouted, evading the falling robots, still flying midair using his quirk. Oi Momo, save some for the rest of us. Sukuna smirked, picking up the pace. One for all, full cowling, 10%. Green lightning flashed around Izuku's body as he sped up alongside Sukuna, who overtook him easily, catching up to the fighter jet-like speed of Momo. With a sudden burst of speed, Sukuna disappeared before reappearing behind 3 zero-pointers. The giants broke apart into pieces the second later, having giant holes at the center of their bodies. Todoroki gritted his teeth, creating a moving wave of ice as he quickly skated through it. Even though it was only the first round, it was the most challenging moment in Todoroki's life. This is entertainment. Look at these students go, giving their all to achieve the number 1 spot. We now have a 5-way tie between Momo, Bakugo, Sukuna, Izuku and Todoroki. But let's not forget the rest of 1A who are in pretty good positions themselves. Todoroki and the rest taking the lead had arrived at the second stage called the Fall, a canyon that must be trekked by walking on ropes. Bakugo laughed as he exploded his way across while Sukuna just straight up leaped over it. Izuku did the same, taking 3 massive jumps to land on the other side. Meanwhile, Momo flew by over the canyon while Todoroki created an ice bridge, sliding across before destroying the bridge as soon as he got to the end. Man, these guys are freaks. Mei shouted, having worn support equipment similar to ODM gear to get her across the canyons. These 5 are still competing for the lead. But what will Todoroki, Sukuna and Midoriya do against the third stage? The mine field. Sukuna narrowed his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, he sent out a bunch of dismantle-type cuts at the ground, slicing it up, causing a bunch of explosions. Tisk. Momo clicked her teeth as her vision was blocked by the smoke, forcing herself to fly through it. Oi bastard, you trying to kill me? Bakugo shouted as he charged forward, the sweat from his body boosting his quirk, causing him to speed up. It was smooth sailing for Todoroki, as Sukuna had actually helped him by clearing the mine field with his slices. A giant explosion went off in the background, as the audience saw Izuku holding a metal shield from one of the robots, having detonated a landmine, causing him to blast himself forward. Look at this. With Izuku launching himself forward, it's still a 5-way battle. Who will be in the first place? Izuku narrowed his eyes noticing he was still some ways away from the 4. This'll hurt. 1 for all, full cowling 15%. Izuku's burst of speed lunged him forward just enough to have a small lead. But that small lead was short-lived as Sukuna, Bakugo, Todoroki, exerted themselves even more while Momo kept speeding up, her jetpack starting to malfunction. 5 blurs rushed past the finish line. As Momo's jetpack broke, as she fell to the ground, creating a bouncing pad just in time for her to land on it, before tumbling on the ground. Bakugo stopped using his quirk and fell forward too, tumbling before quickly getting up. Izuku fell forward, gritting his teeth in pain as he laid on the ground, his body still not being able to handle 15%. Todoroki stopped, his body shivering a little from the overuse of his quirk. Sukuna just stood there, his marking still on his body with a neutral expression, as the crowd was silent watching the 5 of them hanging around the stadium, unsure of who the winner was. Izuku looked at the 4 people around him, his breathing uncontrollable. Their faces were uncertain, while Bakugo glared at Present Mike, wishing he would just get on with it already instead of waiting for the sake of being dramatic. As more and more people crossed at the finished line, Izuku only had one question. Who won? To be continued. 37. The pettiness is next level with this one. You bastard. Bakugo clenched Sukuna's shirt tightly, glaring at him. Stop playing around, damn it. You were clearly faster than all of us. Don't think I didn't see how you moved when you fought Nomo. So why the hell did you hold back? Bakugo yelled. Sukuna smirked. I just wanted to give you guys the illusion that you were winning. And why would I show everything to people who are taking notes? His pettiness angered Bakugo, because from the blonde's perspective, if you have power and you don't unleash it, you're spitting on the stage. But from Sukuna's perspective, revealing his full capability in a public tournament is strategically foolish. It'd give competitors, actually villains, data, agencies would have a fixed ceiling to measure and it flattens his mystique. I don't care about being mysterious right now, you bastard. Do you want me to actually kill you? Bakugo yelled, explosion sparking off his sweaty hands. You told us to give it our all, but now you're being a dumb hypocrite. What's the point of us busting our asses off training if you won't even give your 100%? Are you looking down on us? Are we not worth your full power? He yelled, shaking Sukuna by the collar. He remained silent, staring into the blonde's red eyes. Do you think you're being unfair by going all out? I want to know who's the real number one here. Even if you did go all out, I'd still find a way to beat your ass. If I see you holding back against me in the finals, I'll blast you to the moon. Fine then. Let's see how much you can withstand. Don't regret it later when I embarrass you. Sukuna grinned back after seeing Bakugo's hunger and intensity, a demonic aura oozing off him. Oi Katsuki. Stop embarrassing yourself, you brat. Are you seriously getting into arguments in front of us? Mitsuki shouted with Masaru holding her back. If he didn't, she'd probably jump into the arena to give a smack to her son in the head. At least we know who Bakugo gets his personality from. Instead of feeling threatened, Bakugo only grinned back, his motivation rising as they stared down each other. Let's head to the VAR, fellow listeners. Present Mike announced as a hologram popped up in the middle of the arena, showing a slow motion of the 5 students rushing towards the finish line. What the hell? All Might, watching from a private room, had his jaw dropped staring at the video. He grinned, before laughing like the average comic book superhero. That's one way to tell everyone that you're here, young Midoriya. It's really a tie. Midnight was speechless staring at the hologram. You'd need to have a microscope to see who exactly won. Aizawa muttered, scratching his head. He was right, they really are all problem children. The hologram showed all 5 of them reaching out at the exact same time, their fingers having crossing the finish line at the exact same moment. Coincidence? I think not. Man, they really ruined the game. How are we supposed to go ahead with the second event now? Mike wondered, even he himself was shocked at the revelation. Wow. 5 winners. This is the first time that's ever happened in UA history. But who will get the advantage for the second round? Mike then announced as Midnight walked towards Momo, Todoroki, Bakugo, Izuku and Sukuna. Come with me. They followed Midnight, who began the discussion immediately. You guys really messed things up for us, but no matter. It's really nice seeing you giving everything you've got. But the question is, who's going to get the 10 million point headband for the Calvary battle? Midnight smirked, holding up a dark red headband with the words 10 million foot written on it in kanji. Huh, the hell is that? Bakugo asked, not understanding her. Midnight stuck out her tongue. Oops, forgot to mention the rules. Hi, she laughed before clearing her throat and continuing. Basically, the top 42 students each form a team of 2 to 4 for this event and earn points by grabbing headbands from the other teams. The number of points each student is worth is dependent on their placement in the obstacle race. And guess what? The number 1 gets 10 million points off the board. But there's 5 of you. So, who wants to set a target on his or her back? Midnight asked, dangling the headband in front of them like a cat toy. Just give it to the shitty nerd, sensei. Bakugo immediately pointed at Izuku, who looked at him in horror. Aside that he was mad at Sukuna, he was also mad at Izuku for being able to match him in power. Yes, give it to Midoriya. Todoroki nodded, giving it to him for obvious reasons. The beef was still ongoing whether Izuku liked it or not. Wait. Gee guys. We can talk about this. Izuku looked at Momo and Sukuna with pleading eyes. As much as I'd like to have a head start, I'd rather not have the 4 of you chasing me down the whole time. So I'll be giving it to Izuku too. Izuku felt like fainting. Momo smiled at him. I'm sure you'll do fine. After all, you do have the ability of having instant chemistry with other teammates. She assured him, though that did not make him feel better at all. Sukuna. Izuku stuttered, looking at his one last hope. Surely they'd listen to the class president, right? Sadly, that was not the case. Have fun with your 10 million points, man. Sukuna waved at him, walking away without a care. Bakugo laughed loudly as he stomped away, with the others approaching their classmates. Midnight wasn't sure whether she should console Izuku, who was having the 1,000-yard stare. She only patted his back awkwardly, hoping it'd help a little. Why does everyone seem to be his enemy today? Congrats to the top 42 that made it through to the next round. Don't worry even if you didn't make it, kids. UA has prepared other chances for you to shine. Midnight declared, gathering their attention with a crack of her whip. The second event is going to be a cavalry battle. Midnight declared as she started explaining the rules to them. The time for the cavalry battle is only 15 minutes and that the point value of each team will be the total accumulation of each of the headbands taken. The one to wear the headband will only be the rider, being able to wear them around the head or the neck. If a team crumbles or loses a headband, that team is not out of the game as they can keep trying to earn points until the time runs out. Obviously, quirks could be used, but not for malicious aim. So if you're ranked 42nd, you'd only have 5 points, 10 if you're 41st, 15 if you're 40th and so on so forth. And the headband for the one ranked first would be worth 10 million. But due to the previous round having 5 winners, and afford having a much needed discussion, they decided to generously hand off the head start to Izuku Midoriya. Izuku gulped, as practically everyone around him was staring holes at him. He could feel their bloodlust compiling on him. Midnight grinned, enjoying the scene. If I were you, I'd make him my main target. Phew phew phew. Oh, he's cooked. To be continued. 38 Uneventful Battles. I'm skipping the fight scenes for the cavalry battle, sorry but not sorry. As expected, no one is going to team up with Izuku. Sukuna thought to himself as the 42 students were given 15 minutes to find their teammates. His thoughts were proven wrong quickly, as Yurika approached Izuku, asking to team up. If one doesn't know any better, one would think they're definitely dating on the low. He thought, his Mina side coming out. He isn't one to ship people together unlike Mina, but Izuku and Yurika do have a lot of chemistry from the interactions he'd seen from them. My ship is sailing. Speaking of Mina, he looked to see the girl standing beside him, watching Yurika and Izuku talk it out. Heya, wanna team up? I'll be the rider. Sure. He agreed, crouching down as Mina sat on him, her healthy thighs wrapped around his head. It was at this point Sukuna knew, he fucked up. They're squishy. He thought, enjoying the sensation, subconsciously squeezing it. Hey, no enjoying my thighs. Mina lightly bonked him on the head, an embarrassed blush on her. Your son is enjoying this a bit too much. Kano commented, clenching his fist as he watched the scene from the stands, left eye twitching. Jean snorted a little, before glancing to see Maya and his wife taking pictures of the moment. What a duo. Jean mused, looking back down at his son, walking around carrying Mina. Though I think they're just lost in each other, if they followed the rules, the cavalry position isn't supposed to be like that. Am I heavy? Mina asked, her self-conscious part of herself coming out of nowhere. Sukuna smirked. You're as heavy as a hippo can be, Ak. He grunted as Mina bonked him on the head again, clearly not amused by his teasing. Geez woman, obviously you're light. Why would you even ask that question in the first place? Mina huffed at his complaining. Well, you know girls, always conscious about their weight. Sukuna deadpanned. How would he know that? Well, you're perfect to me. He muttered, unknown about the effects of his sentence. Mina, flustered, considered bonking him again for being so sweet during such an important moment, but then someone approached the two. Yao, mind if me and Jiro team up with you? Denki smirked at them. Sukuna smirked in return, nodding at the yellow-haired man. I don't see a problem with that. Skip the whole cavalry battle cause author doesn't have a single idea about what to write. And your winners advancing to the final event. In fourth place, Team Midoriya. Yes. Yurika cheered, giving a massive high five to Izuku whose grin was as bright as the sun. It was a hard-fought battle, but somehow they made it through. In third place, Team Sukuna. Sukuna nodded silently, able to hear his mother and Mina's mom cheering loudly at them. Though he originally wanted to go all out during the battle, Mina advised that it was best to hold off and conserve his energy, since they still have to run the stall, compete in other competitions and also fight in the final event. Basically the man folded under zero pressure. In second place, Team Bakugo. Bakugo huffed, crossing his arms and walking away to the waiting room leaving behind his team. He looked at his parents waving at him from the stands, and smirked back at them. And in first place, Team Todoroki. Momo sighed, having teamed up with Todoroki during the battle. Though she noticed Todoroki seemed troubled, she thought back to what had happened during the battle. Todoroki had almost used his fire side of his quirk during a confrontation against Izuku. Todoroki, are you doing all right? Momo asked him, concerned for his well-being. Todoroki only glanced at her, before nodding silently. And with that, the second round has officially ended. It is now 10 a.m. my fellow listeners. We will now be taking a break from the main event. Students are required to take a small 30-minute break before they are required to start operating the stalls. And let's not forget, we also have a lot of side competitions. So let's go enjoy the festival. How many of in our class made it to the finals? Sukuna questioned as he and his classmates gathered in Class 1A's waiting room. Izuku, Todoroki, Momo, Bakugo, Shiro, Denki, Ida, Mina, Aoyama, Tokoyama, Kirishima, Jiro, and Yurika raised their hands. Ajiro stepped up, having a grim expression. Sorry Sukuna, I initially was able to enter the finals, but I forfeited my position. If I'm going to be matching up with you guys, I don't feel confident at all. He gulped before continuing. I'd like to focus on the other competitions, something that's in my expertise. I know you told us to give it our all but look at me. I became a coward at the last minute. Sukuna silently patted his shoulder, cutting him off. It's fine, you're simply choosing a better battlefield. I'm not going to shame you for retreating. But now, you absolutely have to do well in the disaster logistics simulation and the agility and movement trials, you hear? I won't let you down. Ajiro nodded, a confident smile on his face. Sukuna nodded, patting his shoulder in reassurance. Where's Todoroki and Izuku? He asked, noticing the two of them were gone. They went out to have a talk. So you replied. Momo sighed, shaking her head. I'll go find them. Don't forget, we open the stall at 10:30, so don't be late. Sukuna reminded. Momo nodded before exiting the room. Who are the other 3 students that advanced with us? Ida questioned, raising his hand politely. Shinso from the General Studies course, then it's Mei-chan from the support course. Jiro replied. Sukuna opened the door, motioning them to follow him. Come on, let's get ready to open up. Come on kid. You're gonna do great. Kirishima grinned at a child who looked nervous as he looked at the indoor obstacle course. Currently, Class 1A was manning their stall, named Plus Ultra Playhouse, Izuku's idea obviously. Ida was busy briefing the kids on their task, while Denki and Jiro were working on tech support. Meanwhile, Mina, Kirishima and Yurika was taking care of the kids, boosting their confidence. There were some class members missing, having went to compete in the side competitions. Sukuna nodded to himself, noting that everything was going smoothly. Sorry I'm late. Izuku apologized, running over to Sukuna. Sukuna shook his head. No matter, just get started on your shift. Where's Todoroki and Momo? He asked Izuku. After our talk, Momo arrived and pulled him aside. Aside from that, I don't know anything else. Izuku explained. Set 10-minute timer. If they're not here by then, you go find them. We really need all hands on deck here. Sukuna commanded, looking at the sea of children lining up just to try their stall. You got it. As Izuku rushed off, Mina approached Sukuna, having heard the conversation. You know, Momo and Todoroki actually went to the same private school together, so they probably know each other pretty well. And I dunno if you noticed but Todoroki used his fire side just now during the second event, which he almost never uses, so maybe they're discussing about it, I guess. Mina theorized. Sukuna hummed. Maybe, but let's not focus on that right now. We need to make sure these kids have a good time. Yes sir. Mina saluted playfully before walking away. Sukuna stared at her silently. For someone with 4 eyes, you're pretty blind. Denki's words reappeared in his head once again. Sukuna shook his head, snapping out of it. Maybe he'll ask her out to the festival with him later. To be continued. 39, final event. How did you get roped into this huh? An amused Sukuna looked down at the flustered Mina, wearing a cheerleader outfit. We kinda got tricked by Mineta. She whispered. Sukuna deadpanned at her. Really? Denki laughed, staring at Jiro in her cheerleader outfit. Well at least you look cute in them, Jiro-chan. He complimented her. Jiro's face became red in embarrassment and looked away. Shut up. She slapped his arm with the pom-pom. Meanwhile, Izuku tried not to stare at Yurika, his own face brightening into a bright red. She's chubby, he screamed, seemingly having unlocked a new fetish. So, what do you think? Mina smiled, regaining her confidence as she twirled around, showing herself off. Sukuna stared silently. For someone with 4 eyes, you're pretty blind. Why the hell does Denki's words and his face keep appearing in his head whenever he stares at her? Sukuna composed himself before he focused on Mina. He muttered. Mina raised an eyebrow at him. She leaned in closer, a huge smile on her face, teasing him. Beautiful. She widened her eyes at his words. No way, he actually said it. She shouted in her mind as she started giggling. Thanks. I'll be cheering you on, okay? She winked, to which he smiled a little in return. Toru, wearing her own cheerleader outfit that was actually created by Momo, started waving her pom-poms energetically. Come on, let's all cheer for the ones fighting later. She suggested, clearly enthusiastic about the idea. You just want Ajiro to notice you. Suyu commented bluntly. Toru panicked and slapped Suyu's arm with the pom-pom. Shut up, Su. She shrieked, before taking a glance at a certain direction in the stands, specifically at Ajiro who was staring at her. Toru hid behind Suyu who sighed, palming her face. Girl, you're hopeless. So you're telling me, over half of your class made it to the finals? Like wow, that's insane. Aizawa stared at the enthusiastic Mount Lady sitting in front of him with an unimpressed gaze. It's definitely gonna be one hell of a fight later though. I can't imagine them holding back. Kamui Woods commented. Aizawa sighed. As long as those brats settle it in the ring, I'm fine with whatever the outcome is. All of them have already far exceeded my goals. He mumbled, before looking at Mike approaching him. Come on, we're about to start picking the pairings in the 1v1. Yeah. Aizawa grumbled, drinking the last of his coffee before following the blonde-haired announcer. And the pairings are as follows. Midnight as a giant hologram appeared beside her. The matches are as goes, Izuku vs Shinso. Ida vs Mei, Todoroki vs Zero, Yurika vs Bakugo, Denki vs Jiro, Mina vs Aoyama, Tokoyama vs Sukuna, and Momo vs Kirishima. I'm fighting Kirby. Bakugo shouted, glancing at Yurika in her cheerleader outfit. Ha! Yurika grinned mischievously like him, a little bit too similar to a certain small pink-haired gremlin from a certain anime. The hell are you smiling about? Shinso huh? Izuku muttered to himself. I think I've figured out what type of quirk he has. He mused, remembering what happened when the other classes gathered outside his classroom, scouting them all. A quirk related to the mind maybe. Sukuna was talking to him before he suddenly paused, and it definitely wasn't because he choked on his spit. He glanced at Shinso, noticing the teen staring at him adamantly. There has to be a certain condition for him to activate his quirk. You're mumbling. Izuku blinked, before glancing at Yurika tapping his shoulder. He widened his eyes and looked away, not wanting to stare at her like a creep. What's wrong, Do I not look good in this? Eureka asked, a little hurt at how he's reacting around her. No, it's just, you look so pretty. I just don't want to come across as a creep. He stuttered out. Huh. Now it was Eureka's turn to have her face become red. Ahem. Ida suddenly appeared before them. Ah. They both shouted, jumping back. Let's go, the first match is about to start. Bro, why'd you let her use do you like that? Kirishima deadpanned at Ida walking up to them. Ida scowled a little, some red on his cheeks, not wanting to talk about his embarrassment of a match. It wasn't like he lost, but the way he won was simply put, being handed on a silver platter. Ida was given support equipment from his opponent, May, with the girls' reasoning being to keep the match fair. But instead of them fighting it out, it turned into one big show of May advertising her support equipment and items. And after 10 minutes of cat and mouse, May, feeling that she had shown everyone her support gear effectively, walked out of bounds. I mean, that's one way to get investors interested. Zero laughed. But I mean, she was totally digging you. Done spout nonsense, Kirishima. Ida scolded, ever the strict man, though he couldn't deny that May's bubbly personality was likable. And she is kind of good looking. But that doesn't mean he likes her. You really gonna take some half-assed apology though? Denki raised an eyebrow at him. Ida sighed. It's not worth the effort. He simply mumbled, sitting down. I mean, it's a good opportunity to confront her about it, maybe then. I dunno, get her to walk around the festival with you. Kirishima suggested, playfully elbowing Ida, who groaned at his persistence. Drop it, Kirishima. Okay, boss man. Don't need to get all mad with me. I'm not mad, Ida jumped a little, feeling his phone vibrating in his pocket. He took it out, noticing that it was his mother calling. Sorry, I have to take this. He quickly rushed off without wasting time. What was that about? Kirishima asked Denki, who shrugged in response. Hey look, Midobro's gonna fight. Midoriya, wait. Izuku turned around to see Ajiro walking up to him. What's up? I'm kinda in a rush here. Izuku smiled, on the way to the arena. Don't let him rage bait you. Ajiro stated simply with utmost seriousness. Izuku blinked. Huh. I'm serious, I saw it before the cavalry battle. Ajiro added. Izuku blinked again, coming into a realization of what he was implying. Don't worry, Ajiro. I plan to finish this quickly anyways. Izuku patted his shoulder before walking away, as Ajiro stared at him in concern. Yeah, but, how fast? Ajiro had to ask. Izuku kept walking, not bothering to turn around as he walked up the steps. 3 seconds. Then he was gone. The second fight. Introducing Izuku Midoriya from the Department of Heroes, and Hitoshi Shinso from the General Studies course. Izuku walked towards the arena, a serious expression on his face. Go Izuku, go. He could hear his mother cheering for him in the background, and resisted breaking out into a grin. Not now. He mentally reminded himself, blocking out the thunderous cheering, though he did take note that most, if not all of them, were specifically cheering for him, probably due to his performance during the first and second round. I just need to get him out of bounds and I win. And from what I'm seeing, it seems he's fully relying on his quirk to win this. He thought, staring down Shinso. Without warning, he heard Midnight's whip crack. Begin. That Ajiro kid. Shinso was about to start his monologue, before he was abruptly cut off as Izuku suddenly appeared in front of him with a dark expression on his face. HNNG. Shinso widened his eyes as Izuku grabbed his collar, sparks of green lightning crackling around his body. One for all, full cowling 8%. Without hesitation, he threw Shinso as hard as he could. Shinso was blasted out of the arena, his body slamming onto the grass with a hard thump. What happened? 1 second he was in front of Izuku, the next he was lying on the ground, pain all over his body. Winner. With a new record of 3 seconds. Izuku Midoriya. To be continued. 40. Not a chapter. Taking a break since it's Ramadan. 41. Not a chapter. I'ma be gone for like a month focusing on my religion, so yes, no chapters for a month. I'm sorry. 42. Bunch of prodigies. Yeah, I know I said I was going to take a break. But like I missed this place, so I'll update on some days. But after this month of Ramadan I'll continue with the daily updates, God willing. He set a new school record. One of the audience muttered in disbelief. But isn't he just a freshman? What kind of kids are in that class? Yeah, that's right. That's my Izuku. Izuku looked at his mother cheering at him like a maniac. He almost fainted, seeing her holding a banner with his face on it with the words, Go Izuku, written on it. Wow, now we know who his #1 fan is. Mike laughed, though making sure to mute the microphone beforehand. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. All Might stood up, slamming his desk as he went around the room shouting how great his protege was. Izuku stared in awe, as the whole stadium was applauding him. He grinned, waving at them as he exited the arena. TCH, I can do better. Bakugo grumbled, though he gained a small tinge of respect for the nerd after witnessing his performance. Oi, settle down, bastards. It's just the first round, damn it. And you haven't even seen me fight. Bakugo shouted, not being able to hear his own thoughts. After the cheering settled down, Present Mike continued with the announcement. It was now the match between Denki and Jiro. The announcement made Bakugo fume. What the hell? Just send me in already, damn it. Why the hell do I have to watch these two idiots in love commit domestic violence? Bakugo vented. Zero sighed, shooting out tape that wrapped around Bakugo's mouth, directing the blonde boy's now muffled cursing towards him. Interesting situation we got ourselves in, don't you think? Denki smirked at her. Jiro rolled her eyes. Flattery won't work on me, Denki. She stated, though Denki wasn't even trying to flatter her in that moment. Denki only smirked harder. Say Jiro, if I win, do you want to go on a festival date with me? We can browse some guitars and CDs this one stall is selling. He asked. Jiro widened her eyes, before scowling at him, trying to hide her blush. Actually win first then we'll talk, Pikachu. Fight. Midnight declared. Whoa. Denki watched as Jiro quickly plugged her jacks into special amplifier jacks, two small speakers on both her forearms before slamming them on the ground. Channeling the sound of her heartbeat through her jacks, the arena grounds below them started shattering as Denki jumped, avoiding being hit. So she wants me to fight on uneven terrain. And if I lose my balance she'll get me with her vibration attacks. Denki grinned as electricity cracked around him. Joke's on you Jiro. I know how you think. Oh, he definitely knows what I'm planning. She smirked back him. But knowing what I'm doing doesn't mean you're going to win. Oh, what's this? Jiro is destroying the arena. Cementos is gonna be so mad at this. I'm not, but sure, let's go with that. The pro hero, Cementos mumbled after hearing Mick's announcement, as Jiro connected her jacks to her custom boots. She amplified her heartbeat and directed the vibrations through the soles of her shoes, propelling herself to the air. Oh, look at Denki. He's running like a chicken. Denki narrowed his eyes as Jiro directed the vibrations towards him through her amplifier jacks. He jumped back, internally wincing as he saw the ground he previously stood on shatter. Denki watched as Jiro landed on the ground again, firing another round of sound vibrations towards him. He dove to the side before charging towards Jiro, who launched herself up again. Shit. I'm not fast enough to get her, and she keeps launching herself far enough that my lightning can't get her. Smart girl. He smirked to himself, thought at the same time he was cursing. Maybe I could try amplifying my speed weenie lightning. Nah, bad idea. Can't risk frying my brain with some technique I've never tried before. Though maybe I should ask Momo and Sensei to help me with this later. Denki made a mental note to himself as he dodged Jiro's attacks. Stand still, idiot. Jiro growled as she fired another sound wave at Denki. Whoa, Denki dove again, as the ground he stood on before shattered under the pressure. That's what he had an idea as he looked at Jiro's frustrated expression. I thought you were pro at aiming considering your Call of Duty rank. He taunted. Shut up. How does he know she plays COD? Kirishima wondered. Mina shrugged. Maybe they play together sometimes. Though it looks like Jiro's getting mad at her man. Wait, they're dating. Kirishima glanced at her in surprise. Mina shook her head. Nope. I totally shipped them though. This time, Denki was close enough for him to be able to launch a small arc of lightning towards her. Jiro, tensing, launched herself up again. She told me that her power scales with internal rhythm, heartbeat, tempo, emotional stability and all that jazz. The more centered she is, the cleaner her output. Her attacks are controlled because she's controlled. Denki thought, noticing the tense expression on Jiro's face. He dodged another one of her sound waves, quickly rolling and getting up. He dashed towards her as she landed on the ground again, flinging another arc of lightning towards her. Jiro cursed, dodging as she launched another sound wave. Denki dodged, getting closer to her with each second. Shit, why is she calming down? He wondered, noticing Jiro's tense expression disappear before a smirk appeared. He thinks he has me, joke's on him. Jiro thought, sending another powerful sound wave at him. Check out this cat and mouse chase. Both fighters are at a standstill once again. Who will take the win? Mike shouted, getting the crowd excited as they watched on. Oi Denki, you better win this, you hear? His mother sitting in the front row had shouted, adding on to the pressure. Go Jiro. Jiro's parents screamed on the tops of their lungs. Well, that plan is in the dump. He sighed before smirking. Jiro always said I was stubborn. Well, I'll prove her right. Taste this. Jiro growled out, channeling her full power, sending out a giant sound wave she named Heartbeat Surround, Legato, towards Denki, with it shattering its surroundings. Woi, why the hell are you just standing there? Bakugo shouted in disbelief, watching Denki stand there with a smile on his face as he took the attack head-on. Even Sukuna, who sat in a relaxed position, sat up straight as he watched on. What the Jiro widened her eyes as she watched as Denki stood there, taking the attack, before breaking out a crazy grin as he started walking forward, his ears and nose leaking blood. Stay down, idiot. Don't risk your life, damn it. She shouted. Midnight watched, ready to step in as Jiro used more power on him, with her amplifier jack starting to break. Denki just walked, shrugging off the pain as he suddenly raised his hand. Gotcha. Everyone watched as Denki released a large amount of electricity that covered the whole arena. The bright lightning caused some to look away, their eyes hurting a little from the brightness. As the lightning stopped and the smoke cleared, Denki watched as Jiro laid on the ground groaning, wincing in pain. Winner, Kaminari Denki. Denki ignored the cheers as he went towards Jiro, carrying her up bridal style. You should have gave up, idiot. She groaned before coughing. And miss my chance to go on a date with you. He laughed. Jiro mustered up her strength to poke his chest with her jacks. Dumbass. She huffed and looked away, avoiding his gaze. I would have went with you anyways. He widened his eyes a little before smiling, as they walked back into the stadium concourse. Dude, does he even know where Recovery Girl's office is? Kirishima deadpanned at what he saw as everyone laughed. Sukuna snorted a little and shook his head. I doubt it. So does this mean we have a couple in our class now? He looked at Mina who grinned back at him. Hell yeah we do. To be continued. 43 fights. Y'all really just realized that Mina's mommy looks like Android 21. Nice going, girl. Yurika high-fived Mina who laughed, joining them. Mina had just won her fight between her and Aoyama without breaking a sweat. That was well thought out. Momo nodded. Mina, not wanting to use too much of her stamina in using her quirk, exploited Aoyama's weakness. Aoyama had overused his belt, causing him to feel stomach pains and, in that moment, Mina rushed up and one-hit KO'd him. Ha, finally my turn. Bakugo shouted as he blasted towards the arena from the stands, landing on it, grinning at Yurika who floated her way towards the arena, landing in front of Bakugo. Get ready to be destroyed, Kirby. Bakugo declared. Yurika smirked, cracking her knuckles. I don't think so. You'll find that I can give you a run for your money, Pomeranian. The fuck did your machi-ass just call me? Fight. Yurika really kept her word. Using close combat maneuvers Bakugo has never encountered before, she really did have the blonde panicking and being reckless most of the time. Shooting his explosions everywhere, Yurika had managed to exhaust him by burning out his nitroglycerin sweat, and had turned his focus on her against him by tagging chunks of debris created by the explosions. Releasing the debris, she sent a meteor shower towards him, but as she rushed towards him with the opening she created, she didn't expect Bakugo to still have the juice to blast away most of them. Man, I almost had you. Yurika grunted, her body covered in bruises and wounds from Bakugo's explosions. She did feel lightheaded, but didn't have the usual urge to vomit from overusing her quirk since she'd improve a lot in its usage. Bakugo stared at Yurika, pointing his two open palms at her, having bruises on his face and his lips bleeding. He had a supermassive explosion charged up, ready to blast in case Yurika tried anything. It was clear that Yurika had no way of escaping, and one look at her was all Midnight needed to make her decision. Winner, Katsuki Bakugo. Ignoring the cheering, Bakugo walked towards her. Class 1A sighed, expecting Bakugo to start taunting the defeated Yurika. They definitely didn't expect him to hold out his hand at her. Not bad Kirby. Not bad. He grinned at her. Yurika grinned back, gladly shaking his hand. She relied too much on that meteor shower move of hers. Kamui Woods pointed out, but then continued, as Mount Lady glanced at him. But considering the amount of planning, adaptive thinking and patience she showed, I'd definitely pick her as my intern over that Bakugo guy. Izuku watched from the stands as Yurika walked back in the concourse, though she smiled sweetly as she waved at the crowd before this, she now had a grim expression on her face. Hey, where are you going? Your match is coming up. Denki, having somehow returned from dropping Jiro off at Recovery Girl's office, shouted at Izuku who ran off to who knows where. Oh look, Todoroki and Shiro are next. Yup, thought so. Denki grumbled, watching Todoroki being declared the winner of his match between Shiro. Shiro was about to actually win by throwing Todoroki out of bounds with his quirk. But Todoroki fiercely retaliated by freezing him in a humongous pillar of ice, before freeing himself by breaking through the now frozen tape. It seems it is our turn. Tokoyama stood up, glancing at Sukuna who sighed, standing up with him. A shadowy, monster-like being named Dark Shadow materialized. I'm about to destroy you. It shouted, pointing its claw at Sukuna. Sukuna smirked, watching as Tokoyama walked past him, stepping on the metal railing before jumping down without hesitation. The audience gasped at his stunt, but Tokoyama did it intentionally. Taking advantage of Dark Shadow's ability to float, Tokoyama started flying by having Dark Shadow carry him, along with it opening its hands to increase mobility, replicating a bird's flight. I'm telling you guys, he's Batman in secret. Denk muttered. Kirishima snorted. More like Birdman. Sukuna was about to head down, before Mina suddenly pulled him towards her. He wondered why she did that before he felt something soft on his cheek. Mina smiled as she lightly kissed his cheek, enjoying his surprised reaction before pushing him away. Good luck. SHS waved at him. Sukuna stared at her for a while before shaking his head, a small smile on his face as black markings spread across his body. He leaped towards the arena, landing in front of Tokoyama, cracking his knuckles. Mina smiled before she noticed that all of Class 1A was staring at her. She blushed in embarrassment. What? I can't wish him good luck now. Make up your mind already and just ask him out. Tsuyu grumbled as the others nodded in agreement. Yeah, situationships are not good. Toru added. Mina silently looked back at Sukuna. Yeah I know but, how do I even begin to ask? And does he even want a relationship? The class groaned in unison. Fight. Sukuna and Tokoyama stared at each other silently, not making a move. The tension was real, the audience can feel it, until they realized something. Oi, it's been 3 minutes already, why aren't they moving? The audience started getting rowdy, even started booing as Sukuna and Tokoyama haven't moved an inch since the match started. Are they seriously playing, whoever blinks first loses? Kirishima mumbled, a little confused at what the two were doing. Momo shook her head. No, they're waiting for the clouds to cover the arena. Huh, how'd you even guess that? Denki looked at her weirdly. Well, Tokoyama's offensive power depends on the surrounding brightness levels, so if the clouds cover the arena, then it would mean that Dark Shadow would be stronger. But why'd Sukuna let him do that instead of finishing the fight quickly like Izuku? Denki questioned. Momo shrugged. I don't know. I can't understand that guy sometimes. Maybe he wants Tokoyama to have a fair shot at him at his fullest, or maybe he just likes to fight. Yeah, I'm going with the latter. Kirishima grumbled. A few minutes later, the arena was covered by a massive cloud. Tokoyama's eyes narrowed. Witness the abyss. Tokoyama muttered as Dark Shadow enveloped his body, covering the upper half, protecting him like a suit of armor. Without a word, both of them charged towards each other. A giant bang rang across the arena as their wrists clashed. A fierce melee occurred, as the audience cheered, finally getting some entertainment. I never expected him to be a good close combat fighter, since Tokoyama's always focused on long-range attacks with Dark Shadow. Guess a lot has changed since the battle trial. Sukuna thought, dodging a giant claw strike that tore through the ground beneath him. And we're back with another fight. This time between the two mysterious fighters, Tokoyama and Sukuna. Mike announced. What the hell is up with your class, Shota? He asked himself, watching the ongoing fight. Dark Shadow's claws enlarged before clasping them together, slamming downwards at Sukuna, who raised both his arms to block it, the ground beneath him cracking from the pressure. You're quite something, Dark Shadow. Sukuna commented as Tokoyama retracted the claws, taking a leap back, before using Dark Shadow to launch himself towards Sukuna at high speeds. Sukuna raised his arms, as he was hit with a massive claw that sent him flying back. He flipped in midair before digging his hands in the concrete, sliding back some more before he stopped. I suppose this has gone on long enough. Sukuna muttered, standing up, patting the dust off his clothing. The two of them looked at each other. One look was all it took for the both of them to understand what their next move was. The two disappeared, rushing towards each other at high speeds as Tokoyami unleashed Dark Shadow at its full power, before channeling the power to his fist. An explosion-like boom tore through the arena as the audience sitting at the front row seats of the stadium held on tightly, as Sukuna and Tokoyama's clash created a shockwave. You're good, Tokoyama. But unfortunately, you were paired up with me. Tokoyama widened his eyes, as a few seconds later he found himself blasting back, flying out of the arena before eventually slamming into the stadium wall painfully. I was right. You are the true darkness of this world. He muttered as he slid down the wall. The hell do you mean? Winner, Ryaman Sukuna. To be continued. 44 New matchups. Where's Ida? Is he still on the call? Mina asked. Nah, scratch that, where's Izuku and Yurika? Kirishima asked, a little concerned with the sudden disappearances of their classmates. He can't have them miss his match with Momo now. We're here. They saw as Izuku and Yurika walked towards them. Girl, what happened? Mina shouted in concern, noticing Yurika's eyes were red. The hell, nerd. I didn't know you were an asshole too. Bakugo shouted, thinking that Izuku had made Yurika cry. Yurika laughed at his outburst. It's fine, Bakugo. Just got some sand in my eyes. Izuku just came and helped me, that's all. Yurika tried laughing it off. Mina raised an eyebrow. Since when did you call him Izuku? Mina commented, as Yurika used to call him Deku because in Japanese, it almost sounded like the phrase for, you can do it. Yurika stammered, her face becoming pink like mochi. Why not alright? Mina got closer to Yurika, her smirk widening, though someone suddenly pushed her back gently. She looked to see Sukuna looking down at her. What did we say about getting into other people's business? He asked her, raising an eyebrow. Mina laughed nervously, rubbing the back of her neck. Hee. Oops, sorry you too. Mina bowed a little, with Yurika and Izuku frantically trying to get her to stand up straight. And now for the last match in the first round. We have Yaoyorozu Momo from Class 1A, and Eijiro Kirishima, also from Class 1A. I wonder what tactics Momo would utilize. Aizawa thought to himself, watching the two students stare down each other. Though it's just a fight between brains and brawn, so I doubt she has to think much. Fight. As Momo expected, Kirishima charged first with his body hardening. He had no other choice but to get within punching range and overwhelm her, but Momo was already 5 steps ahead. Kirishima's quirk only improves his durability and striking power, not his base speed, so Momo had tons of time to prepare. Think fast, chucklenuts. Kirishima widened his eyes as Momo suddenly threw up to 4 flashbang grenades at him. His vision immediately blurred, his ears ringing painfully as he tried swinging at Momo through the sensory disruption, missing her completely. Momo ducked beneath his swing and stood behind him, already creating another object. Kirishima turned around only to be faced with a gun-like object. Momo pulled the trigger, sending a giant net that captured Kirishima. Kirishima grunted as the net suddenly started shocking him. Momo watched as Kirishima's body became more rugged as he tore through the net, before charging straight at her again. Momo dodged a punch that would have most definitely break her nose, before quickly creating a bunch of smoke bombs and dropping them. The smoke screen covered the whole arena as Kirishima kept moving, fanning away the smoke with his hands. Another electric net captured him out of nowhere, as he gritted his teeth, ripping it off him. He could tell that the material of the net was stronger than the one before. Momo was clearly evaluating him mid-fight. "Come out already!" Kirishima shouted, as the smoke cleared, Momo nowhere to be found standing anywhere, that is if she's standing. "Sorry, Kirishima." Kirishima stared up at the sky to see Momo floating, carrying a jetpack as she held a rocket launcher in her hands, aiming straight at him. Firing the rocket, it flew straight towards Kirishima. Many wondered if she was going to kill him via the missile, but that wasn't the case. Kirishima gritted his teeth as the rocket started pushing him back, even though his hands were blocking it, fighting it off. The missile was not explosive, it was to push Kirishima out of bounds, challenging his strength. Kirishima's skin hardened further, his strength increasing. Finally, the missile stopped, its fuel had run out. Kirishima threw it away before looking at Momo standing before him. He charged straight at her, but found his vision blurring suddenly. "What's happening?" He muttered as his movement slowed down, his eyes starting to close, his skin returning back to normal. "The smoke." Izuku mumbled, realizing what was happening. Momo had laced the smoke bombs with a sleeping agent, and since Kirishima had spent all that time and stamina fighting the missile, the sedatives were starting to take effect. "I'm gonna go, take a nap." He mumbled incoherently before slumping down on the ground, snoring loudly. "Winner, Yaoyorozu Momo." Momo gracefully bowed a little at the audience as medical staff took Kirishima away. Present Mike then continued to announce. "And that's it for the first round of the tournament. We will now take a 45-minute break before the quarterfinals start. So go enjoy the festival for a bit and don't forget to come back. We've got some really interesting fights in our hands for sure." Sukuna and Mina were walking around the festival, squeezing through the crowd. Mina had deliberately wrapped her arm around Sukuna's, so she wouldn't get lost, was her excuse this time for initiating unprotected physical contact. "See honey, what did I tell you?" They heard a familiar voice gasp as they finally got out of the crowded area. "Mom!" Mina shrieked, seeing her parents hanging out with Sukuna's parents. "Hey, looks like someone's having fun." Maya grinned, pointing at her daughter's hand around Sukuna's. Mina widened her eyes in horror, immediately pulling back her hand, hiding it behind her back. "No need to be like that, Mina-chan. You can continue what you were doing. Don't mind us." Kaori giggled, a hand covering her mouth. Sukuna was deadpanning at them, something that amused his own father. "Come on, let's get out of here. Once they start they won't stop." He grumbled, gently intertwining his hand with Mina's before walking away, dragging a flushed Mina with him. "Good luck with your matches, you two." Maya shouted, waving at them. Jean resisted a sigh, watching his wife take pictures of Sukuna and Mina walking away together. All that and they're still not dating? They really need to get it together. Kano crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. "But I swear if your son is playing with my daughter's heart." He muttered under his breath, glaring at Jean who in turn raised his own eyebrow. "Are you claiming that I haven't educated my son properly on feelings, boundaries and the likes of them? Despite how my son acts, I promise you he's more educated than most." "How should I know? I've only met him for a few seconds." Kaori and Maya sighed, both pulling their husbands' ears. "Settle down, dear." Kaori mumbled, dragging her husband away by the ear with Maya doing the same. "I wasn't done talking to him, dear." Kano mumbled. Maya shook her head. "If I let you two continue with your talk, I don't think either of you would be talking any longer. Come on, I want to go to the General Studies course's personality test booth." "You gotta be kidding me." Mina whined as she saw the matchups for the quarterfinals. After the break was over, Midnight had declared the new matchups, which were Izuku vs Todoroki, Mina vs Sukuna, Ida vs Denki and Bakugo vs Momo. "Oh my." Maya whispered in worry, from what she saw of Sukuna, her daughter was going to be in for a hard time. Meanwhile, Todoroki was staring straight at Izuku who looked back in determination. "Come on Todoroki, let's settle this." To be continued. 45, quarterfinals. Bruh, the sports festival arc is getting boring to write. Fight. Todoroki widened his eyes. He knew that Izuku was fast, but not to this extent. The green-haired teen had already activated his quirk, already meters away from him, ready to kick him into oblivion. He sent a massive ridge of ice towards him. Izuku already anticipated his defensive play, as he leaped onto it, maneuvering around it before leaping down, dashing towards Todoroki again. Todoroki sent another an ice pillar straight at Izuku's chest. Without hesitation, Izuku raised his fist, shattering the ice construct with just a punch. And Midoriya already putting Todoroki on the defensive with his speed. I've never seen Todoroki so stressed out before this. You're not helping. Todoroki internally cursed at mixed commentary as Izuku rushed him again, his serious expression unchanged from the start. Is that all you can do? Izuku taunted, facing yet another giant wave of ice. He skidded to a halt as he held up his hand. Delaware smash. With a flick of his finger, Izuku created a powerful wind pressure shock wave, with it having enough force to shatter the ice advancing towards him. Todoroki, use your left side, or I'll beat you to a pulp. Izuku demanded seriously, his inner Bakugo coming out. Todoroki seethed, narrowing his eyes at him. You think you can defeat me using half your power, but we all know you're going to get frostbite sooner or later. You're having a hard time fighting me with just your right side. He then grinned, holding up his clenched fist. If that's the case, wouldn't it be logical to start utilizing your left? Todoroki's fists clenched. The hell are you planning here, Midoriya? Did he pay you off to get you to say this to me? He gritted out. Izuku only narrowed his eyes, internally groaning at Todoroki's crappy theorizing ability. What? No, I can't even begin to understand your circumstances or your resolutions. But all I'm saying is, if you think you can reach the top without your full strength, and that you're actually doing all of this just to disavow someone, you're a joke. Izuku muttered, as his mother gasped from hearing his insult. Honey, that's not the way you talk to someone. She scolded from afar, as Mitsuki and Masaru only sighed at her antics. What did you say? Todoroki whispered in sheer disbelief at Izuku's words. The fact that Izuku, unanimously agreed as the nicest guy in class, was saying this to him was astonishing to most. Ha, you tell him, nerd. Bakugo cackled loudly, noticing his classmates' shocked expressions. Yeah, I'm not taking it back, because it's true. You're holding back because of him. You're just letting him control you from a distance. If you win using half of your power, you're still fighting his battle, and if you lose like this, you're still running from it. Either way, he wins. Shut up. Todoroki glared, intending to use more of his power, but Izuku can see it, his movements were lagging. Todoroki raised his left foot, preparing to send another wave of ice, but suddenly, Izuku was already in front of him. One for all 12%. Izuku ignored the pain coursing through his body from exceeding his 10% limit as he raised his fist. Detroit smash. Todoroki grunted loudly as his eyes forcefully rolled back, spit forcefully expelled from his mouth as Izuku punched him straight in the abdomen, sending him blasting back. Todoroki was sent tumbling on the concreted floor, stopping just by the edge of the arena where he started coughing non-stop, clutching his stomach. Izuku glared down at him. The audience was unsure on who to cheer for now, since Midoriya was the underdog in this fight. Due to Todoroki's reputation as Endeavor's son, he was the favored fighter in this match. You don't get to choose who you are by rejecting half of yourself. Izuku pointed at Todoroki, his pride showing. If you're going to beat me with everything. I didn't step in this arena to fight half a hero. His pride was taking over, due to him wanting to fight Todoroki properly. He didn't even realize how psychologically precise he was being. He was just angry that Todoroki wasn't taking any of them seriously. TCH. Not wanting to drag this out any longer, Izuku returned back to 10% full cowling before again dashing towards Todoroki, who was staring into emptiness, seemingly recalling something. At the last minute, Izuku charged up to 12% again, gaining a sudden boost of speed as he appeared in front of Todoroki, preparing to punch him out of the arena. It's okay, Shoto, you aren't a slave to your blood. You can become the man you want to be. But his mother's words, long forgotten, reappeared in his mind as Todoroki watched Izuku's fist nearing his stomach. Just then, a violent wall of fire shot towards Izuku. The green-haired boy widened his eyes, changing his direction mid-punch as he jumped away at the last second, the flames burning part of his P.E uniform. Midoriya. Todoroki's usual stoic face formed a full grin, as if he just went through enlightenment. He looked at Izuku, who also had a hardened grin, glad that Todoroki finally came to his senses. Both ignored a certain fiery number 2 hero shouting nonsense from the stands. What the hell are you smiling about? Let's finish this. Todoroki sent another wave of flames at Izuku, who stood there. One for all 15%, Delaware smash. Sending out a powerful wind pressure shock wave, Izuku forcefully divided the wave of flames, revealing Todoroki right before him. Going back to 10%, Izuku charged towards him again. Todoroki was about to send an ice wave at him before Izuku suddenly increased TP 15%, now appearing before him, surprising Todoroki with his sudden burst of speed. But Todoroki managed to get that ice wall off in time, sending Izuku flying far back. Izuku only punched the ice, shattering it as he landed back on the ground again, maintaining 15% as he charged at Todoroki. Both fighters charged towards each other. Izuku sidestepped another wave of O's from Todoroki, pressing onwards, ignoring the stinging pain from going over his limit. The flames on Todoroki's left side started going wild, rapidly heating and expanding the cool air. One for all 18%. But Izuku decided to take it up a notch as he held up his fist. Todoroki smiled as he raised his hand. Midoriya. Thank you. He thought as he sent out a giant fire wave at him. Delaware smash. But Todoroki, along with Izuku's wind pressure attack, created a huge explosion that blasted both of them back, with the shockwave being felt all throughout the arena. The audience gasped, some running away from their seats as the giant explosion occurred in the arena, the smoke quickly encasing the stands as the crowd went into a panic. Present Mike stood there in shock, staring at the destruction the two kids caused. The smoke cleared after a while, revealing Todoroki and Izuku standing before each other, both out of breath, both heavily injured from managing to somewhat hit each other with their respective attacks. Todoroki stood there, with half his shirt torn off, burns on his body as he stared groggily at Izuku. Meanwhile with the green-haired boy, he moved his right arm, internally sighing in relief as he could move it though with some strain from exceeding his limit. He looked at Todoroki, before his eyes widened a little, his opponent was now taking a knee, coughing. It seemed the punch to the gut Midoriya threw earlier, adding with his wind pressure attack, had finally took its toll. Midnight stepped in, her decision made as she raised her hand. Todoroki is unable to go on. The winner is, Izuku Midoriya. To be continued. 46, not special. And now, it's the match between two pink heads, Sukuna versus Mina. Sukuna stared down Mina who smirked at him. Go easy on me will ya? She joked. Sukuna only shrugged a little as his signature black markings slowly appeared on his face. As Midnight called for the match to start, Mina acted immediately, clasping her hands together before sending a pressured acid jet towards him, using her piercing acid on him. Sukuna leaped away, as Mina didn't stop firing her attack at him as he kept running to the side. The acid melted down the concrete, quickly corroding it. Sukuna noted that her viscosity and acidity has improved tremendously. Sure hope she doesn't kill someone with this, but, he thought to himself, before suddenly closing in the distance. Mina stopped her piercing acid attack as he threw a punch at her. With a wave of her hand, she created an acidic wall between her and Sukuna. When the acid wall disappeared, Mina realized that Sukuna was in front of her anymore. Where is he? She asked before stopping in realization. He's right behind me, isn't he? With a kick to her butt, Sukuna sent Mina flying out of the arena, tumbling on the stadium grass. Midnight deadpanned at Sukuna staring at the tumbling Mina. Really kid? Couldn't you be any more obvious? She shook her head. It was clear to her Sukuna had no intentions of fighting Mina whatsoever, even though the girl had shown determination to face him head-on. With a sigh, she declared him the winner, while the whole stadium couldn't decide whether to clap or not due to the lame ending to the fight. Ow, that hurts. Mina complained, glaring up at Sukuna before pouting at him. And why'd you have to kick my butt specifically? Were you trying to cop a feel, pervert? Mina shouted. Sukuna only smirked at her in response. You're just proving that I'm right. Alright come on, you big baby, let's get you out of here. An amused Sukuna helped her up as they walked down to the stadium concourse together. At least you could have let her fight you for a while longer. Jean chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, Kaori was grinning at her stash of photos she took of the two pink heads. Oh so he's the gentle type huh? Maya giggled, seeing through Sukuna's intentions clear as day. I wouldn't call that gentle at all. Kano grumbled stubbornly, not liking the way they kicked her daughter. Meanwhile, Present Mike and Aizawa looked at each other at the announcement booth. You didn't tell me these two were together, Shota. I have no idea, and I don't particularly care. Aizawa scratched his head. He knew they were close, but he wouldn't say that they were dating. But in the end it's still none of his business to ask. You don't check in with them once in a while. I have no reason to be involved in their private lives. The long-haired hero grumbled. Dude, considering the fact that they survived with whatever that was at the USJ, I think you have the right to check in on their mental health. A lot of people are suffering in silence these days, you know. Aizawa didn't know how to answer him as Mike continued to announce. Somebody should definitely check on Ida. Suyu commented after the fight between Ida and Denki was over. Throughout the match, Ida seemed out of it, like his mind was somewhere else instead of strategizing against Denki. It was when he was shocked by Denki's indiscriminate discharge for half a second that he returned to the present, escaping Denki's range of attack. Instead of fighting it, he channeled the tremor into motion, as he disappeared in a blur, becoming only a blue streak. Bruh just realized I've been spelling Aiza's name wrong. Denki barely had time to widen his eyes before Aiza appears behind him, a blur rematerializing into a solid, armored shoulder slam, before a vicious combo that sent the yellow-haired teen flying out of the arena. The crowd cheered for the speedy blue-haired boy, but Aiza was barely registering the cheers, as he went back to staring at the void, slowly walking down the stairs and into the stadium. Yeah, someone should really check on him. Kirishima mumbled, watching Aiza. Who cares? My fight's coming up. Bakugo shouted as he launched himself to the arena, looking at Momo who walked up to him as he landed. You better not hold anything back, factory girl. Or else I'll whoop your ass harder than I did to Kirby. Momo wasn't intimidated at the slightest. I don't plan to. I should have went in for the kill from the start. Momo muttered, kneeling before Bakugo while coughing a little. Bakugo grinned down at her. While initially, Momo did well, catching Bakugo off guard and getting some hits in, she took too long to initiate to her plan that Bakugo only became stronger in the process, his sweat production only increasing as time went on. You don't play the long game fighting a guy like me. Though, you weren't too bad I guess. Bakugo grumbled, helping Momo stand up, the black-haired girl muttering a small thanks. He would have walked away by now, leaving Momo to be taken away by the medics, but unfortunately his mother was watching, and boy would she be mad if she saw that he just left an injured girl all to herself like he planned to. As time went on, Bakugo was realizing that he wasn't that special as people thought he was, as Eureka, even with a simple quirk, came close to defeating him. And Momo, although not having a flashy quirk per se, also came close to winning too. The truth was that he won by sheer luck, and the truth hurts his ego. Bakugo walked off the arena, ignoring the cheers, having one thought circling his mind. Maybe being an egotistical maniac wasn't worth his time anymore. Sukuna was right, there are always people who were better than him in many different ways, people who could easily catch up to him if he wasn't disciplined enough. As Bakugo walked past a crowd, ignoring the hollering from the stalls in the concourse, he bumped into someone. Boy watch it, he froze, laying eyes on who he bumped into. A brown-haired girl with dark brown eyes and plump glossy lips. Yes. The bubbly girl smiled, tilting her head at him. Bakugo stared at her for a couple of seconds before scowling. Never mind. He grumbled, placing his hands in his pockets. The girl giggled, her laugh sounded angelic. What, were you gonna get mad at me or something? You're the one not looking in front of you. TCH. Whatever. He crossed his arms. So anyways, let's let bygones be bygones. But do you have any idea how to get up to the stands? I think I lost my way after going to the washroom. She placed a finger on her chin, seemingly in deep thought. She smiled at him. Could you perhaps lead the way? She asked, enforcing the puppy doll eyes technique on Bakugo, who stared with an open mouth. He scowled, looking away, though there was a small tinge of red on his cheeks. He didn't find any of the girls in UA attractive to him at all, so why was this girl suddenly getting him in the feels? Sure. Whatever. The girl smiled slyly, noticing his embarrassed tone. Yes. This was her chance. She had to tease him now. Hee. The way you blush is kinda cute, you know. I'm not cute, damn it. And also you're like super hot. Can I have your number? Huh. Yeah, never change, Bakugo. To be continued. 47, getting close. Well, what are the chances? Sukuna glanced at Izuku standing before him in the arena. The matches for the semi-finals were between him and Izuku, while Aitsu was set to fight Bakugo. As the match begun, Izuku wasted no time, going straight to 10% before charging towards Sukuna. The green-haired boy appeared before him, throwing a kick to which Sukuna blocked it nonchalantly. Heh, you have to do better than that. Sukuna grinned, his black tattoos forming as he grabbed Izuku's legs, flinging him away like he was a broken toy. Flipping through the air, Izuku used multiple Delaware smashes, sending a bunch of wind pressure towards Sukuna, who dodged all of them, the ground around him shattering. Sukuna pitted Cementos a little bit, only a little bit, the hero having to fix up the arena every time a match finishes. Screw it. Izuku went up to 15% full cowling before dashing towards Sukuna again, with the pink-haired boy clearly noticing his increase in speed. A brawl started, though it was clear that Sukuna's physical strength was superior to Izuku's. But the green-haired boy wouldn't give up that easily. Tanking a punch to the face, Izuku didn't react despite the pain and returned the favor by sending a kick back. Sukuna leaned back a little, dodging the kick before he charged forward, slamming his fist into Izuku's gut. Izuku choked before he was sent flying back. He quickly slammed his fist into the ground, sliding back a little as he glanced at Sukuna again, his eyes clearing, signaling that he still wanted to scrap. Sukuna had a mix of a smile and a smirk, impressed at his resolve. They both started clashing once again. Sukuna noticed that Izuku was dodging more of his strikes than during the start of the fight. The green-haired boy was also predicting his counters, and using unpredictable angles to get some strikes in, causing Sukuna block and skid back more times than he would have liked to admit. If he hadn't had a physical strengthening quirk, Sukuna would have thought he had an intelligence quirk instead, with how terrifyingly quick he analyzed and adapted to his fighting style. How problematic. He whispered. Izuku widened his eyes as Sukuna's speed increased dramatically. He was forced to dodge a stomp from above. This wasn't an attack he should block, else he'd risk a fracture. As Izuku jumped away, he looked at Sukuna's stomp, which devastated the ground. Izuku gritted his teeth as the air around him buckled as power gathered, and something in his shoulder gave a warning pop, as he rose to 20% full cowling. A clean, bright spike of pain tore through, every heartbeat felt like a hammer strike against his ribs, trying to knock its way out. His instincts begged for retreat, but he used more anyway. Full cowling 25%. Oi, you look like you're about to kill me. Sukuna commented, noticing Izuku's bloodshot eyes, though internally Sukuna knew he wasn't going to enjoy blocking Izuku's punches as much anymore. He was sure the Noma back then still packed more of a punch even though Izuku increased his power usage. But that doesn't mean he enjoys getting hit by them. The two fighters disappeared, appearing in the middle as their fists clashed, sending out a giant shockwave that cracked the ground below them. Izuku went in for another punch, but his eyes rolled back as Sukuna, still faster than him, sent a powerful blow to his chest. Izuku flew back yet again, tumbling on the ground, stopping just at the edge of the arena. He coughed, realizing there were some drops of blood leaking out of his mouth and nose. Izuku. Inko gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes threatening to leak tears. She couldn't bear it, watching her son being hurt like this. But she promised herself that she would support her son, and that's what she will do. Go Izuku. Izuku widened his eyes, hearing his mother's desperate shout. He forced himself to stand up, looking at Sukuna walking towards him. I'd expected you to be backed into a corner like this. It seems you're still a predictable fighter, breaking yourself to win fights. Predictable heroes die quickly. Sukuna commented. Izuku grinned a little, clenching his fists. Then maybe we fought each other too soon, seeing as I'm still working on my quirk. Sukuna only gave an amused smile. Perhaps. Then I suggest we stop dawdling and finish this. Both fighters disappeared from their positions yet again as they charged towards one another, fists clenched tightly. There was no grand strategy. Just instinct and muscle memory carved into them as their foot planted, their hips turned and their shoulders followed. The punch came forward. The pavement beneath them cratered outward in a violent bloom. There was no dramatic clash like they were in some anime. It only lasted for a second before, Izuku immediately flew back, obliterated against a wall that surrendered without argument. Damn it. I'm still so far behind. Those were his last words before he faded out of consciousness. So, if I win this fight, does that mean that I'm the strongest in our year? Sukuna asked, his tone clearly taunting Bakugo who as expected, reacted to it. Shut the hell up and fight me. I don't want to hear your crap. Is it nonsense if I'm just speaking facts? Bakugo had won against Aitsa during the semi-finals, with the blue-haired teen's mysterious mental distraction being the flaw Bakugo exploited to take the win. As Midnight declared the fight to start, Bakugo wasted no time and sent out an explosion from his palm, appearing before Sukuna who blocked it. It proved not to be a wise choice, as a part of his sleeve was shredded by it. He retaliated by throwing a punch at Bakugo who suddenly blasted upwards with his explosion, before maneuvering with a couple more explosions before landing behind Sukuna sending a large blast towards the pink-haired boy. Sukuna leaped away just in time, avoiding the attack. Bakugo growled a little in anger. Why the hell are you dodging like a coward? He shouted, before Sukuna appeared again a second later. Bakugo stretched out his left hand, sending a massive explosion at Sukuna who barely dodged it, before grabbing Bakugo's extended arm and slamming his fist straight into the blonde's stomach. Bakugo's torso caved in and he choked on his spit. Sukuna relentlessly punched his stomach a couple more times before he slammed his fist into Bakugo's face. The blonde flew back before he cracked out into a maniacal grin, having expected Sukuna to do this, before managing to regain composure by taking himself to the air, and then using explosions to propel himself in a circular motion to create a tornado, heading straight towards the pink head. With a yell, Bakugo sent out a giant explosion that covered half the arena. In actuality, the ensuing twister had collected oxygen and momentum to fuel the subsequent explosion, with the blast comparable to a missile. The blast had rocked the arena, as the crowd, especially Sukuna's parents and Mina, watched in anticipation and worry. The smoke cleared. Bakugo's grin immediately left, turning into a scowl. Fuck. I should have known. He'd all but forgotten about Sukuna's other abilities, seeing as the teen only uses his physical strength most of the time. Sukuna walked out of the smoke, completely unscathed. His shirt was destroyed from the explosion, revealing his muscular torso and the black markings around his body. I gotta give it to you. That actually hurt more than I thought. Sukuna commented. Amina. You're drooling. Momo's sweat dropped as she tapped the entranced pink girl on her shoulder. Mina tuned her out, staring at Sukuna hungrily. Bakugo wasted no time, preparing another devastating explosion, before his eyes widened, and he stopped moving. Sukuna was behind him, slowly walking away. Bakugo spat out blood as he was blasted back to the wall, slamming into it. Fuck. You. To be continued. Yeah I know, anticlimactic and a lame ending to the whole arc. 48. End of an arc. Y'all gotta stop with the, Kairi is Kenjaku, accusations. It gets to a point where it stops being funny. A skinny All Might sighed, standing outside Recovery Girl's nurse office, ignoring the smooches in the room while being deep in thought himself. Meanwhile, inside the room, Izuku was sitting on a chair, having his shirt taken off. Well, I see you've taken my advice somewhat seriously. The injuries you received are surprisingly not from your own quirk. Izuku looked down at the mumbling Recovery Girl who was busy bandaging around his stomach. Yeah. Izuku muttered. During his first time landing himself in her office, Recovery Girl had been the one to scold him about his usage of his quirk, having told him that such a harmful method would only kill him. If not for that, who knows how many injuries Izuku would have at this moment. Don't get ahead of yourself, young man. You still have a long way to go. Recovery Girl shook her head, quickly reminding him as she tapped the bandages on his right arm. All Might silently walked in the room, standing beside Izuku. Right now you can only handle a small amount of your own power, your fight with that Sukuna boy shows it. You better start now, else you'll be dead out there wondering why you weren't strong enough. She said grimly. Izuku chuckled nervously, getting up and thanking her. Thank you, ma'am. I'll keep that in mind for sure. I hope I see you less. Recovery Girl huffed, watching Izuku and All Might leave her office. That was something. All Might muttered, glancing at Izuku who turned out to be deep in thought, his P. shirt draped over his shoulder, swaying with the wind. You far exceeded my expectations, young Midoriya. All Might's words broke Izuku out of his trance. He stared at his mentor in surprise. I mean it. I am proud of you. All Might patted his shoulder, his grin shining, but then his expression shifted to a more serious one. But take this from someone experienced, a true hero shines brightest not in a single burst, but across a lifetime. He said, trying to emphasize sustainability. 10% stable control means Izuku is transitioning from his reckless inheritor to engineered successor. He had learned to distribute force across his body, manage output and think in percentages instead of desperation. Keep it up, Izuku. And remember, if you have a problem in your quirk or just life in general, your friends, family, teachers and of course, me, are always here. He grinned. Yes sir. Izuku nodded seriously. Izuku, who are you talking to? Izuku jumped, turning around to see Eureka slowly walking up to him. He turned around again, seeing that All Might was already gone. Wow, what a surprise. He laughed nervously. Well, I was just talking to myself, yeah. You know it's one of those days. Haha. Izuku internally panicked as he saw Eureka deadpanning him, not buying it at all. She sighed, dropping it for now. Whatever. How are you doing? She asked, looking at Izuku's bandages. She stopped when she noticed that he was shirtless, his shirt still draping on his shoulder. Well, there are some cuts, but I'll manage. I'm doing better now that you're here. Wait. Izuku's eyes widened, realizing what he just slipped out. Crap, from the looks of it, Eureka must be feeling uncomfortable from how pink her face was. I am sorry. I didn't mean to say that. It just completely slipped out my tongue. He attempted to defuse the situation. Do you really mean it? He froze, looking down at Eureka, gazing up at him with her hands behind her back. Yeah, I guess. He scratched the back of his head. Wait. They heard someone shout, scaring the both of them. They looked to see Bakugo stomping towards them, bandages all over his body. The hell are you two doing here? The award ceremony is about to start. Don't tell me you two are gonna sneak off somewhere. I never took you for a pervert, shitty nerd. It's not like that. Izuku and Eureka shouted in unison. Bakugo walked past them. Well, I don't care. He grumbled, stomping off. Are you, okay? Izuku couldn't help but ask, noticing the absurd amount of bandages on Bakugo. Looks like Sukuna dealt a number on him, worse than what Izuku went through it seems. He was expecting a rude reply from the blonde, but he never expected Bakugo to be silent. It's the most quiet he's ever been. It wasn't even close. I gave my all, but I never had a chance against him at all. Bakugo whispered, his fists clenching, a never-seen-before humility showing. TCH. He snorted before walking away, leaving the two alone. Wow, looks like someone got a reality check I guess. Eureka commented, not really knowing what to say. Izuku was silent. Bakugo's words were relatable, too relatable. In terms of strength, Sukuna was just in a completely different league than them. Come on, let's go. It's a shame Itzo won't be here to see this. He was very fired up about this. Tsuya muttered. The blue-haired boy had suddenly informed them that due to home life circumstances, he was forced to take his leave early. I wonder what happened though. Denki questioned out loud. No one had an answer to that question, but now they knew why Itzo was so out of it back then. And now, introducing the one who will be presenting the medals to you all. Midnight announced, pointing at a certain direction, as the crowd became silent. Ha 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 hey. They suddenly heard a powerful laugh. Just then, a person jumped off from the highest point of the stadium before landing in front of the students. I am here, and I brought medals with me. Holy shit, it's All Might. That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT. The crowd went into the frenzy, as the greatest hero of all time, All Might stood before them, with his signature grin and muscular stature. Kairi and Jean, both smiling, stood up with the crowd, applauding the man with nostalgia in their eyes. Is it just me, or does he look more muscular than before? Kairi whispered to Jean who laughed in return, thinking about the same thing. All Might stepped up to the podium where Izuku, Bakugo and Sukuna were standing, awaiting to receive their medals. Congrats, Midoriya. Keep up the good work. All Might muttered, wrapping the bronze medal over his head, before patting his shoulder and moving on to Bakugo. Chin up, young Bakugo. I liked watching you fight. You charged forward brilliantly. You have the heart of a victor. Next time, I'd like to see you have the mind of one. Bakugo only nodded silently as All Might placed the silver medal around him, before giving a reassuring pat on the shoulder and moving on to Sukuna. Congratulations, young man. I am truly impressed by your spirit. All Might nodded. Sukuna stared back calmly, too calm for All Might's taste, like winning this tournament isn't something he was excited over. You were strong today. Very strong. But remember, victory is not proof that you understand your opponents. It only proves you overcame them. He wrapped the gold medal over him. Your strength is formidable, young Sukuna. Continue refining it, and ensure it serves more than yourself. Sukuna nodded at his advice. Yes sir. he muttered, as All Might patted his shoulder. The symbol of peace turned around, facing the whole freshman body. Boy and girls, I congratulate you all for giving a plus ultra performance today. You might have not noticed, but I have seen each of your performances in every competition, and I can proudly say that this year's freshmen were the best I've seen in a while. I see the next generations of heroes right in front of me, and I hope to see an even better performance next year. Now say it with me everyone. All Might raised his left arm, as the crowd waited in excitement, raising their left arms with all might. Izuku was having a hardcore fanboy moment right now. Plus ultra. To be continued. 49. Naming sense. So how's it like, champ? Mina grinned at him as they walked through the crowd together. Sukuna grunted, not knowing what to say. Underwhelming. Mina laughed. Well, what did you expect? The crowd chanting your name or something? On second thought, never mind. The way it ended was good enough. And our class won the best stall award too. Like, how did we even do it? We were just winging the whole thing. Mina commented, remembering Momo's embarrassed expression as she stepped forward to claim the trophy under Sukuna's request. Peer pressure. Everyone cooperated, offered ideas and did well with their designated roles. I'm not surprised we won. Sukuna commended his friends. Mina nodded in agreement. But I'm still bummed out, you know. She pouted at him. I was all prepared for a proper fight, and then you kicked me out just like that. I'm not that fragile, okay? I can hold my own. Mina scolded. Sukuna didn't say anything, because it was true. He stopped, turning to face her, taking off the medal and gently placing it around her neck. Mina stared at him wide-eyed. Why? She managed to get out. It looks better on you anyway. Was his reason. What? Are you saying that I'm your number one or something? Mina couldn't help but tease. Sukuna just stared at her. Something like that. He muttered after a while, to which Mina smiled sweetly at him. Thank you. He continued, shocking her with his words. Sukuna? Showing gratitude to someone? The world must be ending. For being in my life, Mina. He quickly added, shocking her further. What happened to him all of a sudden? You were there when I didn't have anyone to call a friend, you were there when I had no idea how to communicate. You guided me to where I am now, and for that I am eternally grateful for your existence. Sukuna. HNNGH. Mina's lips puckered up, as she started sniffing, her eyes suddenly becoming wet. Was that too sudden? I apologize. He muttered, rubbing the back of his neck, feeling awkward. Mina shook her head. No, I'm fine. Mina rubbed her eyes before smiling at him. You're the sweetest, you know that. Hi come on, let's take some pics together. Oh, cheer up already, you big baby. Second place is very impressive. Mitsuki patted her sulking son's back. TCH, whatever. Not to sound like a narcissist, but I totally expected this. Izuku muttered, finding himself surrounded by people, his fans to be specific, comprised of middle-aged men, some girls and children. It's only been 2 days after the sports festival, and the heat still hasn't died down. We should have walked to school together, huh? Sukuna muttered to Mina on his right, also standing beside Izuku while they were all being surrounded by their respective fans. Ugh, sorry. I'm taken. Mina rejected a perverted fan asking her out, wrapping her arm around Sukuna. This only caused many people to gasp in surprise and more questions to rise. I thought we were still working it out. Sukuna raised an eyebrow at her. Well, scratch that, situationships are a bore. Mina smiled, leaning her head onto his shoulder. And that's how they started dating. Bruh, help a guy out here. Izuku deadpanned at them, finding himself swarmed by even more people. Sukuna glanced at him and shrugged. Meh, you seem to be doing just fine. I really should have punched you harder during our fight. Yo sensei, happy to see you walking again. Denki waved at Aizawa as their teacher walked into the classroom. Aizawa only nodded at Denki as he stood in front of the whiteboard. That wheelchair was definitely a hassle, good riddance to it. Anyways, for today's class, you all will be creating your pro hero names. Aizawa declaring. He wasn't surprised when he saw the whole class erupting into cheers. The pros were watching you all fight for a reason, and that is because this is related to the pro hero draft picks I mentioned the other day. In actuality, the draft only begin in earnest in the second and third years after students have gained experience and can become immediate assets to the pros. He took a breath before continuing. In other words, for them to extend offers to first years like you shows that they are interested in your future potential. Though these offers are often cancelled if that interest dies down by graduation. So I expect all 21 of you to never ever slack off. He ordered, with them nodding in compliance, not planning to do so anyways. The thrill of the sports festival, showcasing their abilities, earning recognition and opportunities to achieve their dreams, they want more of that. I'm glad to say that every one of you has received offers from various pros. With your performance outside of the main tournament, including the side competitions and running the stalls, the pros have taken a liking to Class 1A. Though if you look here, some may have more offers than the others. He pointed at the names that ranked high on the list, with Sukuna of course ranking first, with Bakugo not far behind, then with Izuku, Todoroki, Aitsa, Denki, Momo, Mina and Kirishima. That's a lot of offers you have there, Todoroki. Momo, sitting beside him, commented with a small laugh. The half-and-half man had a little more over than 4,000 offers, having actually exceeded Bakugo's amount even though he was eliminated early. Don't bother. A lot of that is just because of my father, they're most probably just jumping on the fact that I'm his son, which leads them to not focusing on my actual skills and what I can bring to the table. Todoroki replied swiftly, clearly dissatisfied. I'm sure some of them didn't hop on that silly bandwagon. Momo suggested, ever the optimist. Todoroki only shrugged. Though the numbers might differ, that doesn't make your worth any less, because someone out there really analyzed you and thought your skill set would be crucial. That's what you all should focus on, which leads to announce that effective immediately, Class 1A will be participating in an internship with the pros. He smirked, noticing that the class was staring at him with a level of seriousness he only saw in some seniors. Good, at least they know how serious this opportunity is. He mused before continuing his speech. You've all dipped your toes in the world of the pros sooner than we planned, but I think experiencing the activities of the pros firsthand will prove to be more fruitful training than before. So that's the point of us creating our names today. Izuku thought to himself, already thinking of what name he was good with. But then, someone slid open the door and entered unannounced. While those hero names are still temporary, if you're not serious about it, you'll have hell to pay later. She smirked at the class as she walked up to Aizawa. Don't you know how to knock, Nemuri? I wasn't done talking to them. He glared at her a little. Midnight only stuck her tongue out at him. Oh upsies. This woman. He palmed his face, trying to regain composure. Midnight laughed at Aizawa before continuing off. The reason for what I said before is because a lot of hero names used by students become recognized by society, and they end up becoming professional hero names. So I am here. She did her best All Might impression. To make sure that your names are appropriate. Let's start, shall we? She declared, as Aizawa began handing out small whiteboards and marker pens to each student. Not a bad voice impression, though she needs to make her voice a little louder. And it would be an even greater impression if she mimicked All Might's face. Izuku thought, snapping out of it as Aizawa placed the board and pen on his desk. When you give yourself a name, you get a more concrete image of what you want to be like in the future, and with it you can get closer to it. It's all down to that old phrase, names and natures do often agree. Like All Might, for example. Aizawa stated, as Izuku stared. A name 15 minutes. Then you have to present them. Midnight declared. They have to present them too. Just great. To be continued. I'm not sure if I want Izuku to have Deku as his pro hero name though, but I think I might keep it, but have a deeper meaning for it than just it being him reclaiming an insult and turned it into fuel, having an insecurity converted into resolve. 50. Ranting. I'm thinking I should write longer chapters. Oi nerd, you know your dumbass is basically signing up to be insulted all your life, right? Bakugo commented when Izuku stepped up to present his pro hero name, which was, you guessed it, Deku. Izuku laughed, knowing Bakugo had meant well, with the man seemingly became friendlier to his classmates in his own way after the sports festival. Nah midobro, we ain't letting no one calling you useless out there, even if you had some deep meaning backing it up. Kirishima added. Midnight and the whole class nodded in agreement. Well, I tried. He rubbed the small whiteboard, writing down a new name on the spot. Bruh, he had a backup in case that name didn't get approved. Talk about over-preparation. Denki scratched his neck. His green-haired friend could be a little weird upstairs once in a while, but he didn't mind. Everyone has their own days of being freaky, especially someone like himself. How about Vanguard? He had a calm smile as he flipped the board, presenting his new hero name to everyone. Midnight held a gaze that signaled him to go on, and so he did. I'd like to be the hero who steps in first, the one who opens the path so others can advance, the one that moves even when afraid. Because being a hero isn't about standing at the top, it's about stepping forward when things are uncertain, when people are scared, when the outcome isn't guaranteed. When everyone else hesitates, I'd like to be the kind of hero that becomes the spear point, the first to breach, creating space for others to follow. That's the kind of hero I want to be. Izuku explained, somewhat emotional due to the name being relatable with his run-in with the slime villain all those months ago. You just had to use that day as inspiration, huh? Bakugo palmed his face, not wanting to remember his part during the slime villain incident. Though he had to commend the nerd, there was no ego behind his name. Midnight nodded, impressed with Izuku's explanation. There's something strategically mature about that name. The name implies teamwork, as a vanguard is part of an advancing formation. It assumes allies exist behind them. Very good, a lot of people look up to guys like that. But here's the thing, do you really want that pressure on you? Midnight asked, giving him a chance to rethink his decision. In the pro-hero world, vanguards, more often than not, take the highest risk. They get the short end of the stick basically, absorb the initial impact, test enemy reactions, probe weaknesses and all that jazz. Midnight explained. Izuku shook his head. I'm certain that this name is what I want, Midnight-sensei. He smiled awkwardly before continuing. There was a time when I hesitated, when I thought I needed to be stronger before I could act. I don't believe that anymore, because I think courage isn't something we should wait for. It's something we choose. And if I can take the first step, maybe someone behind me will feel brave enough to take the second. Silence ensued. I don't believe that you pulled that speech out of your ass. You must have planned this. Bakugo was the first one to comment. Izuku only laughed nervously, scratching the back of his head. Well, I'd say it's a good choice. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. Now who's next? Midnight asked as Izuku walked back to his seat. Sukuna sighed, standing up and walking to the front. As Sukuna presented his hero name, Shiro couldn't help but laugh. It's not because the name was funny, but the fact that he purposefully chose the name, knowing how he acts and how his quirk was funny to him. Really dude, cursed king. That's just as bad as Bakugo's king of exploded kills. Kirishima joined in the laughing. Sukuna shrugged. I didn't choose it to sound cool. I'm not the type of person to self-mythologize myself. He reasoned. Midnight raised an eyebrow. Really now? We don't allow these types of names for a reason. But I'll hear you out first before I pass my final judgment. Sukuna nodded. I'm sure you already know that people view me as intimidating. Some admire me, some even resent me, some are just unsettled by me. The sports festival really built that perception. He began. Although he wasn't the type to search up his own name on Google to see how famous he was, there were talks about him, especially after the festival, and he always listened carefully no matter what. If people are going to fear me, I'd like to do it on my own terms. I put the word, cursed, in it because my strength isn't warm, it isn't inspiring like certain heroes. I'm sure you all know that. He mentioned, as the class recalled what happened at the USJ. They still have no idea that I eat fingers in order to gain power. It's better this way. After the sports festival more eyes are on us, and if information about my quirk gets out, that league would probably weaponize the info. Sukuna thought to himself. The supposed traitor of UA was still an unsolved mystery, so being cautious at the moment is better than sharing. I don't believe power is pure. Strength always carries cost. If I'm going to wield it, I accept that weight. The crown isn't glory, it's my responsibility, so I won't pretend my power is pretty, but I'll carry it anyway, because who else is going to step up in my place? He continued. Midnight nodded, a finger on her chin, seemingly impressed with his reasoning. I see. What a mature outlook, though I have one question. Civilians would definitely ask why you didn't choose something lighter. What would you say to them? Because I don't want civilians expecting comfort from me. I want them expecting results. Sukuna answered quickly, too quickly. Midnight nodded, sighing in the end. Well, I suppose I have no choice. You can keep the name. My turn. Mina skipped towards the front of the class, presenting her name. Alien Queen. She grinned at them. What's with all these edgy names? Midnight asked herself in amusement. And this girl isn't even trying to hide it. I know she put Queen in her hero name to match with Sukuna's, but I can't prove it. She added as Mina continued. My whole life I've always looked different than others. People stared before they knew my name, but I refuse to let different mean less. So I want to lean into it, make it my own brand as a hero, you know. I don't want people like me to feel weird or out of place. If I'm going to stand out, I'm going to stand tall. A queen doesn't apologize for taking up space. She continued. Yas Queen Slay. Eureka jokingly shouted while snapping her fingers. The class followed her, snapping their fingers while some were laughing uncontrollably. Sukuna, with a small smile, shook his head at their antics, though he did snap his fingers a couple of times in support of the laughing Mina. Haha, yes so, that's kind of the reason I chose Alien Queen. Plus. She winked at them. Acid is kind of terrifying, so I figured I might as well make it stylish. Well, when you put it that way, we can definitely make this work. Midnight applauded her a little, nodding her head. Mina cheered, walking back to her seat. She sat down, glancing at Sukuna. Alien Queen and the Cursed King make a pretty good tag team, right? She whispered. Sukuna snorted, though he didn't disagree. As the class moved on, a bunch of hero names were decided such as Red Riot, Uravite and Can't Stop Twinkling. Todoroki's hero name was Shoto, a play on his name with a hyphen in between, giving the meaning of burnt frozen. Your field training would be 1 week long. Aizawa started after the naming session was over. All of you have received a personalized list. These are all good workplaces, but their areas of expertise all vary, so put a lot of thought into it. I've seen countless students make the wrong choice and didn't learn anything that benefited them from the training, and I don't want you all to make the same mistakes. Turn them in by the end of the week. He added, giving the lists to Sukuna and Momo, who in turn handed out to their classmates. The class didn't notice Aizawa silently sneaking out of class with Midnight until a couple of minutes later, which led them to start discussing about the internships. You're picking Dragon Hero, Ryaku's office. Izuku tilted his head at Eureka, who nodded. Eureka nodded, a proud smile on her. Yup. I guess she saw what I can do from the other competitions. Originally I wanted to go with Battle Hero, Gunhead, so that I could learn how to fight without relying purely on my quirk, but then I realized that our school's combat electives already covered that department, so there's practically no point. She started ranting, while the green-haired boy listening with a smile. And you've seen Ryaku's work before, right? She's super composed under pressure, competent, and very respected. You've seen the video where she calmly coordinated large area rescues while engaging the threats. She asked. Izuku nodded silently in response. I think that kind of person can help me a bunch, you know. The more I study here at UA, the more I realize that being a hero is much more than just fame and fortune. It's more about responsibility and consequences, so yeah, I think working under her can help me a lot, even if it's just for a week. She grinned awkwardly at him. Did I say too much? No, I don't mind. Izuku shook his head as they continued to talk. There was one question in Izuku's mind. Which hero should he go with? So, who are you choosing? Mina asked Sukuna, who was lazily looking at his list. It's either Hawks or Aizawa-sensei, though I'm not sure why Sensei put his name on here because he doesn't have an agency at all. Sukuna muttered. Endeavor's name was on the list too, but he was definitely not choosing him, considering his stunt during the sports festival when Todoroki first used his fire side. He just knew their personalities would clash. He wants to learn, not to compete with another pride-heavy force. Mina shrugged as she looked at her own list. I'm probably going with Midnight Sensei. She's strong in how she handles people and could probably teach me a lot on how to control the situation. She grinned. Just imagine the villains start regretting their life choices the moment they hear my footsteps. Hee, she joked. Sukuna nodded, silently thinking that this was so Mina. I think she'd be great to work with. Just don't play around too much, will you? Hey, what do you take me for, huh? To be continued. Who should Sukuna intern with? And who should Izuku intern with? I don't think Gran Torino is a good idea considering he's already past the point of breaking bones when using OFA. Sir Night Eye is probably a good choice.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.